Friendly fire. Ever have one of those days? Sometimes you can get into more trouble just because of Murphy's Law than for any other reason. The problem with heroic fantasy is that very few of the heroes seem to be affected by Murphy's Law, but very few heroic fantasy heroes are like Tarma and Kethry. Tarma Sheena Talisadrine, sword-sworn Shinain, was up to her earlobes in a different kind of battle than she usually fought. A battle with current finances. Where does it all go? I could swear we just got paid. Down the throats of the mayors, us, and that eating machine that calls itself a Kyrie, that's where. She and her partner, the White Wind sorceress Kethry, had taken to the marketplace armed with slender pouches of copper coins. No silver there. With luck, they would be able to stretch those pouches of coin enough to cover provisions for the 2 humans, the 2 Shinain battle mares, and Worrell, the wolf-like Kyrie. Those provisions had to last for at least 3 weeks, the time it would take them to get to their next job. There was a certain amount of self-provisioning they could do. Worrell could hunt some for himself, and so could Tarma and Kethry if they were careful. Worrell was quite intelligent enough to confine his hunting to non-domestic beasts, and there were always rabbits living in hedgerows that could be snared. But this was farm country, and there was very little for the war horses to forage on along the roadside, and if those rabbits proved elusive, any fresh meat would have to go first to Worrell. It was at times like this that Tarma wished her partner had been a little less generous to her ex-husband, or rather, to his other victims. A spot of judicious blackmail, or a decision to claim some of the bastard's blood money for herself, would have left them with a nice cushion to get them over lean spots like this one. Granted, once they arrived at Katashinain, they should have no trouble picking up a caravan job, and with luck it might be a very lucrative one. Their friends, Iken and Justin, had promised to put in a good word for them with the gem merchants whose caravans they habitually guarded, and a good word from them would mean a great deal. They did so well over the course of a year that they never had to scramble for work during the lean season. They were able to find a friendly inn and take a rest over the winter if they chose. But first, she and Kethry had to get to Katashinain and the start of the caravan routes. And to get to Katashinain, they needed provisions. They were so short on money that they were not even staying in an inn. Despite the bitter early spring weather, despite the very real threat of sleet and foul weather, they were camped outside the city walls. Their tent cost nothing, and the walls were overgrown with weeds. Dried now, but sufficient fodder for a couple of days, so long as Tarma supplemented their gleanings with a grain ration. Tarma would be bargaining for the horses' grain. Kethry, with the remainder of their slim resources, was to buy the humans' rations and Worrell's. The Kyrie himself remained at the camp. Between the presence of Worrell and the war steeds, the camp was safer than if there had been 2 armed guards there. In a way, Tarma pitied anyone who was stupid enough to try to rob it. There were at least a dozen folk in the market selling grain and hay, and Tarma intended to check them all before making a purchase. She made her way down the stone-paved street of the beast market, with the cobbles wet and slippery under her boots, and the calls, squalls, and bellows of everything from huge oxen to cages full of pigeons on all sides. The stalls for the feed sellers themselves were simple canvas awnings fronting stables, corrals, and warehouses, none of which had anything to do with what was being sold under the awnings. There was a scattering of grain on the cobbles and a great deal of straw underfoot. The air was damp, chilly, and smelled strongly of too many animals crowded too closely together. 11 of the 12 were unremarkable. Farmers, and all within a hair of each other so far as price went. Tarma was not in a position to buy so much that any of them were likely to make a special price for her. The 12th, however, the 12th was some kind of priest, or so it seemed. He wore some kind of rough brown cassock with an unbleached linen surcoat and a rope belt. With him were 2 young men in similar robes, but no surcoat. Tarma had always gotten along fairly well with other clergy, and these folk looked friendly but harried. The elder of the trio had a frown of worry, and the 2 younger looked rather harassed. She watched them as she made desultory attempts to bargain with the last of the farmers, a stolid, square fellow, and began to feel sorry for them. It seemed that if it wasn't for ill luck, the 3 clergymen would have no luck. Their straw bales would not stay stacked, toppling any time anyone brushed against them. The canvas roof of their stall drooped, threatening to fall at any moment. One of their cart horses had gone lame and wore a poultice on its off hind foot, and the canvas they had used to cover the hay on the way in had leaked, spoiling half the hay, which had burst its bales and now covered the street and the floor of their stall. Another customer, more eager to buy than Tarma, engaged the farmer's attention. She made no attempt to regain it. Instead, she drifted over to the sagging stall of the clerics. "Greetings," she said carefully, for although she got along well with other clergy, sometimes the reverse was not true. This time, however, the chiefest of the clerics greeted her with something like harried enthusiasm. "And to you, Shinaeen," he replied in the common trade tongue. "I hope your fortune this day has been better than ours." "I cannot see how it could have been worse," she replied, just as the sagging canvas gave way and the chief cleric dodged out of the way. The 2 assistants scrambled to prop it back up again, one of them swearing with a most unpriestly set of oaths and tone to his voice. His superior gave him a reproachful look, and the offender flushed with embarrassment, bending quickly to his work. The elder cleric simply sighed. Tarma shook her head. "It's hard for the young to adjust," she offered, "especially under provocation." The priest only smiled, wearily, very wearily. "We have been experiencing somewhat extreme provocation lately." As the canvas gave way a second time, this time swatting the poor young men in the side of the head, Tarma bit her lip, torn between sympathy and laughter. "So I see," she replied tactfully. Have you any grain?" Kethry sighed and told herself to be patient. Tarma never shirked, and if she was late, there was a reason for it. The lot of partnership was to pick up when your partner wasn't there to deal with her share. Tarma had done that in the past for Kethry, and while the sorceress was muscle-sore, hot, and tired, she kept her temper carefully reined in. She simply did the work, and when Tarma finally put in her appearance, the Shinaeen looked as if she had been through just as much as Kethry. Beads of sweat ran down her temples. Bits of hair had escaped from her neat braids and straggled into her eyes. Her shoulders sagged under bags of grain, and she was breathing heavily. "How did you do?" Kethry asked her partner. "I hope your booty was worth the wait." She had already packed up the tent and both sets of gear. The horses were saddled and bridled and standing ready. Even Worrell was pacing back and forth under the walls, impatient, ready to go. They had planned to get their provisions quickly and be on their way before noon. It was nearly that now, and Kethry could not imagine what had kept Tarma for so long. "Yes and no," Tarma replied, frowning a little. "I got the grain at a pretty good price, but, Kath, I swear there's a plague of bad luck going around this town. I'd no sooner gotten the grain and my change than some damn fool upended a cartload of stable leavings across my path, and from there things got worse. Everywhere I went, It seemed like there was something blocking the street. I got involved in street brawls. I got trampled by a runaway cart horse. I wound up going halfway to the other side of town before I could get back to the gate. I caught the bags before they were about to split and managed to save most of the grain, but that meant I had to get new bags. I can't wait to get out of here." "Well, that makes two of us," Kethry replied with an eye to the gathering clouds. "With any luck, we can beat this storm." Tarma stowed the grain bags carefully in their packs. Too carefully, it seemed to Kethry, as if she didn't quite trust the sacks to hold. That seemed odd, but maybe Tarma had gotten spooked by all the misfortune in town. She was ready to be out of there. The sooner they got to Katashinain, the better. But it seemed that the plague of bad luck that had struck the town had decided to follow them. Already they were half a day late on their schedule, and when they were too far down the road to turn back, the sky opened up, even though it looked as if it was about to clear. There was no warning at all. One moment the road was dry, the sun peeked through the clouds. The next, a cold, sleet-laden downpour soaked them to the skin. There was nowhere to go, no place to shelter from the torrent. There was nothing on either side of the road but fields, fields of cattle that had wisely huddled together, fields of sheep who also huddled in a woolly mound, or empty fields awaiting the farmer's plow. No trees, just hedgerows, no houses, no sheds, not even a single haystack that they might burrow into to escape the rain. So they rode onward under the lowering sky, onward into the gathering dark. Kethry was chilled to the bone in the first candle mark, so cold that she couldn't even shiver. She simply bent her head to the rain, which penetrated her clothing and plastered it to her skin. The cape she wore, which had been perfectly waterproof until that day, was not proof against this rain. Worrell paced at the heel of Tarma's horse, head and tail down, fur plastered against his skin and looking just as miserable as Kethry felt. At least she was riding. Poor Worrell splashed along the road, ankle-deep in mud, and even as she thought that, Hellsbane slipped and slid in the mud, and a moment later, so did Ironheart. Kethry clung to the saddle, dropping the reins to let Ironheart find her own footing. For a heart-stopping moment, she thought that her mount was going to go over, falling on her. Her heart clenched, her throat closed, and her hands clutched the saddle bow. Ironheart scrambled to get her feet under her again, went to her knees, and rose. Kethry caught her breath again as her heart fluttered and slowed. Then her heart dropped into her stomach as the mare staggered and limped. She dismounted quickly and felt blindly for the mare's rear hock. Sure enough, her probing fingers encountered an ankle already hot and swelling. She looked up from under a dripping curtain of hair to see Tarma doing the same and shaking her head. "Lame," her partner said flatly when she caught Kethry's eye. "Yours?" Kethry could only nod glumly. Just before nightfall they finally found shelter of a sort. They took refuge in a ruined barn, with just enough of its roof intact to give a place for all of them to escape the rain. By then, Kethry had more bad news. She was not normally prey to female troubles, but the twisting of her guts and a deep ache just behind her navel told her that this session of moon days was going to be one of the bad ones. While Tarma struggled to light a fire, she rummaged in the saddlebags for herbs to ease her cramps, and came up with a sodden mess of paper packets. The seam on the top of the bag had parted, letting water trickle in all during their ride. Behind her, she heard her partner sneeze. Sneeze? Tarma? She never— "Shika!" the Shinaeen swore, her already harsh voice with a decidedly raspy edge to it. Kethry whirled, alarmed. A tiny fire smoked and struggled to burn already wet wood, and the face Tarma turned up to her partner was red-eyed and red-nosed. The Shinaeen sneezed again, convulsively, and sniffed moistly. "Oh, hell!" Kethry swore. "Oh, bloody hell!" Tarma nodded and coughed. There was nothing for it. Wet and sodden as the herbs were, they were all she and her partner had to take care of their ills and the sprained hocks of their horses. She emptied out the saddlebag carefully, separated the packets of herbs while Tarma tried to find them something dry to change into, and started 2 pots of water boiling on the fire. Herbs for the poultices went right into the wet bandage. For this, at least, it wouldn't matter that they were soaked. As Tarma bandaged the war steed's sprains, she made 2 sets of tea, blessing her teachers for forcing her to learn how to distinguish herbs by taste. And, given that everything else had been going wrong, Kethry made very certain that the metal pots were no closer to the flames than they had to be, and that they were quite dissimilar. Eventually, Tarma found an odd assortment of dry clothing, most of which was ill-suited to the chill of the air. Still, it was dry, and with enough clothing layered on, they might pass the rest of the night a little warmer, if not in comfort. The tea, as might have been expected, was lukewarm and weak, but it was better than nothing, and, meanwhile, Tarma's sneezes and coughs grew more frequent, and her guts twisted. They sipped their tea, nibbled the soaked remains of 1 packet of their travel bread. Neither of them had the heart to check further to see if the rest of their rations had suffered from the leak.
"Can't you cast some kind of spell?"
Tarma asked miserably.
"Healing or something?"
"Not while I've got cramps," Kethry replied, pausing for the pain to ease. "Anything I do will backfire. I can't hold the concentration."
"And I suppose need won't do anything since it's not life-threatening?"
Tarma sneezed convulsively and wiped her nose with a leftover bandage rag. "That's right. I can't believe this," Kethry said, teeth clenched against a spasm of her stomach. "It's like everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. It's like we've been cursed. But who would have bothered? And why?"
"Damned if I know, Green Eyes,"
Tarma said thickly. She turned out her purse on the blanket they shared, and a few small copper pieces chinked together.
"If we ever get to a town, is this going to be enough to get more herbs?"
Kethry reached for the coins and froze, her hand outstretched. There was something there that was not a coin. "Where did this come from?" she asked, stirring the coins with her fingernail and turning up something that looked like a coin but wasn't. It was about the size of a copper piece, but was bronze, not copper, and inscribed with odd symbols. Tarma looked at it, her expression puzzled.
"Don't know,"
she replied.
"With the change, maybe. What is it?"
Kethry decided that there was nothing more to lose by picking the thing up, and her jaw clenched. "You must have gotten this in with your change," she said angrily. "From those priests. This is why we've been having all this bad luck. Damn it! It's a cursed coin. There's a sect of Lurchan that makes these blasted things." Tarma shook her head, baffled.
"I don't understand. Lurchan's a luck god, and those priests weren't of Lurchan."
"They make them for Lurchan's followers, to distribute to enemies," Kethry replied, realizing that she was adding a headache to her aching guts. "They're a counter-luck talisman. They make anything that can possibly go wrong do so." She forced down tears. Crying wasn't going to help right now, much as she'd like to indulge herself. "Don't think we can just leave it here, either," she continued bitterly. "It'll just show right back up in your pouch. You can't leave it or force it on someone. They have to take it from you, like you did, taking it with the change." Tarma nodded glumly.
"Now I know why the priests were having such trouble," she said. "Honestly, I don't think they even knew they had this. Or what it was, anyway."
Maybe not, Kethry replied with a sigh. Probably not. They'd have tried to conceal it, or they'd have gotten it back to the Lurchon priests. They probably didn't recognize it any more than you did. I guess it was probably just a case of friendly fire getting us.
"Friendly fire, it. What can we do?"
Tarma asked plaintively, her eyes watering, blowing her nose on her rag. We'll have to get rid of it somehow. Kethry sat back against her packs, but not without first checking, carefully, to make certain that the packs were steady. It's not going to be easy. Whoever takes it has to want it, and I won't pass this thing off on someone innocent. I just won't. Admirable, Worrell said dryly. Stupid, but admirable. Kethry turned on him. Don't you start, she snarled. If you want to do something useful, we should reach Ponji tomorrow morning. Help me find someone who deserves this damn thing, then help me think of a way to make him take it. Worrell recoiled. His ears flattened and blinked at her vehemence. Tarma made a choking sound. It sounded like a suppressed laugh, and Kethry raised an eyebrow. What's so funny? She asked.
You won't like it,
Tarma said, still chuckling between blowing her nose and coughing. If it's enough to make you laugh.
He said, mages be glad I'm a duder.
Kethry blinked slowly, then smiled slowly. No point in getting angry, and besides, she had just thought of something useful. Well, Worrell, she said sweetly, it just occurred to me that these things have a range of about 10 furlongs, and we need meat. Now, obviously, anything we do is doomed to failure, but you can go out there and catch us all something outside that range, can't you? Worrell's ears drooped, and he sighed, but he obediently got up and padded out into the wet and dark. Tarma held her laughter until he was out of range, then chuckled. Revenge is sweet, she observed. And even a neuter should know better than to annoy a female with an aching gut, Kethry agreed. Now, let's figure out how to subvert this stupid talisman as much as we can. The rain stopped before dawn. Worrell brought back 2 rabbits and only dropped them in the mud once. They had decided that the way to deal with the talisman was to make very certain that there were as few opportunities for something to go wrong as possible, which meant nothing could be taken for granted. Everything must be checked and double-checked. They were to check each other and remind each other of things that needed to be done, no matter how annoying it got. And it got annoying very shortly. Yet somehow they both managed to keep their tempers, mostly by reining them in. The village of Ponji was not terribly prepossessing, a huddle of mud and daub huts around a center square, straddling the road. No inn, but careful inquiries brought the name of someone who sold herbs. Tarma kept the talisman in her pouch and waited outside the village until Kethry was outside of the damn thing's range. The mage bought the herbs they needed without incident and stowed them in the still waterproof saddlebag before Tarma brought the thing close again. As if their attempt to get around its powers angered it, before they had a chance to leave the place, Kethry's blade Need woke with a vengeance. Immediately she had a splitting headache, and as if to make certain that there was no mistake about a female in trouble, the sounds of shrieking and a woman being beaten sounded from the last house in the village. Kethry had no choice. Given the way the sword was reacting, and the pain it was putting her through, she wouldn't even be able to get past that hut without blacking out, if then. Need could be very persistent in seeing that her bearer dealt with the troubles of those women unable to help themselves. The door was open, right up until the moment they reached it. Then, It slammed shut in Tarma's face, and Tarma hit it at a dead run, like a comic in a farce. She bounced off it and landed on her rump in the mud of the street. Kethry, several steps behind, prepared to hit it with her shoulder and ram it open, but it opened again just as she reached it, and she staggered across the threshold and into a table laden with dirty pots and pans. The table collapsed, of course, and the pots and pans fell all around her. By then Tarma was up and through the door. The man, who had been quite clearly beating his woman, stared at her in amazement as she blundered inside, and slipped on the mess spilled from the dirty pots, and fell again. Need had, by now, taken over Kethry. She couldn't stop herself. She was on her feet, sword out. Overreaction, of course, but that was the talisman's doing. It couldn't stop the sword, so it was making whatever it did be the worst possible response to the situation. And as Kethry realized that, she also realized that it had made certain Need was entirely inflamed, so that it took her over completely. The man was unarmed and unarmored. It didn't matter. Need struck to kill. At the last moment, Kethry managed to get enough control back to turn the flat of the blade on the man rather than the edge, and to hold back the blow a little. It hit him in the head like a club, and he went down without a sound, but thank the gods, not dead. The moment her man went down, the woman screamed with outrage. Kethry couldn't quite make out what she was shrieking. The woman's dialect was so accented and so thick that she didn't get more than one word in 5, but the meaning was clear enough. "How dare you bitches hit my man?" She grabbed crockery and anything else she could reach, hurling it and invective at the two of them. Tarma seized a pot lid to use as a shield. Kethry wasn't so lucky. That was when the rest of the village decided to get involved.
"Now I know how Leslack feels," Tarma said wearily.
"Leslack doesn't have 2 battle mares and a Kyrie to hold off the enraged populace while he makes his escape," Kethry replied, blotting at a bruise on her forehead. "Shienadra, we have got to get rid of that damn thing. Either that or we'd better take up living in a cave for a while."
"Your troubles are not yet over," Worrell cautioned them. "There is a band of robbers on the road ahead. If you wish to avoid them, we will have to go back to the last crossroads and detour 3 or 4 days out of our way."
Tarma cursed in 3 languages, then stopped as something occurred to her.
"Keth, how helpless can you look?"
"Pretty damned—" Understanding dawned on the sorceress's face, and she nodded. "Right. Don't say anything. I don't know how the curse works, except that it doesn't seem to read thoughts. Here." She unburdened herself of everything except Need and the money pouch, and handed it all to Tarma. "Furball, you follow me on the other side of the hedgerow, and call Tarma when the time is right." Worrell nodded, and wormed his way through a gap in the hedge to the field on the other side. Kethry left her mare with Tarma and trudged on ahead, trying to look as much like a victim as possible. The road twisted and turned here, and rose and fell as it went over gently rolling hills. Shortly Tarma was out of sight. Kethry might have been worried, except that she was feeling too cold, sore, and generally miserable to bother with something as simple as worry. Of course, given the way the talisman worked, the robbers would appear at the worst. Her foot hit a rock, and her ankle turned under her. She yelped with pain. She couldn't help it, and she hit the ground hard enough to add yet more bruises to her already considerable collection. Her ankle screamed at her. Without a doubt she'd sprained it, but she felt it gingerly to be sure. It was already swelling, and she looked up to find herself the focus of 5 pairs of amused and variously hostile eyes.
"'Tain't every day a coney drops right into the snare,"
one of them said with a nasty chuckle.
"What a nice little bunny it is, too."
The half-formed plan she had made was now in pieces. Obviously, she wasn't going to be able to run or even draw the sword. There was only one thing she could do. She snatched the purse off her belt and flung it at them. 2 or 3 coins spun out of the open mouth. 3 of the men scrabbled after them and retrieved them, shoving them into the front of their shirts, while the man who had spoken snatched the purse out of the mud. Kethry heard a warning howl and ducked, hiding her head in her arms. Worrell vaulted over the hedge and over her. A breath later, Tarma and the mares charged up the road and leaped over her as well. The bandits scattered, too taken by surprise to make any kind of a stand. Tarma and Worrell pursued them just long enough to make certain that they weren't going to come back any too quickly. By then, Kethry had levered herself up out of the muddy road, using Need as a crutch, and stood there waiting for them. Tarma pulled her mare up as Kethry's mount came close enough for the sorceress to pull herself into the saddle, which she did, with no mishap. Proof enough that the curse was following someone else now.
"That was the last of our money,"
Tarma said, as Kethry ignored her throbbing ankle in favor of putting as much distance between them and the robbers as she could.
"We're going to be spending the rest of the trip sleeping in haystacks and eating half-raw rabbit."
Kethry noticed that her ankle hurt less with every moment, as did her bruises. Need was making up for her misbehavior earlier, it seemed, and Tarma's nose wasn't red anymore either. Getting the curse to stick on someone else depends on how much you're willing to sacrifice to get rid of it, Kethry pointed out. I just threw away all our money. The curse is not going to come back. And, she continued, have you noticed that your cold is gone? Tarma blinked in surprise and sniffed experimentally.
"I think," the Shinaeen said carefully, "that this is a wonderful time of the year for camping out, and rabbit is excellent when rare."
Kethry laughed, and after a moment Tarma joined her. The mares ignored them, continuing down the road at a brisk walk, with no signs of lameness. But behind them, Kethry thought perhaps she heard, faintly, the sound of someone cursing. Wings of Fire. Speaking of children, here's Kethry with some of her own, at last. If you've read Oathbreakers, you know where she got her man. Fecund little devil, isn't she? Personally, I prefer having children with feathers. We have a number of them. Cockatoos, macaws, and parrots, most of them about as loud as your average 4-year-old, but the advantage is that you can keep them in a cage full of toys without having child welfare come after you. The disadvantage is that they can hang off your collar and try to see why your beak, teeth, is on the inside of your mouth, destroy your jewelry, try to take your keyboard apart, and surf in your hair. Heat haze shimmered above the grass stems, and insects droned monotonously, hidden down near the roots or swaying up near the new seed heads. There was a wind, a hot one, full of the scent of baking earth, drying grass, and the river nearby. Kethry held a half-finished basket in her hands, leaned back against a smooth, cool boulder in the shade of her tent, and drowsed. Jadri was playing with the other youngsters beside the river. Lion and Laren were learning to ride. 6-month-old Jadrik was with Tarma and Worrell, who were watching him and the other babies of Liha Irden, sensibly sleeping the afternoon heat away. All 4 of the children were safe, safer than at home, with all of Liha Irden watching out for them. Kethry felt perfectly justified in stealing a little nap herself. The basket could wait a bit longer. Then a child's scream shattered the peace of the afternoon. "Mama!" Kethry reacted to that cry of fear as quickly as any mother would, though most mothers wouldn't have snatched up a sword and unsheathed it as they jumped to their feet. Even so, she was a heartbeat behind Tarma, who was already running in the direction of Jadri's cry, toward the trees lining the river. "Mama, hurry!" Jadri cried again, and Kethry blessed the Shina'in custom of putting women in breeches instead of skirts. She sprinted like a champion across the space that the herds had trampled bare as they went to and from the waterside twice a day. As she fought through the screening of brush and came out on the bank under the willows, the first thing she saw was Jadri, standing less than a horse length away. The girl was as white as the pale river sand, with both hands stuffed in her mouth. She seemed rooted to the riverbank as she stared down at something. Kethry sheathed her sword and snatched her daughter up with such relief washing over her that her knees were weak. Jadri buried her face in her mother's shoulder and only then burst into tears. And only then did Kethry look down to the river itself to see what had frightened her otherwise fearless child half out of her wits. Tarma was already down there, kneeling beside someone. A body, but a wreck of one. Shina'in by the coloring, a shaman by what was left of the clothing. Tarma had gotten him turned onto his back, and his chest was a livid network of burn lines, as if someone had beaten him with a whip made of fine, red-hot wires. Kethry had seen her share of tortured bodies, but this made even her nauseous. She could only hope that what Jadri had seen had been hidden by river water or mud. "Probably not by the way she's crying and shaking. My poor baby." The man stirred, moaned. Kethry bit back a gasp. The man was still alive. She couldn't imagine how anyone could have lived through that kind of punishment. Tarma looked up at the bank, and Kethry knew that cold anger, that look of someone's going to pay, and get the child out of here. Kethry didn't need urging. She picked up Jadri and stumbled back to the camp as fast as she could with the burden of a 6-year-old in her arms. By now the rest of the Shina'in were boiling up out of the camp, like wasps churning from a broken nest, wasps with stings, for every hand held some kind of weapon. Kethry waved back at the river and gasped out something about the healer. She wasn't sure what, but it must have made some kind of sense, for Liha Irden's healer, the man who had nursed Tarma back to reluctant life so many years ago, put on a burst of speed that left the rest trailing in his wake. Kethry slowed her own pace as the clansfolk streamed past her. Jadri had stopped crying and now only shivered in her arms, despite the heat. Kethry held her closer. Jadri was both the sunniest and the most sensitive of the children so far. So far, she had never seen anything to indicate that the world was not one enormous adventure. Today, she had just learned that adventures can be dangerous. Today she had learned one of life's hardest lessons, that the universe is not a friendly place. And Kethry sat down in the shade of the nearest tent and held her as she cried for the pain of that lesson. She was still crying when angry and frightened voices neared, past the tent walls, and continued in the direction of the healer's tent. When Jadri had cried herself to exhaustion, Kethry put her to bed in the tent she and Tarma shared with the 4 children, gathered her courage, and started for the healer's tent herself. There was no crowd outside the tent, and the gathered clansfolk appeared to have dispersed, but the entire encampment was on the alert now. Though there was no outward difference, Kethry could feel the tension, as if a storm sat just below the horizon, out of sight, but not out of sensing range. She met Tarma coming out of the tent, and the tight lines of anger around her partner's mouth told her everything she needed to know. "Worrell can guard the children. Do we stay here?" she asked, "or do we ride?" Tarma paused for a moment, and in that silence the keening wail with which the Shina'in mourned their dead began. Her eyes narrowed, and Kethry saw her jaw harden.
"We ride,"
the Shina'in said around clenched teeth. They followed the river northward all day, Then, when it dived beneath the cliff, up the switchback trail at the edge of the Dorisha Plains. They reached the top at about sunset, but pushed on well past dusk, camping after dark in the midst of the pine-redolent Pelagiris forest. Tarma had been silent the entire trip. Kethry burned to know what had happened, but knew she was going to have to wait for her partner to speak in her own good time. Being an adept class mage meant that Kethry no longer had to be quite so sparing of her magical energies. She could afford to make a pair of witch lights to give them enough light to gather wood, and to light the fire Tarma laid with a little spark of magic. It wasn't a very big fire. In this heat they only needed it to sear the rabbit they shared, but Tarma sat staring into the last flames after she'd finished eating. Light from the flames revealed the huge trees nearest their campsite. Trees so old and so large that Tarma could not encircle them with her arms, and so tall that the first branchings occurred several man-heights above the ground. Most of the time, the place felt a little like a temple. Tonight, it felt more like a tomb.
"He didn't tell us much before he died," Tarma said finally. "By his clothing, what was left of it. He was Forahir. That's Fire Falcon clan."
"Are they all gone, do you think?" Kethry could not help thinking of what had happened to Talisadrine, but Tarma shook her head.
"They're all right. We sent someone off to them, but he told us he was on his own. Fire Falcon has always been different. The clan that produces the most shaman, even an occasional mage. They're known to roam quite a bit, sometimes right off the plains. This one was a Lajele Ruvon, a knowledge seeker, and he had come seeking up here, in Talaedras territory. The shaman of Fire Falcon have a lot more contact with the Talaedras than the rest of us do. Whatever happened to him happened here in the forest."
"You don't think the Hawk brothers—" Somehow that didn't ring true, and Kethry shook her head, even as Tarma echoed the gesture.
"No, there's a Hawk brother mixed up in it somehow. He said that much before he died, but it was no Talaedras that did that. I think he was trying to tell me the Hawk brother was in trouble somehow."
Tarma rubbed her temple, her expression baffled.
"I've been trying to think of a way that a Hawk brother could possibly get into trouble, and I—"
Something screamed, just above their heads. Kethry nearly jumped out of her own skin, squeaked, and clutched Need's hilt. The scream came again, and this time Kethry recognized it for what it was, the call of the owl-eagle, a nocturnal predator with the habits and silent flight of an owl, but the general build of an eagle. She might not have recognized it except that a pair were nesting near the keep, and her husband Jadrek spent hours every evening in delighted observation of them. Tarma stood up, stared into the tree canopy, then suddenly kicked earth over the fire, dousing it. When Kethry's eyes had adjusted to the dark, she could hardly believe them. Hovering overhead was an owl-eagle, all right, a much bigger bird than either of the pair she'd seen before, and stark white.
"That's a Talaedras bird," Tarma said grimly. "They say the birds their mages use turn white after a while. I think he's been sent for help."
As if in reply, the owl-eagle screamed once more and flew off to the north and west, landing on a branch and looking back for all the world like it expected them to follow it. Kethry put her hand on her partner's arm to restrain her for a moment. "What are we going to do about the horses?"
"Damn. Release them, I guess. They'll head straight back to camp in the morning."
Tarma didn't look happy about the decision, but there wasn't much else they could do. They certainly couldn't leave them, nor could they ride them through dark woods when they couldn't see where to put their feet, and leading them would be just as bad as riding them. On the other hand, walking back to camp across the plains in midsummer, Let's just leave them unhobbled and try to get back before morning, Kethry suggested. They won't stray until then. Tarma grimaced, but pulled the hobbles from her mare's feet and threw them on the pile of tack, while Kethry did the same. When she looked up, the owl-eagle was still there, still waiting. He didn't move until they were within a few arm lengths of the tree, and then it was only to fly off and land in another tree, farther to the north and west. Kethry had had a little niggling doubt at first as to whether her partner had read the situation correctly, but now she was sure. The bird wanted them to follow. It continued to lead them in that fashion for what felt like weeks, though by the moon shining directly down toward the tree branches, it wasn't much past midnight. It was impossible to tell where they were, now that they'd left the road. One enormous tree looked like every other enormous tree. For the past several candle marks, she'd been feeling an increase in ambient mage energies. Her skin prickled so much with it that she felt forced to shield herself, and she wasn't entirely sure that time was passing at its normal rate. "Where are we?" she whispered finally to her partner. Tarma stopped for a moment and peered up at the moon.
"I don't know," she admitted. "I'm lost. Someplace a lot west and some north of where we started. I don't think we're in the Pelagiris forest anymore. I think we're in Pelagier Hills country. I wish we'd brought Furface with us now."
"I hate to admit it, but I agree," Kethry began. And that was when an enormous, invisible fist closed around them. The bird shrieked in alarm and shot skyward. Tarma cursed. Kethry was too busy trying to breathe. "It's the paralysis spell," she thought, even as she struggled to get a little more air into her lungs. But she couldn't breathe in without first breathing out, and every time she did that, the hand closed tighter on her chest.
"That's supposed to be..."
A darkness that had nothing to do with the hour dimmed the moonlight, and her lungs screamed for air.
"Lost..."
Blackness swooped in like a stooping hawk and covered her. Her chest hurt. That was the first thing she knew when she woke again. She opened her eyes as she felt something cool and damp cross her brow, and gazed with dumb surprise up into a pair of eyes as blue as Tarma's, but in an indisputably male face, crowned with frost-white hair. Indisputably? Not quite. There was something unusual about him. Not that he was Shichorne, that she had no trouble spotting. Something like that, and not even remotely evil, but very, very different. Beyond the face were bars, glinting and shining as only polished metal could, and two light sources. One that flared intermittently outside of her line of sight, and one that could only be a witch light, hovering just outside the bars. The stranger smiled wanly when he saw that she was awake, and draped the cloth he'd been using to bathe her forehead over the edge of a metal bowl beside him.
"Forgive me, lady,"
he said, in oddly accented Shinaen.
"I did not intend to lure anyone into captivity when I sent out my bond bird."
"That owl-eagle was yours?" she said, trying not to breathe too quickly, since every movement made her chest ache the more.
"Aye,"
he replied.
"I sent her for my own kin, but she saw your magic and came to you instead. Now, she is frightened past calling back."
"But I didn't," Kethry started to say, then saw the wary look in the Hawk brother's eyes. "We're being watched and listened to. For some reason he doesn't want whoever caught us to know his bird can see passive mage shields the way Worrell can." She struggled to sit up, and the Hawk brother assisted her unobtrusively. They were in a cage, one with a perfectly ordinary lock. Beside them was another with no lock at all, holding Tarma. The Shinaeen sat cross-legged in the middle of the contraption, with a face as expressionless as a stone. Only her eyes betrayed that she was in a white-hot rage, so intense a blue that her glance crackled across the space between them. Both cages sat in the middle of what looked like a maze, perfectly trimmed, perfectly trained hedges taller than a man on horseback, forming a square room with an opening in each wall. Beyond the opening, Kethry thought she saw yet more hedges. "As you see," said a new voice, female, with an undertone of petulance, "I plan my prisons well." The owner of the voice moved into the pallid light cast by the witch ball. Kethry was not impressed. Face and body attested to overindulgence. The mouth turned down in a perpetual sneer, and the eyes would not look into hers directly. Even allowing for the witch-light, her complexion was doughy, and her hair was an indeterminate no color between mouse brown and blonde. Her clothing, however, was rich in a conspicuous, overblown way, as if her gown shouted, "See how expensive I am." It was also totally inappropriate for the middle of the forest, but that didn't seem to bother the wearer. "For the mages," their captor said, gesturing grandly. "A cage which nullifies magic with a lock that can only be opened by an ordinary key." She held up the key hanging at her belt. "And since I am as female as you, the spirit sword won't work against me, even if you could reach it." Now Kethry saw the blade hanging just outside the cage door, just out of reach of arms. That's her first mistake. "For the warrior, a prison that only magic can unlock." She giggled girlishly, without the sneer ever changing. Tarma said nothing. Kethry decided to follow her example. Their jailer posed, waiting doubtless for one of them to ask why they were being held. Finally, when she got no response, she scowled and flounced off in the direction of the light that flared and subsided somewhere beyond the bushes surrounding the clearing where their cages sat.
When her wits aren't out wandering, who is this woman?
Tarma asked in a lazy drawl.
And what in the name of the frozen hells does she want with us?
The Hawk brother crossed his arms over his chest, leaned back against the bars of the cage, and grimaced.
Her name is Kajon, and all her magics are stolen,
he said, an anger as hot as Tarma's roughening his voice.
As for what she wants, nothing from you, except to be used against me, as my friend was, to his death.
The Fire Falcon shaman. He knows the lad died. She tried to read beyond the Hawk brother's lack of expression, and couldn't.
Where to be used to get what?
Tarma asked.
Something she cannot steal from me, though she has tried and blunted her stolen tools on my protections.
He pointed his chin in the direction of the flaring and dying light.
She has firebirds.
At Kethry's swift intake of breath, he nodded.
I see you know them.
One of the qualifications for entering the higher levels of a White Wind school used to be the test of the Firebird. She stared at the light, wishing she could see beyond the bushes. They're too rare now. I only saw one once, at a distance.
They are not rare here, only endangered by such as she.
The Hawk brother's face darkened.
She wishes me to make them her familiars. She also wishes me, and she is as like to get that as the other, which is to say,
when the rivers of hell boil."
At that, Kethry laughed in astonishment. "Wind Lady, go ahead, give her the birds, the first time she loses her temper with one of them on her shoulder." But the young man was shaking his head.
"Nay, lady, she knows that as well as you or I. What she means by familiar is complete slave. I would not condemn any living thing to such a fate, even if the dangers of her having such control over something so dangerous were not obvious."
Kethry thought of the things that could be done with a tamed and obedient firebird at one's command, and shuddered again. The dangers were obvious. There was a history of the Mage Wars, purportedly written by the wizard lizard Gervais, that hinted the firebirds had been deliberately bred as weapons. She couldn't imagine a circumstance terrible enough to make her breed something like firebirds as a weapon, frighten one, and send it flaming through a village, touching off the thatched roofs, the hay in the stables.
She was born of mage-talented parents, and given all she desired,
the Hawk Brother continued.
But she came to desire more and more, and her own small talent could not encompass her ambition until she discovered her one true gift, that she could steal spells from any, and power from any, and use that power to weave those spells at no cost to herself. Thus she enriched herself at the expense of others, and the more power she had, the more she sought.
To shake the thought from her mind, she stood up slowly and walked the few steps to the bars of the cage, mentally measuring the distance between the bars and Need. And as she studied the blade and how it was hung, another thought occurred to her. "I'm adept class. My power is unlimited for all practical purposes. Could I become like her?" The Hawk Brother stole silently up beside her, but his eyes were on the light beyond the hedges.
"It is not power and wealth that corrupt, my lady, but the lust for power and wealth. When that lust takes precedence over the needs of others, corruption becomes true evil. That you even consider that you could become like Kajon is a sign that you are not like to do so. She has never once considered anything but what she wanted."
"Well said,"
Tarma replied, her expression wary.
"I'm Tarma Shena Talisadrine. This is my Shienadra, Kethry."
"Stormwing Kshena,"
he said, and a little rueful humor crept into his expression.
"A use name chosen when I was young and very full of myself, and now so hardened in place that I dare not change it."
Tarma's expression remained the same.
"So how is it that you know this woman?"
"I confess, a dose of the same folly that caused me to name myself for the powerful thundercloud,"
he replied slowly.
"I thought I could help her. I thought that if she had a friend, she could learn other ways. In short, I thought I could change her, redeem her, when others had not been able to."
He shrugged.
"I thought, at the worst, I was so much stronger than she that there was little she could do to harm me. I thought I could not be tricked, did not even guess that she was planning deeper than I anticipated, that she was using me to come at my charges, the firebirds. Now, not only do I pay for my folly, but others as well."
"What happened to the Fire Falcon shaman?"
Tarma asked harshly. A muscle at the edge of his eyelid twitched. Nothing else moved.
She caught him, coming to see me, and flung him into the cage holding the birds, making certain to panic them. She knew that if I once used my powers to control them, she could steal that control. His eyes were very bright with tears that he was holding back. He knew it too, and even as they lashed him with their flame, he told me to hold fast. He looked from Tarma to Kethry and back. Will you forgive me when I close my ears to your cries?
Will you be closing your ears? Kethry asked quietly, staring into blue eyes that seemed much, much older than the face that held them. Or will you be heeding instead the cries of those who would suffer if this woman got what she wanted? He closed his eyes for a moment, his expression for the first time open and easy to read. Pain, and a relief as agonizing as the pain, if such a thing were possible. Then he opened his eyes again, and took her hand and kissed the back of it, like a courtier. It was in that moment that Kethry identified exactly what it was about him that made him so hard to identify. Stormwing was the most uniquely balanced human being she'd ever met, so completely accepting of both his own male and female natures that he felt poised, like a bird about to fly.
But you may not have to worry about it,
Tarma said dryly.
Keth, I don't hear her. You want to try the Thalkarsh gambit?
Why not? It worked before. She kicked off her boots, grabbed the bars, and climbed up to the top of the cage. Once there, cursing her own laziness that had let her get so out of shape, she carefully threaded her legs between the bars. As she had thought, her foot just reached the hook Need hung from. "Get ready," she called down below, grinning a little to see Stormwing's eyes so wide with surprise. "I'm going to unhook the sword belt and lower it to you." Stormwing shook his head.
What good will having it do us if this cage negates all magic?
He asked. "It won't do us any good, but in a warrior's hands, she cancels all spells cast against the wearer." Kethry's arms were screaming with pain, and sweat streamed down her face as she inserted her foot in the loop of belt, worked it around to the top of the hook, and lifted carefully. "Tarma's cage is magicked, remember?"
I hope that I am as good at throwing as you think me to be,
Stormwing replied, straining one long arm through the bars until he caught the tip of the scabbard. Kethry didn't have the breath to spare to tell him that Need herself would take care of that, once out of the influence of the cage. She simply continued to lower the blade, bit by bit, until Stormwing had it firmly. Then she dropped to the bottom of the cage and waited for the pain in her arms to stop. "I hate getting old. Why can't we all stay 20 until the end, then fall over?" When she looked up again, the sword was sailing unerringly across the space between the cages, and Tarma caught it so neatly the movement looked rehearsed. And no sooner did she have it in her hands than the entire side of the cage swung open like a door. Just as Kajon appeared in the gap in one of the hedges, accompanied by two enormous creatures, things that looked like nothing so much as walking suits of armor. "Shika!" Tarma cursed, and threw herself out of the cage, did a shoulder roll to cushion her impact, and came up running, heading for Kethry. Kajon was so astonished that she stood there, mouth hanging wide open, while Tarma grabbed Need and shoved her through the bars at Kethry. Kethry grabbed it just as Kajon recovered, pointing at the three of them, and shrieked something foreign even to Kethry's ears. Whatever it was, the two suits of armor at her side straightened, drew their weapons, and headed straight for Tarma. Kethry had seen spells of animation before. This one was better than she had anticipated. The armor moved easily, smoothly, and quickly. Tarma escaped being sliced in half by a two-handed broadsword only because she was a hair faster than they were. She wasn't going to be able to escape two of them for very long, not out there alone. Hopefully, she wouldn't be alone much longer. Kethry pulled out the little lockpick she kept in the side seam of the scabbard and set to work on the lock of the cage. Kayjon seemed to be concentrating on Tarma and ignoring them. She hoped things would stay that way. Now, just so Stormwing doesn't decide that since he's a man he can do this better than I can. Stormwing pressed in close beside her, and she looked up, ready to brain him if he tried to take the pick, and saw that he was clinging to the bars of the cage with both hands, his body carefully pressed up against the door so that most of what she was doing was hidden from Kayjon. "Thanks," she whispered, and then set to work on the lock, shutting everything out, including the fact that her partner and blood-bonded sister might die in the next few moments.
"When you work on a lock,"
she heard the voice of her thief instructor say,
"nothing exists for you but that lock. If you let yourself be distracted, that's the end of it."
Except that he had never had the distraction of two magic suits of armor trying to make his partner into thin slices less than an arm's length away. She felt the lock give just as Kayjon noticed what they were up to. She shoved the door open as the woman shouted another incomprehensible command, and one of the automata stopped chasing after Tarma and turned, its blade arcing down over its head, but not aimed at Kethry, aimed at Stormwing. He couldn't dodge, caught in the doorway as he was. He had no weapon of his own, and no spell Kethry knew could possibly be readied in time to save him. She watched the blade descend, knowing that she would never even be able to get Need up in time if only he was a Clang! When her teeth stopped rattling, her brain stopped vibrating, and her watering eyes cleared, she thought for a moment that she had gone quite entirely mad. For there, with the automaton's blade held a hand's breadth away from his head, was Stormwing, crouched down, one hand raised ineffectually to ward off the blow that hadn't arrived. For what had interposed itself between him and the broadsword was Need. They all stood like that for a moment, in a bizarrely frozen tableau. Then Stormwing dove out from under the arch of sheathed sword and unsheathed, scrambled to his feet as the automaton disengaged and began to turn, and yelled, "Duck!" Somehow she knew to drop into a ball, and Stormwing dove at the automaton's chest. The timing couldn't have been any better if they'd practiced it. The animated suit of armor was very heavy and already off balance, and when Stormwing shoved it, it went further off balance, staggered backward, and tripped over her, landing with a hollow clangor inside the cage, which permitted no magic to function within it.
"Move!"
screamed another voice from across the clearing. Both Kethry and Stormwing scrambled out of the way as Tarma pelted across the intervening space, the other suit of armor, in hot pursuit. She fled right into the cage. It had too much momentum to stop. Kethry heard a strangled croak and turned to see Kayjon clutching her throat and turning scarlet with the effort of trying to speak. Stormwing watched her from where he sprawled. His finger traced a little arc, and her arms snapped out in front of her, wrists together, fingers interlaced. Only then did he rise, with a curious, boneless grace, and pace slowly to where the woman stood, a captive and victim of her own greed. Kethry got up off the ground, wincing as she felt sore places that would likely turn into a spectacular set of bruises. Tarma climbed down out of the cage, favoring her right leg.
"What happened with the full sword?"
Tarma asked in a low voice. Kethry shrugged. "I guess when she couldn't identify him as positively male or female, she decided to act first and figure it out later." Stormwing looked up as they reached his side, but said nothing. What are we going to do with her? Kethry asked. He ran a hand through his hair.
I do not know, he confessed. I have a feeling that if I tried to harm her, that blade at your side would turn against me.
Probably,
Tarma said in disgust.
But she's killed at least one person that we know of. A shaman of the clans at that, and sacred. Blood requires payment.
Would you accept a punishment that left her alive?
The Hawk brother asked unexpectedly. Tarma hesitated a moment, then replied with caution.
Maybe, if she couldn't get free to try this again. If she couldn't even leave here, and if it was a living hell for her. My lady favors vengeance, my friend.
He nodded.
My thought as well. Lady, would you be content also?
Kethry only nodded. She felt power building, coming from some source she didn't recognize, but akin to the pool of energy available to all White Wind's adepts. She hadn't realized he was an adept before. He raised his hands.
All your life, you have sought to be the power in the center of all, to be the manipulator of the fabric of the world around you, he said to Kjon solemnly. So, I give you that, your greatest desire. Control of all you can see, manipulator of the web.
He pointed. There was a ripple of the very fabric of the place, and a distortion that made Kethry's stomach roil and eyes water. Then, when she looked again, Kjon was gone. Instead, hanging from a web that spanned a corner between the hedges was an enormous gray spider, hanging fat and heavy in the center of the pattern.
Spiders are notoriously short-sighted,
Stormwing said, as if to himself.
Now I shall have to see to it that nothing comes here but noxious things that deserve to be eaten, and old or diseased things that deserve a painless death.
He looked back at Kethry, and in that moment she knew that not only was he enormously more powerful than she had guessed, he was also older. Much, much older.
Here is a guide,
he said, producing another ball of witch light.
I have much to do here, and this will take you back to your horses before dawn.
Now he smiled, and Kethry felt as if all her weariness and aches had been cured.
I could not have been freed without your aid. Thank you, sisters in power. Thank you.
You're welcome, Kethry said. She wanted to say more, but the witchlight was sailing off into the darkness, and Tarma was tugging her arm. She followed the Shinaeen into the maze, quickly losing track of where she was, but torn apart by conflicting emotions. There was so much she wanted to learn from him, so many things he must know. What have I done with my life? All I have built is one White Wind school. With power like his, I could make a mess of things, that's what I could do, meddling where I didn't belong. No, I guess that power isn't such a temptation. What would it earn me anyway, besides envy and suspicion? If she had Stormwing's kind of power, it would make her a target for those such as Kjon. Was the knowledge worth the risk? Risk not only to her, but to Tarma, to the children, to Jadrek? No, she decided. And after all, we were the ones who rescued him. Knowledge isn't everything. Sometimes it just takes common sense, good planning. A chorus of joyful cries arose behind them. She and Tarma turned as one to see the firebirds rising into the air above the hedge, alight with their own flame. They circled and dove and sang, everlasting fireworks that made their own music to dance by. She felt her eyes brimming with tears, and beside her, Tarma gasped with surprise. The firebirds circled a moment longer, then rose into the tree canopy, still calling in ecstasy to each other. They penetrated the branches, making them glow emerald for a moment, as if each tree harbored a tiny sun of its own. Then they were gone, and in the light from the witch bowl, Tarma's face was wet with tears. So was hers. She understood now the other reason why 2 brave men had been willing to die to save them from enslavement. She caught Tarma's shoulders and held her for a moment. And this is what's worth having. Freedom and friends, and the ability to see a thing of beauty and not want it all for myself, all because of the power it represents. Then Kethry let her sworn sister go, as Stormwing had set the birds free. "Come on, partner, let's go home," she said. "We have a tale to tell." Spring Plowing at Forced Reach. This is a new short story suggested by Terry Lee of Firebird Arts and Music, who pointed out that on a working farm, such as Forced Reach, most horses would be put into harness in times of heavy workload, like planting and harvest. And she noted that, given the temperament of the famous grey stud of Vanyl's time, an alleged Shinaeen warsteed, it was quite reasonable to assume that ploughing time with frisky, hormonal horses would be rather exciting. She also told me the story of an Amish farmer and his 2 mares, and his very unique technique for bringing misbehaving horses to see sense. As for the Shinaeen technique of taming, or rather gentling horses, it is based entirely on fact, and the techniques of a remarkable man named Monty Roberts, who, without any form of coercion whatsoever, can take a green, untrained, skittish horse and have it accepting bridle, saddle, and rider in 30 minutes. His technique is based soundly on understanding equine body language and speaking to the horse with his own body language, and results in a cooperative partner. His book, The Man Who Listens to Horses, is one every horse lover and owner should read. There was no light but that of the hardy fire in the Lord's study at Ashkevron Manor, but neither of the 2 inhabitants of the study needed any other illumination. It was clearly a man's room, comfortably crowded with furniture that the lady of the manor deemed too shabby to be seen elsewhere, but too good to be relegated to the rubbish room. Distantly related, if one looked back far enough, Lord Kemmock Ashkevron and Bard Lauren would seem unlikely companions to an outsider, and sometimes even seem so to those who knew them both, but the improbable friendship had prospered for many years and showed no sign of changing. The bard played a soft melody on his gittern as Lord Kemmock seemed to doze, the golden firelight flickering over both of them. Kemmock opened his eyes and roused, cocked his shaggy-haired head to one side and frowned at something he'd heard that wasn't music. Bard Lauren stopped playing immediately. He'd been trying to soothe Kemmock's aching joints with his healing music, and had thought he'd been succeeding. With every passing year, Lord Kemmock's joints hurt more when the cold wind out of the north swept down over Forced Reach at winter's beginning. Even here, in this comfortable wood-paneled room, deep within the belly of the manor, Lord Kemmock could not escape the aching of his bones. "Is there something wrong, old friend?" Lauren asked anxiously. Kemmock shook his grizzled head ponderously, looking more bear-like than usual, and motioned him to silence. Lauren held his peace, flattening his palm over the strings of his gittern so that not even a breath of draught would set them murmuring. "Do you hear that?" Kemmock asked abruptly. Lauren listened, as only a bard could, taking note of anything that could be termed sound. Past the crackling and hissing of the fire, past the sound of Kemmock's breathing and his own, there was a different note in the sound of the wind about the walls of Forced Reach. "The wind's changed direction?" he replied tentatively, Kemmock nodded and sighed, both with relief and regret.
It has. It's out of the south, old boy. In a few days we'll have our thaw, and it'll be time for ploughing, and happy as I'll be to see the spring, it's just that much that I dread the ploughing. I'm getting too old to cope with it. It's worse than a battle campaign.
Lauren blinked at him in surprise.
Dare I ask why?
Kemmock bared his teeth in a grim smile.
Stick around here instead of flitting off as you usually do come spring, and you'll see for yourself.
Now Lauren's curiosity was aroused.
I've nowhere in particular to go, he began, and if you'll have me—
F!
Kemmock's grim smile lightened.
Don't see enough of you, old son. I'll be glad enough to keep you a bit longer, but I warn you, spring ploughing around here is not for the weak of heart. I've heard it said that at Forest Reach ploughman and wild beast tamer are considered to be one and the same thing.
Now Lauren's curiosity was more than roused. It was avid.
In that case, I don't think you could be rid of me if you wanted to.
He attempted to get more information out of Lord Kemmock, but a spirit of mischief, or maybe devilment, had infected the Lord of Forest Reach, and nothing more would Kemmock tell him. Lauren went up to his bed that night with his curiosity completely unsatisfied. Lauren was happy to spend the winters at Forest Reach, winter being the only season when his services as a master bard were not needed at Haven, for all the master bards that had no families came crowding back to avoid the harsh weather. Kemmock was an old friend from the time Lauren had first gone out on his journeyman's wanderings, and since he had nowhere in particular to go in winter, and no great desire to spend it on the road or in Haven, Lauren welcomed the invitation. In the spring, he would return to Haven, bearing all the news of this part of the world back to the capital, and in greater detail than the heralds of this region did, since he spent more time here than a herald on circuit could. For his part, Lauren found in Kemmock's household the family he had never known. Perhaps it was easier because he had come into this family without any of the burden of childhood memories.
It is easy for parents to pull the strings that make one dance, he reflected, as he closed his door behind him. After all, they are the ones who tied those strings in place.
Perhaps it was just that he was familiar enough for the Ashkavron household to be easy with him, yet not so familiar that anyone inflicted family grievances on him.
Or perhaps it is because they know that, as a bard, I might well be tempted to turn an absurd grievance into a comic song.
Lauren knew Lord Kemmock well enough to realize that behind the joking and the grim humor, there was some real worry. But why should he be so concerned over a little matter like spring ploughing? Lauren crossed the room unerringly, even in the darkness. There was no doubt that the wind had turned. Now it blew full against the shutters of his room, and there was a gentler, wetter scent to it, where it leaked in past the leaded glass window panes than there had been this morning. He put his gittern into the stand by touch and knelt to blow the fire to flame. In the 10 years he'd spent winters here, Lauren had never seen anything to make Kemmock this concerned. Forest Reach was a prosperous and peaceful holding. Spring ploughing, he wondered again. Why should he have compared it to a coming battle? Just how difficult could spring ploughing be? He realized that he was not country-wise enough to know everything about life on the land, but surely the weather couldn't become that vicious in the spring, or he'd have heard something of it by now. It was as he thought that, though he did not realize it at the time, that he got his first clue. For on the wings of the warming wind came the squeal of an angry stallion from the stable. Lauren listened to the horse, telling the world that he was ready to take on all comers, mare or competitor, and chuckled. No doubt even the beasts recognized the turning of the season. And since Kemmock had gone coy, he might as well get to sleep. He'd find his itch of curiosity eased all in good time. 2 days later, the last trace of snow was gone, and although the air was chilly and the breeze brisk, it was no longer so bone-chillingly cold. It was time for the first plow to cut the first furrow, while the earth was still damp but not muddy. Right after breakfast, Kemok had brought Lauren out to the back of the barns where the harnessing took place, and the sounds of angry horses had rung through the air even before they reached the yard in front of the barn. Now Lauren stared at a pair of fighting, kicking geldings, not stallions, being dragged to their harness by 2 sturdy plowmen, and felt his eyes widening.
"Spring ploughing,"
said Kemok, with resignation.
"There you have it, the sum and total of our problem."
But I thought plough horses were, well, docile,"
Lauren protested, trying to reconcile the fact that he knew those horses had been gelded with the fact that they were acting like fighting stallions. The first horse had been dragged to his appointed place, and with 2 people holding his bridle, a third was managing to get a harness on him. The second had already kicked his harness off and was trying to bite the first horse, whose ears were back and whose yellowed teeth were bared.
"They are,"
Kemok replied heavily.
"everywhere but here. Come along, old lad, I'll show you what we're up to here. This is all due to a decision made by one of my ancestors, and the idea was a sound one, but, well, there are some problems with the execution, you might say."
Farther along the row of horses being readied for the field, a pair of mares with foals at heel were also being harnessed up. The foals were clever, nippy little demons, who obviously resented the fact that their meal producers were being interfered with. The men harnessing the mares had to keep them off by main force and wore leather shirts to protect against bites.
"We're famous for our Ashkevron breed of warhorse,"
Kemok explained.
"There was a horse, allegedly a Shina'een war steed, called the Grey Stud. He was the foundation stallion. We took him to our hunters and plough horses in the first generation. He was a fighter, and he was smart, everything you'd want in a warhorse, but he wasn't big enough to carry a man in full-plate armour. We were looking for intelligence and fighting spirit from him, agility and speed from the hunters, and size and strength from the plough horses. We crossed the sons from the hunters to the daughters from the plough horses, and that gives us our basic warhorse. We continue crossing the best of the best, geld everything we don't use at stud, and sell the ones we won't breed. Trouble is, we can't afford to keep horses around eating their heads off and doing nothing but breeding, so everything is broken to harness and plough except the breeding stallions, which makes spring ploughing time exciting. The geldings all retain every bit of a stallion's fight. That's why people pay a small ransom for them."
"I can see that,"
Lauren replied, watching with stunned amazement as a gelding, another gelding, left alone for a moment in a loose box, proceeded to attempt to batter the thing to splinters in an effort to get at the gelding tied to the outside of it.
"The Grey's temper went hand in hand with his intelligence, and both traits bred true, which makes them finely honed killers on the battlefield, but no joy in harness,"
Kemok continued glumly.
"Most of the year you can handle them, but spring brings out the worst in them. There'll be broken bones before the day's over."
And before the day was over, Lauren saw Lord Kemok's prediction prove true. One pair of geldings decided to go over a stone fence, plough and all, and hung the plough up on the top. A foal ripped out a hank of one ploughman's hair, roots and all, in fury when the man wouldn't unharness his dam and tried to separate them. 2 more geldings, too intractable to be harnessed in a team with anything, saw each other and conceived an instant hatred for one another, They dragged their plows and plowmen with them across the width of 2 fields to meet in the middle in a furious clash that left both plows in splinters. And one of the breeding stallions broke out of his field to get at a harnessed mare, which incident resulted in the first broken arm of the season.
"It could have been worse,"
sighed Kemmock at the end of the day, as he and Lauren shared a bit of bread, cheese, and beer.
"It could have been a broken skull."
"I hope you'll forgive me for asking the obvious, but haven't you tried breeding something with a good temper into the line?" Lauren asked.
"Oh, we've tried, but the grey stud's temper always comes through."
Kemmock shook his head.
"I've never seen anything like it. People want the geldings as war horses. There's no shortage of takers for them, but by the gods it gets harder and harder to survive this season every year. And breeding season's no festival either. The mares fight back even when they're hard in season, often as not, and there's damage all around before they get separated from the stallion."
Lauren pondered this for a moment.
"It really isn't very funny, is it?" he said. "I mean, it sounds funny at first, but people are getting hurt. And it's only damned good luck that no one has gotten killed," Kemmock agreed. "How long before my people start refusing to plow with these beasts? What will we do then? We can't afford to keep one herd of plow horses and one herd of war horses. The damn things eat too much."
Lauren didn't say anything then, nor did he mention that he had an idea, even when he left Forced Reach, to return to his duties at Haven and the court, but he had made up his mind to try and do something to solve Kemmock's problem before the next plowing season. Cold rain drummed on the roof of the indoor riding arena, and Tarma Talisadrine blessed the break in the weather that had allowed her to send her young pupils home for summer holidays before the weather turned this ugly. She'd sent them off a bit early this year, in no small part because they'd gotten an early start last fall, and it hadn't seemed fair to keep them away from home longer than usual. And besides, she'd had a particular project in mind that she didn't want an audience for, the very project that kept her in the arena at this very moment. Tarma already had her hands full and didn't really need anything to distract her when one of the servants edged nervously up to the fence intended to keep spectators out of the riding arena. She spared a moment to glare at the hapless servant, silencing him before he had a chance to speak, and turned her attention back to 7-year-old Kethry, Kethry's eldest. As blonde as her mother, as blue-eyed as her father, young Kethry was a pretty child who threatened to become a beauty. Fortunately, it hadn't occurred to her that beauty was a cause for vanity, and neither parent had any intentions of letting her know that fact. Today, she wore her oldest, most practical clothing of well-worn woolen tunic and breeches and scuffed riding boots. She had her hair done up in a practical tail and looked very much as her mother must have at her age. This was a special day for her. Tarma had judged her old enough for a horse of her own this year, and in Shinaeen terms, that meant something of great and specific significance, nothing less than a rite of passage. Kethry had been carefully coached for all the winter months in the Shinaeen art of horse-talking, and now she was putting her new knowledge to the test with an unbroken green filly, 3 years old and fresh off the plains and the Talisadrine herds. If she really had learned her lessons correctly, the young filly would be carrying her willingly by the end of the day. If she hadn't, Tarma would take over and tame the horse herself, and Kethry would go back in humiliation to her fat little pony for another year.
A little harsh on the child, maybe, but better that than spoil horse and child together. There's no second chances on the plains, and it's never too early for a child to learn that.
But things were going very well so far. The tiny blonde child had the sorrel filly pacing in a circle with her at the center, keeping her going with gentle tosses of a lead rope, making it land just behind the horse's moving feet. as the little girl flicked her soft rope at the heels of the filly. Watching the horse with such intensity that her blue eyes shone, the horse turned her near side ear to catch the girl's murmurs of encouragement. Another round of the circle, and the filly dropped her head, flicking out her tongue at the same time. Jadri dropped her eyes back to the horse's shoulders, then to her rump. The filly dropped her head further, chewing at nothing. That was the signal Jadri was waiting for, and Tarma with her.
"Right, girl. Remember your lessons. The filly's saying, 'I don't want to run in a circle, I'd like to stop.' Can't we eat together and be herd mates? Don't wait for a second invitation."
Jadri coiled up the rope and let the filly slow and stop, then walked toward her. The filly started to take a single, nervous step away, but before she could, Jadri looked away from her, then turned away, making chirruping sounds. "Good, good, you're doing everything just right. Keep her soothed, look at her, but not directly. Invite her into your herd." The filly stepped tentatively toward the little girl, then stopped again. Once again Jadri faced her, then turned away, looking back at the filly briefly over her shoulder, out of the corner of her eye. This time, the filly approached further, one slow step at a time, until she stopped, not quite coming as far as Jadri's shoulder. "Good girl," Jadri crooned. "That's right, pretty girl. Come on, then." Still murmuring, Jadri walked slowly away. After a moment of hesitation, the filly followed. Tarma grinned. Jadri was going to be the envy of her siblings this summer. There was no doubt that she'd mastered all of Tarma's coaching in horse talk. The Shina'in didn't break horses. They spoke to them, working with their own body language and instincts to convince them that their would-be riders weren't two-legged, horse-eating predators, but were potential partners. With nothing more than hands, mind, voice, a blanket, and a soft rope, any Shina'in over the age of 10 could have even the wildest horse carrying him willingly in less time than it took to bake a loaf of bread. And since Kethry's children, or more properly, those who chose the life, were to become Shina'in in everything but looks, they were going to have to learn horse-talking. Unless she changed her mind drastically when she grew older, Jadri would be the first of the renewed clan of Talasadrine. Right now, Jadri wanted nothing more than to live her life on the plains. In fact, this last year, she'd spent her first autumn fostered with a family of Clan Lihairden before returning to Kethry's keep with the first snow, and had gloried in every moment. This little test only proved that she had everything in her to prove to the satisfaction of even the sternest of clan chiefs and shamans that she had the true spirit of a Shina'in. In short order, Jadri's filly had accepted the rope around her neck, then the blanket on her back, then Jadri herself on the filly's back with nothing to control her but a crude halter made of the rope. As the little girl trotted the filly gleefully around the ring, blonde tail bouncing with the movement of the horse, Tarma turned her attention to the servant. The man was watching Jadri with his mouth hanging open and his eyes wide with shock. Tarma snapped her fingers at him to break him out of his trance.
"Well,"
she said, a little impatient.
"What was so important that you had to come down here to interrupt a lesson?"
He stared at Tarma and gulped.
"What sort of witchcraft be that?" he asked. "None whatsoever," she countered. "It's nothing more complicated than paying attention."
But she really didn't expect the man to believe her, and it was clear that he didn't. The servants that had come with this place were a mixed bag of good and bad, and the bad tended to be ignorant, superstitious, and foolish, rather than of ill intent. Jadrek was gradually replacing the bad ones, but it was slow going.
"So," she repeated, "what sent you down here?" "There's a man to see you, milady," the fellow said diffidently. "From King Stephenson. He's with Lady Kethry." "From Steph? Huh." She made a shooing motion with her hand. "Well, get back up to the house and tell them I'll be there as quickly as I can." She pointedly turned her attention back to Jadri. The servant waited a moment longer, but when it was obvious that she wasn't going to say anything more, he took himself and his message out. Tarma sighed. The fellow was one of the ones due for replacement, and obviously Jadrek hadn't found anyone with his skills and good common sense. It took a certain sturdiness of character, combined with a stolid acceptance of anything that came along, to work out as a servant at the keep. As a consequence, they always seemed to be a little short-handed. "Can't really blame people for getting spooked around here," Tarma reminded herself. "If it isn't the barbarian, raw-meat-eating Shinaeen leading her pack of male and female hooligans in mock wars, it's Lady Kethry's mage students blowing up storms or setting things afire or conjuring up weird beasts out of the Pelagiers. And if it isn't either of those things, it's Lady Kethry's own brood wreaking some hellishness or other." There'd be more mischief, that was sure, now that Jadri had her very own grown-up horse. The others would be all over themselves coming up with some prank to counter her new-won glory. Tarma expected to hear tales of woe from the village any day now, of sheep turned interesting colors, or puppies trained to herd chickens, or some strange contrivance powered by a kidnapped and irritated billy goat positioned at the well, a contraption designed to bring up water with no effort. And whatever it was that had happened would all be well-intentioned, meant to help, but the end result would be to scare the whey out of the long-suffering villagers. Eventually, she supposed, they'd get used to it. But the youngsters had only been at this helpful stage for a couple of years, and it would probably take a couple more before that happened. Jadri, at least, would be well occupied for the spring, and the first day of summer would be signal for the annual trek to the plains, which would at least get the children away from the village for the all-important summer growing season. The Liha Irden found the little ones' pranks amusing, sometimes even hilarious, and were not at all taken aback by them. They'd howl with laughter at sheep with pre-dyed wool, and it wouldn't matter what mad color the pranksters painted the woolies. There's not a color in the rainbow that my people don't like. "Pfft, I know," said a voice in her head. "You'd think that after a few centuries they'd have developed a little taste." Tarma disdained to reply to Worrell's jibe. She had more important things to concentrate on. Jadri had begun guiding her mare through more complicated moves than simply trotting in a circle, and she wanted to pay close attention to the behavior of both horse and rider. But there were no problems, none at all. The filly moved well and willingly, head and ears up, tail flagged, and although Jadri still wore her look of intense concentration, it was overlaid with an expression of intense joy. Tarma knew exactly how she felt. She'd felt that way herself when she'd tamed Kessera. Probably every Shinaeen child felt that way after taming a horse for the first time. It was a little like magic, and altogether thrilling to have something that large accept you and work with you on its own terms. Finally, Jadri brought her horse to a neat halt, a few paces away from Tarma, and looked expectantly at her teacher. Tarma gave her a grin of approval, and the smile Jadri flashed back at her lit up her face. "Good job, kitten," Tarma approved. "Now go cement your friendship with a little sweet feed. You've worked her enough for today, and tomorrow, if the weather's good, we'll move outside." Jadri nodded, her tail of blonde hair bobbing with enthusiasm, and slid down off the filly's back with great care to avoid startling her. With a hand on the horse's shoulder, she led her new prize off to the stable, where the filly's good behavior would be rewarded by something the grass-fed beast had never yet tasted, a sweet treat of treacled grain. Then she'd be rubbed down with a soft cloth,
although she hadn't been worked up enough to break a sweat. It was the contact that mattered. Jadri had groomed enough beasts by now to know all the good spots, and she'd be sure to scratch every one.
"And what do you two think?"
she asked the other two spectators, who had remained respectfully silent until now. Tiny, ice-blonde Jody, formerly one of Tarma's scouts in the Sunhawks, clasped her hand to her forehead woefully. Now, lady, you'll be putting me and Beaker out of business here if you keep training up more horse-talkers." She imitated Kyra's back county accent perfectly, Tarma noted with amusement. Her business partner and mate, Beaker, also a former Sunhawk, nodded glumly. He would have been utterly forgettable, except for his impressive jut of a nose, and the fact that one of his special messenger birds, a creature about the size of a crow with a black body and green head, sat on his shoulder. Tarma laughed at both of their long faces. She'd taught both of them the Shinaeen ways with horses when they'd come to her asking if she needed instructors at her new school. She hadn't. Not yet, anyway, but she'd asked them if they had any interest in another trade.
"No fear of that," Tarma replied. "That girl can't wait to get out on the plains. If her mother would let her, she'd be fostered out at Leah Earden this moment."
She was pleased, though, with the implied compliment.
"What brings you two out here again, anyway?"
"The usual,"
Beaker told her laconically.
"Still looking for some place to settle down. Trouble is, nobody in this part of the world needs horse-talkers all year round. We're getting a bit long in the tooth for the road life."
He looked at her hopefully.
"Don't suppose you've heard of anything?"
"Not yet, but why don't you stick around for a fortnight or so?" she told them. "Maybe something will come up."
"I'd as soon sleep in one of your beds as the floor of an inn,"
Beaker replied with gratitude.
"Thanks."
"No worries,"
Tarma told him.
"You've stayed here often enough. Put your mares up, get your gear, and find a room, and I'll see you at dinner. Keth'll be glad to see you."
As the two Sunhawks, former Sunhawks, she reminded herself, disappeared through the stable door to get their gear, Tarma turned to leave through the outer door.
"Coming, Furface?"
she asked over her shoulder, as Worrell's great bulk uncoiled from behind the fence.
"I wouldn't miss this for the world,"
Worrell replied smugly. Tarma cast him a look of suspicion. Just what did he know about the visitor? But the Kethry wasn't talking, so the only way for her to find out what was going on was to get up to the manor. She found Jadrek and Kethry in the solar, entertaining an ordinary-looking fellow with brown hair, a neatly trimmed brown beard, and a charming open face. But it was his clothing that immediately explained the reason for Worrell's amusement. He was dressed in scarlet, from his collar to his boots, and there was only one thing that could mean.
"Oh, gods,"
she groaned, as Worrell chuckled unmercifully in her head.
"Not another bard."
"Tarma, just the person we needed,"
Jadrek said genially, before Tarma could duck out of sight and hide.
"Please join us."
She sighed and schooled her face to a pleasant, or at least neutral, expression as she entered the warm, firelit solar.
"I really shouldn't,"
she began.
"I've just been in the stables. I smell like horse."
"But that's precisely why I'm here,"
the stranger exclaimed, turning toward her eagerly.
"Horses. A very dear friend of mine and a very important noble of the Valdemar court is suffering from a rather extreme set of problems with his horses."
"And you came here?"
Tarma allowed one eyebrow to rise quizzically as she chose a sturdy chair and flung herself into it.
"Why on earth did a bard of Valdemar come here for help with horses?"
"Because Roald sent him to Stephenson, and Steph sent him here, of course," Kethry replied, a twinkle in her green eyes. She twined a tendril of hair, as golden as her daughter's, around one finger in an absent-minded gesture Tarma knew meant she was highly amused.
"Ah,"
Tarma let the eyebrow drop again. Roald was King Roald of Valdemar, who was Stefansson's friend, and had been since the days when they were merely Prince Stefansson and Harold Roald. Jadric had been archivist to Steph's father, and he and Tarma and Keth had helped put Steph on the throne of Rethwellan after his brother usurped it, tried to murder him, and succeeded in murdering their sister. She, in turn, had been Captain Idra, leader of the mercenary guild company Idra's Sunhawks, which had employed Tarma as scout leader and Kethry as company mage. It sometimes made Tarma's head spin, what with being a Shina'ine sword-sworn and simple trainer of would-be warriors on one hand, and on a first-name basis with the kings of two countries on the other.
"Well,"
she said, leaning over to help herself to food and drink with a long arm,
"you're a bard. You ought to know how to tell a tale in a straightforward manner, so why don't you start from the beginning and explain the situation to this poor, bewildered barbarian?"
Nothing loath, the young man launched into his story. Tarma had a difficult time keeping her face straight when he related the fable of the gray stud being a Shina'ine warsteed. Nothing was more unlikely, and she said so.
"I can promise you that we haven't lost a stud off the plains in our entire history," she told him. "And it's damned unlikely that your friend's ancestors even got an accidental half-breed. Battle mares are perfectly capable of keeping an unwanted male at bay, and even if one had the poor taste to mate with something other than another warsteed, I can guarantee you she'd be back on the plains as soon as her rider knew she was pregnant. We simply don't let the bloodline out of our hands."
Bard Lauren shrugged.
"The story sounded odd to me," he admitted, "but it's one of those family legends that no one contradicts."
His face fell a little.
"I came here in hope that, since the problem stems from that bloodline, you'd know how to deal with it," he concluded in resignation. "And since the bloodline isn't what I was told, I won't waste any more of your time."
"Whoa, up there!"
Tarma exclaimed.
"I didn't say I couldn't help you. As a matter of fact, I'm fairly certain I can."
"Just what are you up to?"
Worrell asked with alarm.
With no students to train, I was afraid I was going to be bored waiting for the summer trek,
she thought gleefully.
This will be a marvelous way to do a little traveling. I'll ask my hawk brother friend to magic us up to the north and back, and it won't take any time at all."
"You wouldn't,"
Worrell said in horror. He hated the gates, though he and Tarma had only needed to use them once before, when the hawk brother mage she and Kethry had rescued had asked for some assistance in tracking a weird pelagier beast and bringing it to bay. Tarma chuckled under her breath. The bard's face lit up as brightly as the sun at high summer.
"You can?"
he exclaimed. A plan was rapidly forming in her mind, and she turned to Kethry.
"You won't need me back here until the trek to the plains for the summer, will you?"
she asked. Kethry shook her head. "Not that I can imagine, and until then, the rain should keep the children's mayhem to a minimum."
"Good. Try and keep them out of the village, will you? They'll probably all try and do something to match Jadri's new horse if you don't. I've got a notion to see how our old friend Roald is doing, and a run will do Worrell a world of good."
She smiled maliciously as Worrell made a sound of inarticulate protest.
"I hope you haven't unpacked your things, Bard Lauren. We'll have to leave in the morning if we want to get to your forced reach by spring plowing."
The bard placed one hand over his heart and bowed to her formally.
"Sword Lady, a bard can always be on the road at a moment's notice, and if you can solve Lord Cammock's problem, I will be eternally grateful and at your service for as long as you please."
She chuckled.
"Save your gallantries, my friend, and prepare for a hard ride."
Tarma had to give the man credit. He endured the difficult journey without a single complaint. He weathered the passage of a gate from one Hawk-brother vale to another farther north, right on the border of Valdemar, and he put up with the ride by horseback afterward, in spite of the fact that they rose in the dark and didn't look for beds until well after nightfall, or that the rain drenched them every single furlong of the trip eastward.
"I've ridden with heralds a few times,"
was all he said. And of the three of them, Tarma was the only one who had any vague idea of what that might mean. She knew what companions were, and if they were capable of the sorts of endurance wonders she suspected they were, then the bard was a tough trooper indeed. As one of the few Shinaeen to leave the plains, Tarma had more contacts among the Hawk brothers than most of her kin, and partnering with a sorceress had given her a certain stolidity about magic. Her two friends were used to war magic, and although the gate excited a little curiosity in them, they weren't terribly startled by it. It was the bard Tarma expected trouble from, but strangely enough, it was almost as if his mind went blank from the moment they entered the vale to when they crossed the Valdemar border. He literally did not remember how they had gotten there. And if Tarma had been inclined to worry about such things, that memory lapse would have seriously bothered her. But knowing the Hawk brothers as she did, she suspected they had diddled with the man's mind to make him forget them, and she had no particular objection to such meddling. Beaker and Jody were looking forward to this job at Forced Reach, and had immediately fallen into the old habit of looking to her as their commander. She had more experience than they did at handling entrenched behavior problems in horses, but she had every confidence, not only in them, but in their mounts. Graceless and Hopeless were as ugly as their names implied, but they were almost as intelligent as a battle steed, and had been trained for just this sort of situation. What Jody and Beaker couldn't handle, their mares could. And for the really difficult customers, which would probably be the stud stallions, Tarma had both Ironheart and Hellsbane. She rode the former, and the bard and his meager pack and hers were gingerly perched atop the latter, though Tarma had to give Hellsbane special commands before the battle steed would permit a stranger to ride. Worrell rode on his pillion pad behind Tarma. This strange little cavalcade clattered up the lane to the Ashkavron Manor just as the wind, which had been blowing steadily out of the north, suddenly turned and came from the southwest. They were met at the door of the manor by the lord himself, whose first words were for Lauren, although he couldn't quite keep his startled gaze off Tarma and her companions.
"By the gods, Lauren, we missed you this winter, and your mysterious letter was no compensation. Where in all the hells were you?" "Finding you that helpful your spring ploughing problem, old friend,"
Lauren said wearily, but with a wide smile at the shock and surprise on Lord Kemmock's craggy face.
"May I present to you my friends, the Sword Lady Tarma Shayna Talisadrine of the Shinaeen, and her two compatriots, Jody Niker and Beaker Bowman of Rethwellen." Shinaeen?"
Lord Kemmock's eyes nearly bulged out of his face, but he recovered quickly.
"You're right welcome to Forced Reach, ladies, gents."
He looked somewhat at a loss for something to say, but his lady wife was under no such difficulty.
"Come in, you're soaked to the skin and no doubt tired to the bone,"
she said firmly. It was obvious that, although she was at a loss as to what their rank and status might be, she was taking them at face value as Lauren's friends and ranking them as his equals at least.
"You need dry clothing, a good meal and a warm bed, and anything else can wait until morning,"
she concluded, with a warning glance at her spouse. He, wise man, immediately gave way before her. Tarma was not going to argue either. The lady herself showed them to 3 rooms, all in a row, with doors on a common corridor. Tarma was in the first, and cheerfully dropped her pack on a bench at the foot of the bed. Neither large nor small, neither luxurious nor sparse, her room had a comfortable-looking bed, a chair, and the bench, with a washstand and a mirror on one wall in the way of furnishings. A fire burned cheerfully in the small fireplace on one wall, and there was a glass in the window that looked out over the lane they had just ridden up. Worrell sighed and curled up on the hearth rug.
I wonder how the lady plans to solve the riddle of where to seat us at dinner.
She won't be seating you anywhere, Furface.
Tarma laughed, just as someone tapped on the door. Like a miracle, there were 2 servants, one with covered dishes on a tray, which neatly solved the question of how the lady was going to puzzle out their ranks, and one with water and a bowl of meat trimmings for Worrell. Tarma was inclined to be more amused than offended at their hostess's neat sidestepping of protocol. She got a dry tunic and breeches out of her pack and changed into them, draped her wet clothing on the mantel to dry, and left her boots off, wriggling her toes in the warm fur of the rug beside her bed as she sat down to demolish the dinner that Lady Ashkevron had supplied her.
I hate to admit this, but I prefer this to facing 24 strangers all staring and trying to pretend they aren't,
she told Worrell, once a taste had assured her that the savory portion of meat pie would not have to be put to re-warm beside the fire.
You'll get your staring eyes soon enough. Tonight the bard will let the lady know you're fit for the high table, and everyone will be able to stare at you as much as they want,
Worrell said, a trifle maliciously. He still hadn't forgiven Tarma for the gate. Her high good humor was too strong to let a little jibe like that affect her. She put her tray outside the door and trotted down the hall to check on Beaker and Jody. As she had expected, Jody had simply moved in with Beaker, rather than trying to make herself understood, figuring that their hosts would get the correct idea when only one room was in use. Jody was just finishing her own dinner. Beaker had inhaled his and was examining one of the half-dozen books that graced a little desk in their room.
"Wish I could read this,"
he said wistfully, as he put it down and moved to join Tarma and his partner in the door of his room.
"I can speak a bit of their lingo, but the writing's beyond me."
You aren't going to have time to read, she told him. At least not for the next couple weeks. Did you see the size of the stables as we rode in? Figure on the sheer number of problem children they've got.
While Beaker sat down on the hearth rug beside Worrell, using him as a backrest, Jody's eyes lit up. Jody was never happier than when she was working.
I speak the language pretty well, so just let me translate for now,
Tarma went on, sitting tailor fashion on the bed so that Jody could take the chair.
If we do well here. Tell you what, this just might be the long-term position you were looking for. It's obvious they don't know a thing about horse talking, or they wouldn't be having the difficulty that they are.
Jody nodded, pursing her lips. This is all speculation, of course, but I'll bet that though their foundation stud did have a miserable disposition, the only thing wrong with their current crop is that they're too intelligent. They know they can get away with misbehaving, so they do. These horses are spoiled. That's what's wrong with them. Beaker snorted.
Hellfires, they're expected to misbehave. Expect anything out of a horse, and you'll probably get it.
Tarma grinned, pleased with herself and them.
The big question is, how do you want to play this? Do we demystify our hosts, or do we play this up as some sort of singular mind magic?
Beaker chuckled and ran his hand through his short crop of graying hair.
We don't demystify them unless we decide we don't want to stay here, and right now, I wouldn't mind settling here for the rest of my life.
On that cheerful note, the three of them parted company, and Tarma stretched herself out beneath a thick woolen blanket with every feeling of contentment. But the shrill trumpeting of a stallion woke her at dawn and sent her tumbling out of that warm, comfortable bed with a great deal more eagerness and enthusiasm than she had expected. She followed her nose to the kitchen, where an intimidated servant gave her hot bread and milk, and then followed her ears to the stables, where a battle royal was in progress. And quick as she had been, Jody and Beaker were there waiting for her, So was Lord Kemmock, and she took charge of the situation immediately.
"Whoa up!"
she shouted at the two stable hands struggling to get the recalcitrant beast into harness.
"Leave off!"
Startled, they obeyed. She marched up and seized the reins of the horse, a gelding, looking him over quickly to judge his age and guess at the amount of behavioral damage she was going to have to undo.
"Stubborn, aren't you, my lad?"
she murmured, seeing that he was no more than 3, with a touch of relief.
"Well, I'm not surprised, but you aren't getting away with this nonsense anymore."
The horse looked at her and snorted, as if daring her to make him behave. She laughed, somewhat to the Valdemaran's surprise.
"Lord Kemmock, are these horses ever in harness, except at ploughing time?" "No,"
came the answer. She shrugged.
"Well then, what you've got is 2 problems. The first is that these fellows never get a chance to understand what their job's all about. You shove them into harness, then they get something chasing at their heels for a fortnight or so, then you turn them loose again. The other problem is that you need to speak their language."
Kemmock's mouth literally dropped open.
"We what?"
he spluttered.
"You need to speak their language," she replied firmly. "You're trying to break them when they're too spirited and too intelligent to be broken. Then when they misbehave, you give up. You just need to talk to them and make them understand that good things happen when they behave themselves. Beaker, show him how to handle a youngster like this one. I doubt he's got too much to unlearn."
Beaker took the halter of the gelding and led him into a small enclosed exercise yard. Over the course of the morning, he worked what to the Valdemaran probably seemed like a miracle. Using many of the same techniques that Jadri had used in taming her new filly, he soon had the gelding standing placidly under his harness. But then, instead of hitching him immediately to a plow, Beaker walked behind him, guiding him with the reins, as if he were plowing, but without the plow in place. He kept looking back at Beaker in puzzlement, but instead of punishing him for stopping, Beaker simply gave him encouragement. Once the gelding was used to taking his orders from behind instead of being ridden, Beaker got him accustomed to pulling against a weight, himself leaning against the harness. Only then did he attach a sack full of gravel to the harness and guide him around the yard until he was comfortable with the idea of pulling against something and have that something right at his heels. Every time the horse began to act up, Beaker went back to the beginning, showing the horse that his behavior was not proper to herd etiquette, rather than punishing him. Tarma explained what he was doing each step of the way, stressing that it was as important to act on what the horse was trying to tell his handler as it was to get the horse to do what you wanted. But as she expected, the Valdemarans assumed that this was some sort of magic rather than simple common sense and observation. By the time they broke for a little lunch, Lord Kemmock and his stable hands were just about convinced that Beaker was using something akin to a herald's gifts. Tarma overheard them muttering about mind speech and animal mind speech and had to stifle her grin. They took a short break for a little lunch, eaten, Tarma noted, in a common group that included Lord Kemmock. That boded well for Jody and Beaker's future. Afterward, she instructed the stable hands to bring in fresh horses, 2 at a time. One by one, Jody and Beaker took the youngest of the geldings into the exercise yard and ran them through the training routine, only turning them over to the plowman when they were sure that the horses understood what they were being asked to do. By then, Lauren was nearly beside himself with delight, and Lord Kemmock was eyeing the 3 outlanders as if he suspected them of far more power than they were demonstrating.
"I still don't understand how you're doing that," he said, "but I'd be a fool to argue with the results. What next?"
"Next, while Beaker and Jody keep on with the geldings, I deal with the mares with foals. Or rather, I deal with the foals,"
Tarma said firmly. The mares were easy enough to harness up. They were used to being in harness, since they pulled carts and other farm implements all year long when they weren't in foal. They were also not used to being allowed free rein, to their annoyance. It was the foals themselves that were the problem, and that problem was solved rather easily. Whenever one tried to nip, Tarma maneuvered quickly so that it nipped its mother instead of the human. Mother reacted predictably, with a squeal and a lashing hind hoof, or by turning to nip her youngster, and the foal was punished for its behavior by the authority it respected, in a way that it understood, and in a way that did not leave it with a fear of the human.
"Now let the foals walk alongside while you plow," she instructed the plowmen. "Don't try to separate them from their mothers at this age. They aren't going to trample the plowed earth the way an adult would, and once they understand that mother isn't going to be taken from them, you won't have any more trouble from them. Stop when they need to nurse. They won't take that long. On the whole, I suspect they'll come to enjoy this as a new kind of game."
That brought them to the end of the first day. Fully half of the mares and a quarter of the geldings had worked calmly in harness, and although far fewer horses were out plowing, far more had gotten accomplished on this first day than ever had before. Furthermore, no one had been injured. Lord Kemmock was beside himself with joy, and insisted on having all three of them beside him at the head table, displacing his wife and two of his children. Fortunately, those displaced didn't mind in the least, and simply added to the chatter. The whole family seemed to be good-tempered and far less concerned with rank than Tarma had expected. When Lord Kemmock learned that the three of them had served in a mercenary company, he was full of questions, and with Tarma translating, Jody and Beaker soon had the table roaring with laughter with some of their stories.
"They're doing well,"
Worrell observed from his place with the family wolfhounds next to the fire at the end of the great hall.
"They're making themselves well-liked as well as respected."
"What do you think of this place?"
she thought to him.
"Do you think they'd suit here?"
"I think they'd fit in like a hand into a well-made glove,"
Worrell replied.
"Lord Kemmock's people are well-fed and content with their overlord, and no one here seems to stand too much upon rank and class."
There was amusement in his next thoughts.
"I did overhear some of the stable hands, though. They think Jody and Beaker had it easy today. Tomorrow they'll get the older geldings, the difficult cases, and the ungelded males. They don't think horse-talking is going to work."
"Well, they're right, but we have more than one trick up our sleeves, don't we?"
she replied, just as amused as Worrell. The next day proved the truth of what Worrell had heard. After Tarma reassured the foals that today would be just like yesterday, and Jody and Beaker coaxed the young geldings into their harness and plows, the first of the hard cases was brought out, rearing and kicking. It took 2 men to hold him, one on either side, and even then he wasn't what Tarma would have considered to be under control. Jody took one look and turned around and went into the stable. But before Lord Kemmock's men could do more than begin to chuckle at her cowardice, she had returned, with Graceless and Hopeless in a very special triple harness.
"This lad has a lot to unlearn,"
Tarma explained as Jody and Beaker replaced Lord Kemmock's 2 men, and Worrell rose up out of the shadows beside the stable to approach the horse from the front. Never having seen a Kyrie, the horse started and tried to shy, all of its attention on the possible threat, and none of it on Jody or Beaker. As Worrell slowly stalked toward the horse, it backed up willingly, and before the gelding knew what was happening, it was between Graceless and Hopeless. Quicker than thought, Jody and Beaker buckled the gelding into the harness, and Beaker took up the reins as Jody stood aside. Worrell turned and loped away out of sight, and the gelding woke to its situation. Predictably, it immediately tried to kick and rear. Graceless and Hopeless didn't nip and didn't kick. Instead, they leaned. They were heavier than the gelding and half a hand taller, and as they leaned toward each other, the gelding was held immobile between them. They remained that way until he stopped fighting. Then they shifted their weight again, freeing him. He seemed very surprised and unsure of what to do. Jody clucked to the two mares, and they moved forward a few steps, bringing the gelding perforce with them. Now he resumed his bad behavior, and they leaned into him again, a little harder this time, squeezing a bit of breath out of him. Jody took the three into the yard and put them through the same paces as before while Beaker watched. The Valdemarans didn't watch. They stared, with their mouths dropping open. Tarma took the opportunity to get Lord Kemmick aside.
"What's the hardest case you have?"
she asked.
"A gelding that stood at stud for a while and thinks he's still whole,"
Kemmick replied, mopping his brow with a cloth.
"Bring him out,"
she told him, and went to get Hellsbane and Ironheart. The chestnut gelding in question needed 4 men on him. Squealing and sweating, he fought every inch of the way.
"Bad or just angry and confused, I can't tell."
There was always a percentage of horses in an inbred line like this that were just crazed. The only way to tell for certain would be to work him with Hellsbane and Ironheart.
"Turn him loose in that yard,"
she said, pointing to a smaller, ring-shaped exercise yard. The men looked at her as if she was crazy herself, but did as she asked. The gelding entered the yard, kicking and bucking, and soon had rid himself of every bit of harness except his halter. That was fine with Tarma. She didn't want anything getting in the way. She let him run and buck in circles for a while to wear himself out. When he finally stopped, so drenched with sweat he looked black, she whistled softly to the 2 war steeds, and calmly walked into the yard while the stable hands hissed in surprise. As she had half expected, the gelding charged her. It was a sham charge, though if she'd turned to run, he'd have chased her right out of the yard. Instead, she stood her ground with the war steeds on either side of her, and he stopped short, snorting with surprise.
"Now, my lad," she said calmly to him, "you've been allowed to get away with a lot of bad habits, and we're going to civilize you."
He snorted and danced at the sound of an unfamiliar voice, arrogance in every line of him. "You can't tame me," his attitude said, as plain as if he could speak. "I'm a stud. I'm a king. I can do anything I want." Then his attention turned to the war steeds, and his nostrils flared, taking in their scent. They weren't in season, but that wouldn't matter to a gelding who thought he was still potent. His ears came up, and he arched his neck. "Mares," said his body language. "Girls of my dreams. Don't I impress you? Aren't I wonderful? I'm a stud. Come over here, and I'll show you just how studly I am." Ironheart yawned. Hellsbane snorted in contempt. Both looked to Tarma.
"He needs taming, ladies,"
she told them in Shinaeen.
"Go give him his lessons."
Ironheart shook her head and ambled forward, with Hellsbane half a length behind. Both of them were a full 2 hands taller than this would-be stud, and correspondingly heavier, but what mattered to the gelding was that they were mares. He curveted toward Ironheart, dancing sideways, quite clearly intending to mount, but he kept an eye on her teeth just in case she took a notion to bite him. Much to his shock, she neither bit nor allowed him to mount her. Instead, she sidestepped, neatly maneuvering out of his way. More determined now, he pursued her, which was exactly what she wanted. After a few feints, she had him positioned right where she wanted him, between herself and Hellsbane. At that moment, Hellsbane closed in before he could move out of the way, sandwiching him between the 2 war steeds as neatly as if he'd been harnessed there. Graceless and hopeless could not have maneuvered a loose horse like this. But war-steed mares were quite used to handling herd studs this way when they got out of hand. This was the way they kept their would-be mates in line when they weren't in season or didn't particularly care for their hopeful mate. This was just as well, given the training that war-steeds had in combat. If they hadn't been able to handle unwanted mates in a non-violent manner, there would be serious damage done every spring. This was what Graceless and Hopeless had been trained to do with a harnessed horse. They themselves were of Shinaeen breeding, but from a small herd dedicated to producing working farm horses, a herd carefully preserved as one of the war-steed foundation lines. When problems showed up in a war-steed breeding herd, the stallion was put to one of these mares, and the resulting offspring bred back into the war-steed herd. They weren't as intelligent as the war-steeds, and certainly not as sure-footed and quick, but by keeping this herd of foundation stock intact, the Shinaeen prevented some of the problems that came with heavy inbreeding. When the gelding found himself wedged between the mares, he was astonished. "How did this happen?" said his ears and head. "What's going on here? I'm a stud!" And he tried to struggle loose. Ironheart flipped an ear. "Oh, really?" said her attitude, and just as Graceless and Hopeless had done earlier, she and Hellsbane leaned toward each other. But they were not just trying to immobilize this importunate young fellow. They were going to teach him a lesson. They squashed him between them so hard he couldn't move at all. Not that he didn't try, every hair on his body erect with indignation. "You can't do this to me. I'm a stud. I'm your master. You were born to serve me." Hellsbane twitched her nose. "I don't think so," said her ears and tail, and she leaned harder. In short order, the war-steeds had the gelding squashed so firmly between them that they had shoved all the breath out of him. His eyes bulged like a fat frog's, and his hooves no longer quite touched the ground. They let him hang there for a moment, then took some of their weight off him, allowing him to drop down between them. He stood there panting, his head drooping, and quite clearly trying to figure out what had gone wrong. By now the yard was ringed with spectators, all of them holding their breath to see what would happen next. The gelding tried to get away twice more. Twice more the war-steeds squashed all the air out of him. Finally, he gave up and stood between the mares with his head dropped down to his knees. Now it was Tarma's move. She approached him with a bridle and bit in her hands. When he saw the hated bridle, his head came up and he tried to rear. But the mares wouldn't let him. Once again they closed in on him, not leaning, not yet, but making it very clear that if he acted in a way they didn't approve of, they would. Tarma approached his head with the bridle. He tossed his head out of the way. The mares leaned, just a little, then let their weight off him. Tarma tried again, patiently, until once again he gave up, and she was able to get the bit between his teeth and the bridle on him. Now was the trickiest part, getting the harness on. She went back to the railing of the yard and collected it, then gave Hellsbane a hand signal. The mare moved out of the way, and the gelding eyed Tarma warily but with new respect. It was evident now to him that Tarma was a member of the herd, not just one of those annoying two-legs. More than that, by the way the others were obeying her and cooperating with her, she must be the lead mare. This was a concept that left his poor head spinning. Tarma walked calmly up to him and laid the harness on his back, just as Beaker had done with the younger gelding. He, of course, immediately shook it off. She did it again. He shook it off again. She put it back on for a third time, and his head snaked around to snap at her. Tried, rather, because before he could move, Ironheart had the back of his neck in her strong yellow teeth and gave him a good, hard bite. He squealed and tried to kick, but Hellsbane nipped his rump first. He was every bit as intelligent as Lord Kemmock had claimed for the breed. This time, he didn't try to bolt or bite. He stood there, shivering and thinking. Tarma laid the harness over his back. He left it there. She buckled it up. He let her. And now she did something he would never have expected. She praised him, got out a soft cloth and wiped him down, scratched all the places where sweat had collected and dried, and which were itching him like the sting of a horsefly. Had he ever been praised and petted before? Probably not, she decided, judging by the way he started and jumped, then rolled back his eye to look at her with utter bewilderment. But he liked it. Oh, my, yes. He liked it a very great deal, leaning into her scratches and even rubbing his nose against her tunic. Spoiled rotten and too full of himself, but not mistrained, she decided with satisfaction. This won't take long at all. She took the harness off him and the bridle and let him loose for a moment, then approached him with the bridle again. Of course he wasn't going to let her put it on him now that he'd gotten rid of it, but the war steeds were ready for that, and quickly had him neatly sandwiched between them again, and this time it didn't take nearly as long to get him bridled and harnessed. By the end of the day she had him pulling a plough, harnessed between her mares. If he shirked and didn't take his share of the load, they squashed him. If he tried to run away with the plough, they squashed him. If, however, he behaved himself, Tarma was there with a word of praise. She was concentrating so hard on handling this horse that she completely forgot about her audience. And when she brought the gelding back in to be put up in his stall and fed, the stable hands treated her with a respect verging on awe. "We'll have to work him between my mares for a few days," she told Lord Kemmock. "But after that he'll go all right for you this spring, and Beaker and Jody will be able to train him to saddle and sell him afterwards, which I gather you weren't able to do before." Lord Kemmock could only shake his head in wonder. She and Beaker and Jody worked with Lord Kemmock's horses for a week before all of them were working properly in harness. By the end of the third day, Lord Kemmock had voiced delicate hints about their employment status, and by the end of the week, he and Jody and Beaker had successfully concluded negotiations that gave them equal pay and status with Lord Kemmock's weapons master. Tarma was completely satisfied at that point. The worst of the horses had learned proper behavior, and with Jody and Beaker in charge, from now on, the foals would never have a chance to learn bad habits. The Ashkevron horses would be the most sought after in the kingdom. She and Hellsbane and Ironheart rode into the gates of their own home just as the spring rains began to break up. Jadri rode up to meet her on her own sweetly tempered little mare, full of spirit and impatient to be off to the Dorisha Plains for summer holiday. Over dinner that night, Tarma had the whole family in stitches over the story of the poor, squashed gelding with his eyes bulging like a frog's. Kethry wiped away tears of laughter from her eyes with a napkin. "So, Jody and Beaker are safely ensconced, and Lord Kemmock's horses are all going to behave themselves from now on? I'd say that was a successful ending to your assignment. But you still haven't told us what you said to the Valdemarans to explain your training techniques." "Well, they probably still think it was magic, Green Eyes," Tarma told her with a chuckle. "But what I told them was the truth." "And what was that truth?" Jadrik asked. Tarma grinned. "That it was just the proper application of peer pressure." Oathblood. Here is where I've gotten to put together a bit of what life is like at the schools, and why the partners aren't rolling in gold when their reputation should ensure that they get plenty of clients. Better quality than quantity, as Tarma would say. I'm assuming that the pupils all go home in the summer for a long vacation that corresponds with the growing and harvesting seasons, and take a briefer vacation over midwinter holidays, if they live near enough to make it feasible. Obviously, for this story, all of them did. Tarma watched her two favorite pupils enter the ring, a simple circle of paint on the floor of the salle, with a critical eye. The first, a blonde whose hair was confined in a tail and bound with a bright blue headband, stood about even with Tarma's chin, but the second, whose dark mane was plaited in two braids wound severely around her head, was even shorter. It wasn't often that Kethry faced off against an opponent smaller and younger than she. At the age of 12, Kethry's eldest daughter was more likely to find herself paired with Tarma's oldest pupils, 2 and 3 years her senior, and correspondingly taller. Kethry was by no means an extraordinary fighter by Shinaeen standards, but she was quite good, and she had been tutored by Tarma from the time she first evidenced an aptitude and interest in warrior training. That had been at the tender age of 4, though naturally she had not been given weapons, even practice weapons, until she was 8, and had already demonstrated steadiness and responsibility by taming and training her first horse. Most of Tarma's pupils never had the benefit of such early training, so Kethry was naturally far in advance of even some much older than she. Kira was the exception to that. Her father, the now Archduke Tilden, King Stephen's former horsemaster, gave his children access to some surprising teachers. At the age of 3, on the sound principle that taking lessons with a former entertainer would be play rather than work, Kira and her twin sister had gotten a retired professional acrobat and contortionist as a tutor. And at 6, along with the usual schooling, lessons given by a professional dancer had been added. At 8, on her own initiative, Kira had begun training with her father's weapons master, and now at 10, she and her twin were here, with Tarma, Kethry, and Jadrek. But Kira and her twin Merrily were both extraordinary children, each in her own fashion. They were not identical twins. In fact, if they had not been born at the same time, their father often joked that he would have suspected his wife of some infidelity. Ash-blonde Merrily was as delicate and feminine as her mother, but with her father's eyes, although in Merrily the expression was of sweetness and utter innocence. Kira was tough, wiry, tall for her age, with straight brown hair and eyes of an incredible violet that had never appeared in either family to anyone's knowledge. But unusual things happened in their family. Tilden had seen more than enough not to worry about inconsistency in hair and eye color. Shortly after Kethry and Jadrek had wed, Tilden had married a former bodyguard who, despite her frail appearance, had more than once broken the necks of assassins with her bare hands. Her early training had begun with acrobatics and dance. Hence, she had seen to it that her daughters had at least that much in the way of physical schooling. But Kira had something more than mere training. She was a prodigy, the kind of student every teacher prays to have once in his or her life. Merrily was a graceful dancer and loved the art, was already an accomplished needlewoman, was fascinated with languages, and had a strong interest in herbalism. She couldn't have been more unlike Kira, but the bond between them was unbreakable, and where her twin went, there she was. So when the Archduke enrolled Kira in Tarma's school for would-be young warriors, Merrily had come along. She worked out in physical exercises with her sister and the rest of Tarma's students, studied non-magical courses with Kethry students, and continued other studies with Jadrek, getting as fine an education here as she would with her private tutors. Tilden had already had several marriage offers for her, but Merrily had already met the eldest son of the Queen of Jacatha, and the two had formed an early attachment so strong that many suspected it to be a life bond. What with the Archduke's holdings already lying on the Rethwellen-Jacatha border, and the King of Rethwellen wanting very much to strengthen ties between the two countries, the match seemed an ideal one. So although a formal betrothal had not been announced, it was very, very likely that Prince Albaya would wed Merrily as soon as both came of age. "And I'll go as Merrily's bodyguard," Kira always chimed in, whenever the subject came up. It seemed to Tarma that there could be no better solution to the Archduke's surfeit of girl children. There was one older than the twins, already making a name for herself as a scholar, and 3 younger, one of whom was likely mage-talented, though at the tender age of 3 it was difficult to say how talented.
And why not? Being a bodyguard certainly runs in the family,
Tarma thought, as she watched Kira and Jadri testing each other in the circle. Jadri was having some difficulty adjusting herself to an opponent so much smaller than she, but Kira far outstripped anyone else her age, and Tarma didn't trust any of the older, exclusively male pupils to keep their tempers when a child so very much younger scored a touch on them. They could accept Jadri scoring points. They could always salve their pride by telling themselves that she'd had the benefit of Tarma's schooling since the cradle. But Kira, supposedly, had no more advantages than they, and that made losing to her triply painful. The current crop of students older than Jadri were all noble-born. It would be a lucrative season for the school, and they found it hard to forget that pride has no place in the training ring.
Or outside it,
Worrell added, echoing her thoughts.
But this is their first season with us. After the holidays and a thorough lecture or 2 from their father's weapons masters, they'll come back in a properly humble frame of mind.
True, Furface,
she thought back at him, chuckling to herself. She interviewed the parents of prospective students very carefully, and at holiday time sent home letters of evaluation and instruction timed to reach the parents at about the same time the students did. This year's lot wasn't bad, but the older boys all shared the regrettable certainty that their age and sex meant superiority in the ring over younger, smaller, or female opponents. Tarma's letters of instruction this year carried an admonition about that, and the caution that underestimating a smaller or female opponent could get them seriously dead if they were permitted to hold on to that delusion. These were all oldest sons, extremely precious to their families, or they wouldn't be here, and it was unlikely that the parents would ignore Tarma's admonition. And if they did, or attempts at correction didn't stick, there was always the second season to knock some sense into them. They would be here for at least 2 seasons, and maybe more, and none of Tarma's pupils ever cherished such ridiculous notions past the second season. She privately felt that it was doing Jadri good to have a little competition from someone other than her siblings. It was also doing her good to have not 1, but 2 girlfriends. She'd begun showing more interest in things besides fighting and riding, much to Kethry's relief. Tarma was looking forward to having the twins here for at least another 3 or 4 years, and so was Jadri. She checked Jadri, who was about to land a blow with an admonition of, "Jadri, hi!" Jadri flushed and signaled for a rest. Kira grounded her point, and Jadri turned to her teacher. "Hashin, I'm having a lot of trouble with that," she said honestly, giving Tarma the Shina'in honorific that meant teacher. "What do you do when your opponent is so much shorter than you are? She scored 5 times on me, and I've only managed once." 4, Kira corrected. "That rip cut wasn't more than a graze. If these had been real, I wouldn't even have marked your armor, so it hardly counts." Jadri gave her friend a quick glance of gratitude, then turned her attention back to Tarma. Tarma looked both girls over and decided that they'd had a good enough bout that she could legitimately give them a rest. Both of them were panting, and Jadri's face was sweat-streaked.
"Good question, and time for a demonstration,"
Tarma told them, then raised her voice.
"Justin, as soon as you're ready to break, I can use you. Demonstration time."
Justin Two-Blade, who was sparring with one of the older boys, waved his free hand in acknowledgement. 3 moves later, and the boy was disarmed. As he shook his stinging hand, Justin strolled over to Tarma's ring, waving his hand to summon all of his pupils to come watch the demonstration.
"Kethry wants to see how someone works against a much smaller opponent,"
Tarma told him. Justin nodded, and his craggy features showed none of the amusement Tarma knew he felt at the moment.
"As long as we're going at quarter speed, Swordsworn," he replied, his face as sober as a priest's. "I remember the time 3 seasons ago when you used Icon in the same demonstration. You may be sworn to chastity, but I've barely begun my family."
Tarma suppressed a grin.
"All right, for Estrel's sake, I'll spare you,"
she said, and went down on one knee, then on guard. This put her head just about at Justin's beltline, which should have been a handicap for her, but as she then demonstrated, even at 1/4 speed, she still made Justin work to defend himself and score on her. But what she wanted her students to watch was what Justin did, not her. For even Kira might one day have to defend against someone smaller than herself. When she grounded her point, signaling the end of the bout, she saw with satisfaction that both girls had their eyes still locked on Justin's hand and wrist. She wiped sweat from her forehead with her free hand, and Justin extended his to help her to her feet.
"Kethry and Kira, another bout now that you've seen a demonstration," she directed. "Justin, if you'd supervise them, please. I'll take Larsh, Heston, and Belton and work on those disarms and counters."
Since Heston was the young man that Justin had just disarmed, the other instructor let a brief grin flicker over his face when the aforementioned students couldn't see it. That was a common tactic among the 3 instructors. When one had administered a rebuke in the form of a painful defeat, one of the others would take over that student and work with him, so that the student didn't have the incentive to try and get back at the instructor. She'd seen this one coming for the last few days. Heston was good on offensive work, but seemed to think that the best defense was a good offense. She judged that he'd need a couple more lessons to get over that particular fault, and she and Justin would have to take turns in administering those lessons. She'd hired both Justin Twoblade and his partner Icon Dryvale the 2nd year the school had been in operation. She and Kethry had known the pair for years, and had known that they were steady enough in temper to be trusted with young students. Icon currently was out running the rest of the students around the obstacle course. He had all of the younger boys today, since he had a knack with the youngest pupils that was only matched by Tarma herself. To avoid creating the appearance of favorites, and to keep their students on their toes, the 3 instructors switched pupils on a regular basis and an irregular schedule, just as young Shina'in children were taught. So Tarma resolutely kept her attention on the 3 oldest boys and paid no heed to what Justin was doing with Kethry and Kira. Heston was still smarting from his defeat, both physically and mentally, and she worked to get him and the other 2 back to the business at hand. But they were all distracted, and Heston clearly resented the fact that his instructor had gone to help mere girls.
"Look," she
finally said with exasperation.
"Heston, just what do you think you're here for?"
The boy looked at her with a touch of arrogance shaded with suspicion.
"You're teaching me swordsmanship,"
he began, but she cut him off.
"Wrong,"
she said with finality.
"I'm teaching you how to stay alive. So is Justin. There's a difference." "But—"
The boy looked ready to start an argument, but once again Tarma cut him off.
"Time for the annual lecture, I think." "No buts about it," she said flatly. "I've spoken at length with your parents. I know what they want from me, and I know what I told them, the kind of training that I could give you."
She moved in closer with every word.
"As a boy, Your father had the best training with highly recommended instructors, and is a fine swordsman, and a rotten fighter. And he knows it. He can perform every pretty move in the catalog and can't defend himself against a common merc with a pike. That's why he limps now. And if he hadn't been lucky enough to get into the hands of a real healer, he wouldn't have been around to sire you.
Heston's eyes went wide with shock. Evidently his father had not discussed that particular moment in his life with his son. Tarma continued, without pity.
I know what happened, because I was there, and I saw it happen, when we all put King Stephenson on the throne. He wants you to have the advantage that he didn't, training with real fighters, not sword dancers, so that if Rethwellan needs your sword, you stand a decent chance of coming home intact. Do you understand me?
That last sentence was spoken from a distance of mere thumb lengths, as she stared down into the boy's eyes and saw the first flickers of respect and, yes, fear. She backed off a little and looked at all three of the boys.
Just what do you know about me?
Heston looked at his two fellows and took it upon himself to answer, putting on a bravado to cover his betrayal of fear.
You're a Shina'ine barbarian. There's some songs and tales that might be about you, but you never said anything, and neither did my father. But if you really were with the rebellion—"
Tarma smiled crookedly, a smile with no trace of humor.
I was learning sword work as early as Jadri, and I'd killed my first man when I was just about your age, Larsh. That, by the way, is not a boast, and it was not in a fair fight. And someday, if you deserve to hear it, I'll tell you the whole story. I was a freelance merc from the age of 17, and a good one. And believe me, the stories you have heard about me and Keth aren't but a quarter of the truth. Justin and Aiken have similar histories.
Her smile turned feral.
The reason you weren't told is because both your parents and I know you boys would have had one of two reactions. You'd either have disbelieved it, figured it was boasting, and ignored what we tried to hammer into you, or you would have believed it and decided to prove you were better than us. Neither reaction is conducive to learning anything, which is why you are here, not to prove that at your tender age you already know better than your teachers.
The boys all had the grace to look ashamed. Larsh looked down at his feet.
As to why your parents chose me, and I agreed to take you as students, it's because they wanted something very specific for their firstborn sons. If you are called on by your king to go to war, if you are forced to lead your own people against brigands or bandits, or if you are forced into a position where you might fight to preserve your own life, you will have the best possible training to meet those situations.
She dropped her smile and looked stern.
And do you know why?
Heston shook his head.
A mercenary knows only one trade, killing, and one goal, to stay alive to collect his pay. No matter what you've heard, most mercs don't like killing, so they make a point of being very, very good at it, and very efficient, so as to get it over quickly. Most mercs do like being alive, so they make a point of learning everything they can to stay that way. That includes a great many things that are not considered fair play by the standards of people lucky enough to have been born in your rank and class.
Heston's mouth firmed in a stubborn line. She knew he was the leader of this group, and she would have to convince him before the other two would see sense. He had, unfortunately, been infected with that noble nonsense known as chivalry, hopefully not for so long that he couldn't be cured of it.
If and when you take the field in a battle, or if someone decides he doesn't like you and sends an assassin out after you, that is the kind of person you are going to have to defend yourself against. I know that. Justin and Icon know that. Most importantly, your parents know that, and that is why you are all here. When you go home, you can take all the lessons you want with fashionable instructors and learn pretty tricks to impress your friends. But when you are here, you'd better keep your mind on the fact that we are going to teach you how to stay alive, even if we have to half-kill you to do it."
Heston looked even more rebellious.
"Oh, really now, lady," he objected. "Assassins? Maybe where you come from, but not here. Things like that just don't happen in civilized lands like Rethwellen."
She got some unexpected support then, from the hitherto silent Belton.
"Yes, they do, Heston,"
the boy snapped, then dropped his eyes before Tarma's.
"Oh, really?" "Belton is right,"
she agreed, following up on her advantage quickly, before Heston could get over his surprise.
"There are a lot of things that go on that kings and princes have no idea of. I know for a fact of 2 people at least in Rethwellen who are making a very fine profit from assassination. And when you have bodyguards of your own, I'll make a point of giving them that information so they'll know who to watch out for." "Why not give it to us directly?"
asked Larsh, surprised. Once again, to her surprise, it was Belton who answered before she could.
"Because someday we might be tempted to use it,"
he said, face totally closed. Heston opened his mouth to protest, then stared into Belton's eyes and looked properly abashed. Belton's eyes were opaque, and she couldn't read what was in them, but she had the suspicion that what she had said had struck forcibly home with him. Well, sooner or later he'd tell her. They all did. Kethry might be the more motherly in appearance, but somehow most of the youngsters, the boys especially, came to Tarma when they had fears that needed soothing or confessions to make. Perhaps it was simply because they assumed that she would never be shocked by anything they said.
"And," she added, allowing her voice to soften with good humor, "if we can possibly do so, we intend to make sure we all have a good time while we're doing this. Now, I just delivered this particular little lecture for a reason. In a couple of days, you'll be going back to your families for winter holidays. If you really and truly don't want to learn what we have to teach, you have only to tell your parents or us, and you won't have to come back here. I know this is a hard school, but we don't accept just anyone, and we don't want someone here who doesn't want to be here. If you're having trouble wrapping your mind around the idea of being trained like a common, or perhaps I should say uncommon mercenary, I can understand that. But bear in mind that you are not here as a punishment from your parents. You're all here because they truly, deeply, profoundly care for your well-being."
Heston bit his lip.
"But we aren't exactly being trained like mercenaries, are we?" he ventured. "I mean, we don't spend more than half our time drilling and all."
Tarma nodded.
"Right. Exactly right. Your parents want a special education for you, which is why you spend half your time in classes with Jadrek that seem to have nothing to do with fighting. You'll need them, not only to mark you as gentlemen of the highest order, but to make you better educated than any other boys of your rank. If you stay, you'll not only be trained in personal defense, but you'll eventually be trained in strategy, tactics, and command, with an eye to serving the king as commanding officers, should he need you."
She didn't miss the sudden flash of interest in Heston and Larsh's eyes.
"You'll also be well-rounded and well-educated noblemen, people whose opinions are sought after and who are taken seriously, people who are given high office and great responsibility, and people who can take care, not only of themselves, but of those who depend on them, no matter what the situation."
Now she had Belton's full and unwavering interest, and the hooded eyes had come alive.
"But before that happens, you have a lot of work ahead of you."
She paused and smiled again.
You might be wondering why I'm giving you this speech now, instead of when you first came here. The reason is, now you've had a full season here, and you know what I mean by work. You've had the full experience, as Keth would say. So, are you ready for 3 to 4 more years of it? There's no shame in saying you aren't suited to this. Not everyone is, and sometimes parents aren't very good at judging what their children are suited to. Heston? I'll be back,
the boy said shortly, but with more than enough determination and respect in his voice to please Tarma.
Larsh? Absolutely.
More anticipation than determination. That was what she had expected. Larsh would have made a good mercenary. He fit in here as well as any boy she'd had.
Belton?
She asked, turning to the third boy, and was a little surprised at the vehemence of his reply.
If they couldn't afford to pay you, I'd work in the stable to stay here,
came the fervent answer, and she blinked a little at the passion in his voice.
Interesting. Deep waters there.
As you suspected, there's a tragedy in his background, mind Sib. I can't get anything more specific than that. I suspect a beloved relative may have been the victim of a feud or something of the sort.
Worrell seemed very interested.
If he doesn't tell you about it before he leaves, he will when he returns. He has just decided to trust you completely.
That corresponded with her feelings about the boy, that he had been holding something back until this moment, testing her and his other teachers, looking for... what? Some kind of flaw, she suspected. Whatever it was, only he knew, but she had no doubt she would find out.
Now, back to work, she decreed. There's still plenty of time before supper, and you haven't even broken into a good sweat yet.
Supper was the best time of the day, so far as Tarma was concerned. Her pupils and Keth's generally ate breakfast and luncheon separately, because the mage students were on a slightly different schedule and menu. Her students needed a great deal more to eat than the mage students, and after rising at dawn for a run and a session of strenuous physical exercise, began the day with absolutely enormous breakfasts, then restoked their furnaces with equally enormous luncheons and afternoon snacks. The scholars and mage students required far less in the way of fuel. Some had decided on a purely vegetarian regime for themselves, and, in any case, overfull stomachs often got in the way of mental concentration. But by the time Tarma's pupils cleaned up, the mage students were also finished for the day, and everyone met together for supper and study or amusement afterward. Altogether there were 10 pupils in Tarma's school, a round dozen in Keth's, and 2 that were pure scholars, being taught by Jadrek. One of those was Kira's twin Merrily, the other a charity student from their own village, a young boy who lived to learn. Jadrek intended to recommend him as Rethwellan archivist in training when he finished with the child, the current archivist having no wife or children to follow him. Of Kethry's pupils, one was her own son Jadrek, though it was likely he'd employ his knowledge as a Shina'in shaman rather than a White Winds mage, the shamans being the only Shina'in permitted to use magic. Only Jadri was in Tarma's group. The twins Lion and Laren were not particularly interested in fighting, and were learning only the basics every Shina'in should know. Like Jadri, they had decided early that they wanted the clan and the plains, but they were completely horse-mad. On their own initiative, during the summer that followed the spring that Jadri had tamed her first horse, they had secretly picked a pair of 2-year-olds out of the Talasadrine herds and tamed them without any help at all. The Liha-Irden horse herders had seen them at it, of course, but since they weren't doing anything wrong, they were allowed to carry out their plan. Tarma privately suspected that the herders were very proud of the audacious young twins, though if they'd begun to ruin the horses, they'd have been punished for their audacity. It was too soon to tell what the latest baby, Jendar, was going to turn out to be like. Tarma's only clue was that he stuck by his mother's side during every lesson and only toddled off when she turned her hands to anything other than magic. But with 27 children of various ages crowded around the supper table, the evening meal was a noisy and amusing affair. No rules of silence were invoked, and the children were allowed to talk about anything they pleased, and for this one meal, eat or not eat whatever they liked. At the beginning of each season, there were always a few bellyaches when students stuffed themselves with sweets. One surfeit usually cured them of further foolishness, especially when the next day brought no sympathy and no break from lessons. The only ironclad rule was that there were to be no food fights. Tarma and Kethry had both gone without often enough that the idea of wasted food was intolerable. The one and only time that rule had been challenged, Kethry's combined solution and punishment had been swift and effective. The next day, she had scried out a group of hungry shepherd children in the hills. When everyone gathered for breakfast, and the savory meal was laid out on the sideboard, when mouths were watering and appetites roused, she transported every bit of that hot, tantalizing meal to those children and presented the school with what the children would have eaten. Stale, hard bread and cheese rinds came as quite a shock to pampered children of noble houses. She did the same at lunch. At dinner, she made it very clear that she was prepared to continue sending their food to children who appreciated it, if there was ever a repetition of the incident. The story had been passed to every new student since then, by word of mouth, and Tarma had no doubt that it had grown in the telling. It certainly guaranteed that there were no food fights again. She noticed the 3 older boys had unbent and were treating Jadri and Kira more as their equals than usual. This meant, of course, that instead of being ignored, the girls came in for teasing and surreptitious prodding and poking. For a while they seemed to enjoy it, but when the sweet was served, they were clearly beginning to lose their tempers. She debated interfering, but merrily beat her to it.
"Weren't there supposed to be some gentlemen at this table besides our teachers?" she asked Tarma pointedly, after a quick flash of a frown at Larsh.
I thought so, but I haven't seen any,
Tarma replied, hiding her amusement.
"That's too bad,"
merrily said, with a dignity that was so funny, Tarma nearly spoiled everything for her by laughing.
"If there had been gentlemen here, I was going to ask them to come riding with me after dinner."
She sighed and looked only at Tarma.
"Well, if any gentlemen appear, the invitation will still be there."
The 3 older boys secretly worshipped their little princess, and that put a stop to the tormenting. All through dessert, they remained on their best behavior, much to the relief of the other 2 girls. None of them wanted to fall under the royal disfavor, for Merrily was as good-natured as she was pretty, and never minded helping when one of Jadrek's lessons proved difficult to conquer, or when something needed mending or embellishing. As usual, the children inhaled their sweets. Before many moments had passed, they had all scattered to the 4 winds to ride, continue last night's work on a pair of snow forts, or run off the last of their energy in games until a candle mark before bath time, when they would be herded to the library for study. That left the adults alone except for the baby, and they looked at each other, heaved a sigh of relief, and laughed.
"Does it get noisier every year, or is it my imagination?"
Jadrek asked, prying Jendar's chubby fingers off the handle of a knife and giving the boy his heavy silver bracelet to play with instead.
"Of course it gets noisier every year. There are more children every year,"
Eichen Dryvale replied, wriggling his finger in his ear as if to clear his hearing.
"Even if you didn't take more students, Kethry would be providing the increase herself."
"Oh, come now," Kethry laughed. "You make me sound like a brood hen."
"I overheard you delivering the lecture to the boys, Tarma," Justin interjected. "How did they take it?"
"We'll have them all back after midwinter,"
she was able to tell him with great satisfaction.
We'll still have to pound sense into their heads, but we aren't going to be the enemy anymore."
"Oh, really?" Icon's eyebrows arched. "I wasn't all that sure of young Heston. There's a strong streak of rebellion in that one. There always is in the smart ones," Justin pointed out, refilling his cup. "It was Belton I wasn't certain of. He hasn't completely trusted us since the day he arrived."
"Worrell says he does now,"
Tarma replied. Justin glanced over to the fireside where Worrell was finishing his own dinner, and the Kyrie looked up and nodded in confirmation.
"Well, that's a relief,"
was all Justin said, and the conversation turned to other topics and other students. As the servants finished clearing the table, leaving only the pitchers of drink, Tarma sat back in her chair at the foot of the table and pondered her family with a feeling of complete contentment. Justin looked far more prosperous than he had in the old days. There were threads of gray in his blonde hair and his face was craggier, but other than that he carried his age lightly. That might have been due to Estrelle, his wife, who sat beside him. Their baby Kethry was in the nursery asleep, where Gendar would be shortly. Estrelle looked like what she was, a fresh-faced young shepherdess of a mere 17. What didn't show on the surface was a vast knowledge of herb healing and midwifery, a very shrewd and clever mind, and an utter devotion to Justin. She first saw Justin at the school, where she and the other village younglings were taking short lessons in reading, writing, and figuring from Jadrek, who gave those lessons gratis. She had also been apprenticed to the village midwife, and had naturally come into close contact with Kethry. Estrelle had fallen in love with Justin immediately, and set about winning him for herself with a determination that surmounted each and every obstacle in her path. She fit in very well here, and was in charge of the nursery when Kethry was busy with her own students. Justin and Estrelle sat in the middle of the table on Tarma's right. Icon sat across from them on the left. His amber hair betrayed no gray yet, and if someone didn't know what to look for, he could be mistaken for a plowman. He still had utterly innocent blue eyes, and the face of a country-bred dolt straight out of the fields. That might have been why the younger boys responded better to him than to Justin. He didn't look nearly as intimidating. He had yet to settle down, distributing his favors to as many women as cared to fling themselves at him, and plenty did. Kethry and Jadrek sat at the head of the table. An equal distribution of teachers ensured that mayhem at supper was kept to a minimum. Since they'd come off the road and settled down here, on the estate that King Stephenson had bestowed upon them for their service in getting back his throne, Kethry had allowed her hair to grow, as had Tarma. Kethry's had grown faster, though, and it had already been much longer than Tarma's when they retired. Now if she let it loose from the single plait she wore it in during the day, it would just brush the floor, a glorious waterfall of dark amber with red highlights. There was no sign of gray in it yet, although there were the faint beginnings of crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Jadrek's hair had gone completely to silver gilt, but all of the lines in his face now were those most often associated with pleasure rather than pain. He was both a handsome and a distinguished man, and between them, he and Kethry had produced some incredibly handsome children. Though he still suffered a bit in the winter from his old troubles, Estrelle and Kethry kept the worst symptoms of his bad joints at bay.
"And me."
"And you, mindmate. You are still as thin and tough as a whip, though a bit creaky in the joints yourself. There's a trace of white in your hair, but no sign of age on your face, and no sign of it in the ring, provided you don't do anything intolerably stupid, and no one would ever mistake you for anything but Shinaeen, blood and bone. Great beak of a nose, golden skin, blue eyes, black hair, just like every other clan sib I've ever seen."
She grinned, hiding it behind her cup.
"Thank you, Furball, for deflating any vestige of vanity I might have had."
Yes, the years had been very kind to all of them. About the only thing she could have wished for was that Aiken would settle down himself, preferably with a spouse with true healing talent. That was the one thing the school lacked, a resident healer.
Be careful what you wish for, Worrell cautioned, with a laugh behind his mental voice.
Oh? You know something?
There's going to be a new healing priestess arriving tomorrow in the village. Same order as Tresty was, so there will be no difficulty at all if she decides to get married. I hear she's very pretty and very, very clever.
What else did you hear?
Tarma asked, sensing that Worrell was much more amused than his simple description would warrant.
Only this. Father Mayhew has been warning the boys to mind their manners and keep their hands to themselves. He told his housekeeper that her superior warned him that as a novice she knocked a man unconscious with a piece of firewood for trying to take liberties. I'd say she isn't going to be the easy conquest the village girls have been.
Tarma almost choked and took a quick swallow to hide it.
Well, well, well. So Aiken was finally going to meet his match.
She'll either infuriate him or captivate him.
Huh, probably both.
Worrell yawned hugely and winked at her, then turned to the fire to warm his belly.
Jadrek, have you got any word on when their escorts come to get the children?
She called into the next break in conversation.
We ought to tell them at bedtime.
Your 3 oldest boys will be leaving in 3 days. Their escort is due to arrive then. 3 of Keth's children will be staying here over the holidays, and all of the rest, with the exception of Kira and Merrily, will go out with a caravan coming in tomorrow and leaving the day after. Kira and Merrily's escort will be here in 4 days.
Jadrek sounded quite sure of himself, as well he should be. He had messengers traveling between himself and the escorts every day from the time they left the students' homes. He was taking no chances on a false escort presenting himself and making off with one of the children, for all of them were high-born enough to command significant ransoms.
That'll cheer Kira up. She was afraid the weather would keep her here over midwinter,
Tarma said with satisfaction. Oh, but Jadri will be devastated, Kethry replied. Would you believe my little Hoyden was looking forward to having Kira do her hair and Merrily help her with a dress for the midwinter feast? Tarma felt her jaw go slack with surprise.
Jadri? A dress? Next thing you'll tell me is that she's trying to snare herself a boyfriend.
Jadrek laughed.
Just wait until summer, Tarma. I think she's got her eye on that stripling shaman.
He paused for a moment, and his capacious memory supplied the name before Tarma could think of it.
Arkela, that's it. Arkela Sheena Lehairden, the one 2 years older than she is.
With the name came the face, and Tarma couldn't help but grin with acute satisfaction. Akela was a handsome and unaccountably shy adolescent, in training with Lehairden's chief shaman. And if Jadri did manage to snare him, well, that solved the problem of where the new clan Talisadrine was going to get its new shaman when the time came to form it up. Jadrek the Younger certainly wasn't going to be old enough in time.
Ah, but that will give us a shaman in training under Akela. Shamans are always in demand as spouses, and the twins will have no difficulty finding mates, not with every Lehairden girl over the age of 10 petting them and admiring their golden hair and green eyes. Jadri was the one that might have been too much for most boys, just as I was. I should have known she'd solve her own problems.
Justin burst out laughing, interrupting her reverie.
Tarma, you look like the most self-satisfied matchmaker I ever saw in my life.
It can't hurt to think about these things, can it?
She protested.
Yes, but you look like a cat who's stolen an entire pitcher of cream.
Aiken teased.
You should see yourself.
Pfft, she scoffed and glared at Justin.
Just you wait until your babies are grown. If you don't turn out worse than me, I'll be greatly surprised.
Estrelle giggled and Justin turned beet red. "He already is, Tarma. He already is." She didn't elaborate, much to Justin's obvious relief, but Tarma could well guess. Like every male with strong bonds to his children, he was probably planning who was and was not a worthy prospective mate for his little boy, and worrying about the possible consequences.
"Well, unless you want to lose your son and heir to the barbarians, better not plan on a betrothal to Kethry, or any other girl child Keth may conjure up," she teased.
"And have you, as an in-law?" he shuddered. "Perish the thought!"
She mimed throwing a dagger at him, and the evening broke up in laughter. After the official lights-out time, Kira waited until the last sounds of the grown-ups checking on all of the students faded, then, for good measure, waited another 100 breaths before reaching up with her foot and poking the bottom of her twin's bunk. Merrily had been waiting for that signal. She slipped out of bed and slid down to the floor as silently as a kitten, and the two of them wrapped warm robes around themselves and slid their feet into sheepskin slippers, using only the light of the embers in their fireplace to see by. The pockets of both their robes bulged, hinting at something interesting inside. As Merrily rummaged a carefully hidden package out of her wardrobe, wrapped in paper she had saved from lessons and patterned with berry juice ink, Kira got a similar package from under her bed. With Kira in the lead, scouting every step of the way, they made their way down the dark hallway, each with one hand trailing along the wall to guide her. Both of them had made this journey innumerable times before, and they slid their feet soundlessly along the smooth wooden floor. When Kira's hand encountered empty air, she knew she had come to the staircase, and she warned her twin with the merest thread of a hiss. She bent to pull off her slippers, picked them up, and felt her way down with her bare toes a step at a time, pausing on the landing to put her slippers back on and hiss the all clear for Merrily. She was glad to get her slippers back on. The floor was icy cold, and she wriggled her toes in the warm fleece while she waited for Merrily. When her twin's hand touched her arm in the dark, Kira led the way out into the second-floor hall, and onto the corridor where Kethry and her twin brothers had their own rooms. Keeping to the left side of the hall, she felt her way along the wall. When her hand brushed the third door, she stopped and gave 3 very soft taps. The door opened, swiftly and silently, and Kethry grabbed both their hands and pulled them inside. She had built up her fire to a cheerful blaze, had cleverly shrouded the window in a rug so that no light betrayed her, and had lit a single candle. As Kira and Merrily took their places on sheepskin-covered cushions beside the fire, suppressing giggles, Kethry rolled up a towel and stuffed it against the doorsill, sealing off the crack at the bottom so that no light would leak out there either, to show that there was a cozy little clandestine party going on. Only then did the older girl join them, taking her own cushion and plumping herself down on it.
"There,"
she whispered, looking very proud of herself.
"We should be safe as long as the boys don't wake up."
Then her face fell a little.
"But this is probably the last chance we'll get to be together before you go home." "Yes, but we'll be back soon enough. Look what I brought for our party,"
Merrily replied cheerfully, and began pulling handfuls of chestnuts out of the bulging pockets of her robe.
"I got apples,"
Kira supplied, pulling 3 luscious fruits from her previously loaded pockets, as Kethry arranged the chestnuts close to the fire to roast.
"Oh, good. I've got spice cider, and I swiped some honey cakes from the kitchen before study,"
Kethry said with satisfaction, pointing to the foot of her bed, where a jug with water beating up on its sides hid just behind the outer leg, and a plateful of slightly squashed honey cakes resided beside it.
"And I've got midwinter presents for both of you." "Oh, but you open yours first,"
Merrily cried, ever generous, although Kira ached to see what hers was.
"Here."
She thrust the bulky package at Kethry, who needed no second urging to tear off the paper. But Jadri's reaction more than made up for the impatience Kira felt, and she giggled along with her twin at Jadri's round eyes. "Oh!" Jadri squealed, shaking out the folds of silk and leaping up to try the dress against herself. "Oh, it's wonderful, Mary! How did you do it?" The dress probably would have been scandalous by some standards, with its split skirt for riding astride. Merrily had used Jadri's Shinaeen costumes and her own festival dresses as patterns, and come up with a dress that combined recognizable facets of both. It was sewn of the pastel-colored silks thought appropriate for young girls in Rethwellen, but the embroidery on the bodice and hems, though executed in pale hues of blue, pink, green, and soft yellow, was recognizably Shinaeen in pattern and execution. The split skirt was a reasonable substitute for Shinaeen breeches. The huge, fluttery butterfly sleeves were pure Rethwellen, but the sleeves could be pulled up and held out of the way by an embroidered band passed through them and along the inside of the back of the dress, and the skirt could be gathered at each ankle with separate embroidered bands. The bodice was low enough to satisfy the cravings of a girl wanting to be thought grown up without being so revealing that it would arouse the ire of her mother. "Here's mine," Kira said with satisfaction, handing her a neater, smaller package, and Jadri exclaimed again, to find it contained a pair of soft, suede ankle boots and a belt and sheath for her knife, all beaded with tiny crystal beads and freshwater pearls in the same Shinaeen patterns as the embroidery of the dress. I don't know what to say," Jadri said, sitting down abruptly, still holding the dress to herself with the belt and boots in her free hand. "It was all Kira's idea," merrily offered, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "I wanted to do the dress, but she told me it would be stupid to make something you couldn't be yourself in, so Estrelle helped me do something that was like your Shinaeen clothes, and when Kira saw the colors I was doing it in, she got the boots and the belt and did the beading to match." "I'm glad you like it," Kira added softly. "Like it? I love it! I can't believe you did all this just for me." Jadri's face shone with happiness, and she put the dress down long enough in her lap to reach behind her and bring out 2 packages of her own. Hers were wrapped in the thin paper normally used for embroidery patterns, and Kira knew it was meant for Mary when the packages were opened. "This one is yours, Kira, and this is yours, Mary. I hope you like your presents half as much as I like mine." Mary looked significantly at her twin and motioned for Kira to open hers first. Nothing loath, Kira removed the paper from her package to disclose a carved box. She opened the lid to find, nestled into the velvet lining, a very different sort of present in the shape of shining steel. She gasped, hardly able to believe her eyes. Identical except for decoration to a set that Jadri owned and Kira had lusted after ever since she saw them, it was a set of matching knives. A long knife, just a scant thumb length from qualifying as a sword, a belt knife for less lethal use, a set of throwing knives and arm sheaths to hold them, and a tiny boot knife that slipped invisibly into the side of a riding boot. Jadri's weapons were undecorated, except for the Talisadrine emblem of a stooping hawk carved into the hilts, but Kira's were ornamented with inlaid silver wire in an intricate spiral on the hilt, and had garnets inlaid in the pommel nuts. Kira's throat knotted up, and tears sprang into her eyes, and when she looked up at Jadri, she was completely unable to say anything. Jadri seemed to understand, and chuckled. "I asked Tarma if I could. She said you'd earn them. I designed the decoration." Now at last it was Mary's turn, as Kira held the precious package to her chest, half afraid they would vanish if she turned them loose. This was more than just a set of weapons. This was confirmation of her dream, for a set of knives like this, with the addition of a sword, was precisely what a professional bodyguard would sport. So her teacher Tarma agreed with Kira's dream, and so, presumably, did Kira's parents. There would be no separation from her beloved twin when Mary went to marry the Prince of Jacatha. Mary's exclamation was as surprised and delighted as Kira's, as she opened her package with far more decorum than Kira had used with hers. Her box would be perfect for storing her embroidery materials, for it was unlined and it contained fabric. Kira didn't see what it was that merited such delight. It just looked like white silk to her. Then Mary took it out of the box and shook it out, and out, and out. It must have been a dozen ells of silk so thin it was almost transparent, like mist made into fabric. Then Mary saw what the folded fabric had hidden, and actually wept with joy. "I can't believe you found it," she said over and over, fingering the fabric and the embroidery silks of the purest white, a box of tiny freshwater pearls the size of pinheads, and silver thread as supple as the silk. "I can't believe you found it." "Found what?" Kira whispered under her breath to Jadri, mystified, as Mary picked up each skein of thread and examined every strand with delight. "It's the makings for a traditional Jacathan royal bridal veil," Jadri replied, eyes sparkling. "The bride's supposed to provide the veil, and it's supposed to be of silk so fine the veil can pass through her wedding ring, and she's supposed to embroider it herself. Mary wanted to do things right for her prince, but silk that fine is hard to come by, as Mary's been finding out." She shrugged and grinned. "Shina'een connections can get you amazing things. Would you believe that Tarma got this from the Hawk brothers?" She raised her voice. "You'll have to start embroidering that right away, won't you?" "Absolutely," Mary said firmly. "I'll want to set the pattern so Mummy's maids can match it on my dress, and then I'll only want to work on it when the light is good and strong." "Well, work out the pattern you want, and don't worry about using up the pearls and the thread. I've got a good connection, and I can get you plenty more if you need it." Jadri's grin got wider, if possible. "As you well know, it's the veil that's the hard thing to get hold of." Mary shook her head and carefully wiped the tears from her eyes to avoid spotting the silk. "This has been the best midwinter ever," she said. "I don't know how anything we get from our parents could be better than this." "Then let's celebrate," Jadri urged, carefully putting her new outfit on the bed and covering it with the coverlet, just in case. Kira and Mary both put their presents back in their wooden presentation boxes, both with a last pat of satisfaction, and accepted mugs of cider from Jadri. Kira held hers up in a toast, and they followed her example. "To the best midwinter ever," Kira said firmly, "and to more to come." "Best friends and sisters forever," Mary said, touching mugs with her twin and Jadri. "Kal Shili Digande, Orm Shili Digande," Jadri said solemnly. "What's that?" Mary asked. Jadri took a sip of her cider before she answered. "It's something best friends swear in the clans. I swear my sword to you. I swear my hand to you. It means that, if you ever need me, I'll drop everything to come help you." "Huh," Kira said, impressed, and touched her mug again to Jadri's. "Kal Shali Digande, Orm Shali Digande," she repeated, and Mary did the same, making a better job of the pronunciation than Kira had. They managed to hold the solemn moment for several heartbeats, until one of the chestnuts jumped on the hearth, its shell splitting with a pop. That broke the spell, and they dove for the hot nuts, laughing and sucking burned fingers as they devoured their little feast. Worrell scratched once, very softly, on the door to Tarma's room, and the Shina'een left her comfortable chair to let him in. He'd been making his nightly patrol of the children's wing, moving as only he could, so quietly They had no idea he was ever lurking outside their doors, listening with both ears and mind. He was in a very good mood, and grinned up at Tarma, tongue lolling as he passed her.
"So, what mischief are the youngsters up to?"
Tarma asked the Kethry. He only grinned like that when he'd caught one or more of the children having a romp.
"Everyone is asleep except the girls,"
Worrell replied, curling up on his bed, an enormous flat cushion near the hearth but out of range of any errant embers. His eyes reflected the flames as he sighed with content.
"As you had thought, they are having a farewell party."
Tarma chuckled.
"Not exactly a big surprise, with midwinter gifts all wrapped up and ready to present. I didn't think they could hold out until departure day. Right, then we'll give them a little longer to gossip and giggle. Then I'll go make enough noise that they scatter back to their beds. Whose room are they in? Jadri's?"
The Kethry nodded.
"I thought she went to bed a little too easily. She must have hidden some goodies under the bed, and she didn't want anyone finding them."
There were no rules about taking food from the kitchen at any time. Growing, active younglings needed a lot of food. Sweets were generally locked up, but there was always nuts, cheese, bread, fruits, and vegetables, and journey cakes made with enough honey to make the children think they were sweets. However, there were rules about keeping food in the bedrooms. Once too often in the first year, an unpleasant stench or an outbreak of flying pests or mice had been traced to forgotten goodies, squirreled away in a chest or wardrobe or under a bed. Kethry had decided that making it against the rules to have food in the rooms would not stop the children from taking food to their rooms for little parties, but would ensure that all traces would be erased and all food would be eaten before it could become a problem. "You can't keep them from it," Kethry had said philosophically. "Children just like to have secret social get-togethers, and it's no fun for them if they can't nibble on something. Lock up all the food, and they'll get bitten stealing squirrels' hoards, get scratched and punctured picking wild berries, get sick on sour fruit, and get stung stealing honey from forest hives."
"Or worse,"
Tarma had pointed out.
"Our brood at least is woods-wise, and they know what's not safe to eat, but the same can't be said for our students, and the gods only know what sort of things they'd pick to try and eat. You're right. The rule about keeping food should take care of the problem."
And it wasn't really breaking the rule if food was eaten immediately, just bending it a little. After all, the rule specifically said keeping food in their rooms, not eating it there.
"I wonder why the older boys aren't having a similar—"
Worrell broke off his thought to cock an ear at the door.
Footsteps on the stair. One of the older boys, Belton, by the footsteps.
Since the hallway on which the adults had their rooms was dimly lit with a night lantern, there was no need for a child to stumble through the dark to find any of his teachers. A moment or two later, the expected tap came at Tarma's door. She opened it. Belton stood there, with a guarded expression, still fully dressed, although he should have been in his night clothes by now.
"Come to say goodbye privately?"
she asked, giving him an easy excuse for his presence so that he could broach the real reason he had sought her out when he felt a little more comfortable.
"Please, come in and share my hearth."
The boy blinked in the fire and lantern light and came hesitantly inside. Tarma waved him to a chair and took her own seat again.
"Tea?"
she invited, holding up a pot. He shook his head and she put it back on the table beside her chair.
"I'm glad all three of you boys will be coming back after the holidays," she said, relaxing into the embrace of her chair. "You're all intelligent and quick, and I think you'll be happy here. I'm happy to have you as students. More than that, well, I like you boys for yourselves."
She smiled at him.
"Even when you're all acting like brats, I still like you."
Belton didn't relax. He stared at his hands, clenched tightly on one knee, then at the fire, then back at his hands, all without saying anything. Tarma waited with infinite patience. She had a fair idea that he was about to tell her the secret she'd sensed in him. In the meantime, she filled the silence with one-sided conversation. About her own training, about things Belton could expect to learn when he returned, about how she had felt at his age when confronted by some of the things she had been expected to learn. Finally, he looked as if he was ready to say something, and she paused to give him a chance.
"Is revenge wrong?"
he finally blurted, looking up urgently into her eyes.
"Not for something petty, not a stupid argument or something. Serious revenge, grown-up revenge."
Interesting question. Are you asking the teacher or the Shinayin?
She replied.
"Both? Either?"
He shook his head, clearly confused.
"I don't know what I want to hear."
Well, the teacher would say, yes, of course revenge is wrong. Doing something terrible to revenge yourself is creating a second wrong on top of the one that was done to you. But the Shinayin has a different way of looking at things than the teacher, who has to live in civilization.
She smiled slowly.
The Shinayin would say that it depends on what you expect you're going to get out of the vengeance, and it depends on what the vengeance is going to do to you.
"What I'm going to get out of it? Don't you mean what I'm going to accomplish?"
Belton looked puzzled at her wording, and she wasn't surprised. She was about to introduce him to some complicated thinking, but she thought he could grasp it.
No, that's not what I mean. The Shinayin are not at all against vengeance or against blood feuds. In fact, I'm here now because of an oath of vengeance.
She nodded at his look of surprise.
For us, the key difference is that in order to swear an oath of vengeance or take on a blood feud, you have to swear yourself to the warrior goddess, and that means giving up everything. Family, clan, love, marriage, all of it.
"Why?"
Belton wanted to know.
In part to make sure that revenge is the act of last resort, that it is kept for very specific purposes.
She wound a strand of hair around one finger.
We don't allow people to declare blood feuds just because they can't get along with another person in their clan, and we don't let clan declare blood feud with clan. Very far back in the past, our people separated into two groups, one of whom became the Shinayin because of a difference of opinion. That separation came out all right, but it isn't something we want to happen again. How much to tell him? I can't give him the whole history of the clans in one night.
But the boy did look intent on her words, so she continued.
That's why someone who needs revenge that badly gives up everything and becomes an instrument of the Shinayin as a whole. The Shinayin take revenge very seriously, and only someone who is acting for the people of the plains rather than himself is permitted to take it. We believe that if you aren't serious enough about revenge to be willing to give up everything in order to have it, then you aren't going after revenge for the right reasons.
Belton chewed on his lower lip for a long time before answering her.
"What are the right reasons?"
I can't give you all of them, but I can tell you mine. And as to how I know they were right, well, the goddess accepted my oath, so they must have been.
She took a sip of her warm tea and let the taste of honey and flowers linger on her tongue for a moment. He continued to watch her face intently.
Bandits had slaughtered my entire clan. I wanted to wipe them off the face of the earth, but not because killing them would bring any of my people back. Yes, I wanted to kill them because they had killed everyone I cared about. But I also knew that if they got away with the murders, others would try to emulate them, and the people could not have that happen.
"What if you'd gotten killed yourself?"
Belton asked.
If I had failed, there would have been other Shinayin who would have come after me, who would have succeeded where I failed. I just had the right to try to do the job first.
She nodded as his eyes widened.
I also knew that they had probably murdered plenty of other people in the past and would do so again in the future. And there is one sure thing you can say about destroying a murderer, and that's that he won't be around to kill again.
Belton pondered her words silently. She waited for him to say something, but he remained silent.
However,
she held up a cautionary finger,
revenge for an insult, for a purely personal wrong, that's no reason for revenge. And I'll tell you why. You don't teach a piece of scum a lesson by serving out to him what he served out to you. All you do is give him a reason to heap your plate with more of the same. Slime doesn't learn lessons. It just stays slime.
She took a long, deep breath.
Don't fool yourself. Don't try to tell yourself you intend to teach your enemy a lesson. You won't. Revenge on slime is not education. It's got to be eradication. Or at the very least, it has to accomplish the task of making absolutely sure that the slime can't ever commit that particular act again.
The boy blinked at her, as if he couldn't quite believe that she had said that.
But what if someone hired someone else to do his dirty work for him? When someone is low enough scum to buy a bully boy to hurt or kill someone you care about, just who do you intend to get your revenge on? She asked bluntly. The bully boy? Granted, that piece of garbage won't be taking on any more jobs, at least for a while, but the perpetrator won't care. He'll just hire someone new.
Belton chewed his lip a little more.
No, it would have to be the one who did the hiring. So, you want to take on the scum himself?
She saw a fire leap into Belton's eyes and again raised a cautionary finger.
Think it through. Can you prove that he bought the bully? Obviously you can't, or you or your family would have brought him up before the King's Justice on charges.
The boy's face tightened up.
You're right, he said harshly. We can't prove anything. I'm going to be saying this a great deal, Belton. Think this through. Every aspect of it. What if he really didn't do anything? What if you're wrong? But,
Belton began. She shushed him.
Humor me. What if you're wrong? You try to hurt an innocent man. Well, maybe not innocent, but certainly one who isn't guilty of that particular crime. I don't know what your religion says about that, but I know that the King's Justice will certainly catch up with you, and their punishment here on earth is bad enough.
His face looked like a mask, but at least he was still listening.
Yes, but I know it's easier for me to say this, to think about it, because I wasn't the one who was wronged. Belton, your father is powerful, and powerful men have more than one enemy. It is possible that some other enemy did this, even deliberately staged things to make it look as if the person you suspect did it, knowing that in seeking revenge on the so-called innocent, you'd get yourself into even more trouble, isn't it?
He paled a little and nodded.
But assume you're right, and he did the dirty deed. Whether you fail or succeed in killing him, he wins.
Belton's mouth fell open in shock.
How can you say that?
He cried, his voice cracking. She spread out her hands.
Simple, friend. Think it through. You can't prove that he did the thing. That's a given. So if you succeed in killing him, since you are not going to take your revenge by hiring another assassin, or if you are, you aren't going to be as practiced at it as he is, you're going to get caught. Your family is disgraced, and you die as a murderer, executed, and your family is impoverished in paying the blood debt to his. Or if you fail, your family is disgraced, and you die at his hands, or the hands of his bodyguards, which amounts to the same thing. You're still dead, and he is still sitting fat and happy on his ill-gotten goods."
She cocked her head to the side and regarded his glazed eyes.
"Doesn't seem like justice, does it? You've been wronged, and trying to make things right will only make them worse."
Slowly, he shook his head, and despair crept into his expression.
"So, what do I do?"
he asked bitterly.
"Let him go on gloating because he killed my cousin and got away with it?"
The pain in his voice tore at her, but she knew that giving him sympathy at this moment would only allow him to wallow in feeling and keep him from thinking.
"Oh, absolutely not," she replied. "But you have to have an eye to the long view. What's the goal?"
"Get him,"
Belton replied passionately.
"Make him pay."
"Then plan," she said shortly. "Use your mind. He's certainly using his against you, and that's the way you can catch him."
"Plan?" he repeated, as if the concept had never occurred to him. It probably hadn't. After all, he was a very young man, and young men tended to act rather than think.
"Planning. That's what will get you what you want," she said firmly. "Every action you take must have sound planning behind it. You don't think that generals just charge out onto the field without first choosing their ground and scouting the enemy, do you?"
"Well,"
he admitted.
"no, I guess."
"This is war. Think of it that way. Not in terms of a single confrontation, but as a campaign. You've got to get on your choice of ground, and you have to know exactly what you're up against."
She was satisfied with his initial reaction. His face lost that tight, tense look.
"What do you mean?"
he asked very slowly.
"First, you make absolutely certain that he really did order the murder, on purpose, with malicious intent."
This was going remarkably well, perhaps because the wound was no longer fresh. That was all to the good, since it meant he could think as well as feel.
"How do I do that?"
Belton asked, losing a little more of the despair.
"Depends on a lot of things, but remember that this is a campaign. Remember the end result that you want. Wouldn't it be best if you could turn this enemy over to the authorities?"
He sat and thought about that, and finally admitted,
"Better, I guess. Not as satisfying, but better."
"Then the easiest is to find a powerful enough mage to scry out the answer for you, and an honest enough one that he'll tell you the truth and not what you want to hear. That's expensive, but it's the cleanest. And any mage in Rethwellen who learns the identity of a murderer is required by law to report it to the justices."
She nodded as he brightened.
This, of course, assumes he hasn't hired mages to cover his tracks, which he might have. A sufficiently powerful and persistent mage can untangle all that, of course, but again, it's expensive and time-consuming. And I would be very much surprised if your family wasn't already doing that.
Belton opened his mouth to protest, then stopped himself as something occurred to him. His brow creased in thought, and he finally admitted,
"You're probably right. Father said the family was doing something, but he didn't say what."
"Then, knowing your father, that's probably what's going on."
Now she reached out to pat his hand.
"Your father's a very intelligent man, and a very caring one. He's too intelligent not to take the most obvious route, and too caring to burden you with the knowledge of it until he knows whether or not it will work. Belton, you're supposed to be concentrating on your studies, not on family troubles."
"How could I not?"
he asked, unable to understand that. She sighed.
"Remember how earlier today I said that parents sometimes don't know what suits their child?
Well, they often think that they can shelter their children from their own troubles. Parents can be incredibly short-sighted about their children, and their children have to learn to forgive them for it.
He looked a little bewildered now, but he did accept that and waited for her to go on.
Now, there's another route you can take, which might not have occurred to him. Informants.
She took another sip of her tea.
If this lowlife has arranged for a murder, he had to go through intermediaries, and every intermediary is potentially someone who knows who ordered the killing. He probably has boasted of it to someone, or more than one, and those people know he ordered it. Nothing stays a secret forever, and money loosens even the most reluctant of tongues. So, if the mage doesn't work out, that's the next path to try. And your father has probably already planned that as well. Ask him. I think he'll probably tell you.
But what does that leave for me to do?
Belton asked, despair once again creeping into his voice.
Now that is a good question, and I have an answer for you, but it means being very patient, confiding in your father, and the two of you working together.
Tarma was beginning to enjoy herself. It was a little like old times.
Your job will be to learn all you can from me, then return home and convince him that you have learned enough to become a partner in his plans.
And? What can I do then? What if he doesn't have any plans?
Belton asked.
Assuming he doesn't, I can tell you what I'd do. If I were doing this, I would then pretend to everyone else to have learned nothing,
she told him, throwing out the idea that had come to her when he first revealed everything to her.
In fact, you should pretend to be a very typical young man of your set. Learn the silly sword tricks and act the complete fop. Unless I miss my guess, you'll be such an obvious target that your enemy won't be able to resist going after you in order to harm your father even more.
Now Belton's eyes were truly shining with excitement.
And when he does, it'll probably be another assassin, right?
Or an assassin in the guise of a street robber, or even someone who arranges for an insult one way or the other so that a duel can be set up between you.
Tarma agreed.
And
I don't kill him? I take him prisoner?
He looked at her like an eager puppy, and she had to restrain herself from patting him on the head and telling him he was a good boy.
Exactly. Then you have the link back to your enemy. I have no doubt that a skilled priest can elicit the truth out of your captive. When you've got the truth and a warm body to confirm it, you let the law deal with him.
She nodded affably.
Chances are at that point there will be plenty of people ready to link him with your cousin's death, and he'll be called to answer for that too. But it's all going to depend on patience on your part. 3 or 4 years' worth of learning and getting ready, knowing that at any time your parents may take care of the situation through other means.
I can do it,
Belton said firmly.
I don't think Heston could, but I can wait.
I think you can, or I wouldn't have told you how to set it all up,
Tarma affirmed and leaned forward.
Now, feeling better?
Better than in a long time,
the boy said, with a slow, shy smile.
I think I can sleep now.
Then go let yourself out, and do me a favor, go tap on the door of Jadri's room and tell her I'm about to make a last bed check, would you?
She leaned back lazily in her chair. He cast a sharp glance at her, then grinned.
Are you? Not if I don't have to, but it's time they stopped giggling and gossiping and got some sleep.
She shook her head.
Sometimes I wonder if we just shouldn't let all 3 girls bunk together and be done with it.
Huh, you know girls, they'd never get any sleep, said Belton, with the superior air of a boy who has not yet learned the real fascination of the female sex.
They'd spend every night giggling over nothing.
You're probably right,
Tarma sighed with mock regret. as Belton got up and went to the door.
"Just pass them the warning for me, would you?"
"I'd be glad to," the boy said with a grin, and managed to close the door quietly behind himself.
"That was neatly done,"
Worrell observed without raising his head from his forepaws.
"What? Getting the lad to scare the brats back into bed, or dealing with the potential avenger?"
"Both,"
Worrell sighed, and rolled over so that his belly was to the fire.
"Thank you for arranging things so I wouldn't have to leave the fireside."
"Thank you for the compliment, Furball."
She yawned and realized that she had no real interest left in the book she'd been reading or the tea she'd been drinking.
"And since I won't have to go chivvy the girls into their beds either, I'm going to set a good example and go to mine."
It was the usual sort of midwinter day for the south of Rathwellen, gray and overcast, with clouds like long, lumpy serpents packed together so tightly that not a trace of blue showed through. A breeze hissed in the bare branches, but didn't disturb the ankle-deep snow. Kethry, with Jadrek, Jadri, and Tarma, had come down to say their farewells to Kira and Mary. A part of Kethry regretted the need to stand there in the snow waving until the children at least were out of sight. Her feet were cold, and breakfast had been a long time ago. Still, Jadri would have thought it terribly unfeeling of her not to be here. The last set of escorts finally rode out of sight, with Kira and Mary safely in their midst, and Kethry was grateful that there had been remarkably few tears of parting. And, in fact, long before the last speck faded out of sight, Jadri had left them to go back inside the gates. As the core group of adults walked back through the gates and entered the door of the manor, Kethry cocked her head to one side. Tarma looked at her with a quizzical expression.
"What is it?"
the Shinaeen asked. "Listen," Kethry whispered, and grinned at Tarma's quick answering smile. "Silence! Isn't it wonderful?"
"By the end of the month, you'll be bored and wanting your students back, and so will Tarma and I,"
her husband replied knowingly, and took Kethry's arm. Even after all this time, she still got a warm thrill at his touch, and she laid her free hand over his. He had a knowing twinkle in his eyes as she squeezed his hand in response.
"Well, we still have our own younglings, and I'm going to go drill Jadri and the twins in the riding arena,"
Tarma replied.
"They think I'm teaching them riding tricks and Shinaeen horseback games to impress their friends. Ha!"
"One of these days, that trick isn't going to work anymore." Kethry laughed. "Just don't keep them at it too long. It is a holiday, and it's not fair for us to give their friends release from study and not give them the same treatment." Tarma tossed her hair back with a casual flip of a hand.
"Oh, don't worry. I'm an old hand at making lessons seem like play."
"At least until they catch you at it,"
Jadrek warned, echoing Kethry's thought with a chuckle.
"Last holiday, within a fortnight they had it figured that your game of hide and hunt was nothing more than practice in tracking."
"Well, that's your fault for breeding such clever children,"
Tarma retorted as she strode off in the direction of the stables.
"You should have been a little more careful."
Kethry laughed and hugged Jadrek's arm, reminded again how grateful she was that her Shienadra and her beloved were as fond of one another as the best of siblings. "To think that I once worried about how you two would get along." Her husband arched a slender, silver eyebrow at her, and she braced herself for something witty, funny, or both.
"Do you think that for one scant moment I would even contemplate doing or saying anything to offend our best unpaid child tender? Perish the thought, woman."
"I know. How foolish of me." She released his arm with a kiss on the back of his hand. "I am going to go do something non-magical, frivolous,
and feminine. I'm going to go brew up some perfume in the still room. I've spent so much time making bruise ointment and salve for the little hoydens that I haven't done a thing with the roses I harvested this summer, or the sandalwood and amber resin that I bought from that trader this fall." Jadrek replied absently, as his mind apparently flashed elsewhere. "I think he just realized that he's going to have whole stretches of time without interruptions for the next moon."
"I've got a translation I promised to young Stephenson that's been giving me some problems."
Kethry made a shooing motion with her hands. "Go do it then, but set the candle alarm for 3 marks, or you won't remember to eat luncheon, and I'm certain that cook is already planning something a bit more experimental now that the children are gone." This would make another pleasant change. On the whole, children bolted food without paying much attention to it, and looked upon things that they didn't recognize with suspicion. It was only when no one was in residence but the family that Cook made anything other than good basic fare. And Cook looked forward to the holidays with some anticipation for that very reason.
"Well, I wouldn't risk my marriage by offending Cook either." Jadrek laughed and kissed her forehead. "Now don't you forget to set your alarm candle."
They went their separate ways, and Kethry immersed herself in the intricacies of creating her own signature perfumes, a light floral, rich with roses, and a heavier, more incense-like scent, both with hints of cinnamon. The still room was one of her favorite places in the manor, pleasantly dim. Some essences reacted poorly to sunlight, cool in summer, warm in winter. There was just enough room for one person to move about, so no one came here unless invited. She puttered happily with oils and fixatives, flagons and pestles. When her alarm candle burned down the allotted 3 candle marks and released its little brass ball to clang into the copper basin, she came to herself with a start. She cleaned up and headed for the table, to find Tarma, Jadri, and the twins making serious inroads on Cook's latest creation. It involved finely chopped meat and vegetables, cheese, something vaguely like sheets of pastry, and there Kethry's knowledge ended.
"Pull up a plate and tuck in," Tarma urged. "I haven't a clue what this is, but it's marvelous."
The twins looked up with full mouths and slightly smeared cheeks, nodded vigorously in agreement, and dove back in. All of the home children were used to eating things they didn't recognize, and were prepared to enjoy them, partly because of their cheerful tempers, and partly because they had always been used to eating things they didn't recognize. They had spent their entire lives shuttling between the school manor, with fairly ordinary fare, and the Dorisha Plains. Shina'in cuisine was not something that most Rethwellans would be at all familiar with, and there often was not much choice in what they were offered when on the road. Cook came in with a loaf of hot bread and a pot of butter, wearing a look of anxious inquiry on his face.
"Tasty dead horse, Cook,"
Jadri called, and ducked as he mimed a blow at her. It was an old joke between them, since the time when Jadri had pestered him as a toddler, wanting to know what was in each dish he made. He had finally gotten annoyed at her incessant questions and snapped,
"Dead horse, can't you see the tail?"
From that moment on, any time Cook presented them with an experiment, Jadri referred to it as a dead horse.
"I wasn't certain before, but I think this would be a good school dish," Cook said to Kethry. "It's easily made ahead and kept warm next to the ovens. Do you think the students would eat it?"
"If they won't, I'll eat theirs for 'em,"
Lion said with his mouth full. Jadrek laughed.
"With that kind of enthusiasm before them, I imagine they will, David," he replied. "This is definitely one of your better experiments."
Cook beamed his pleasure, and hurried back to the kitchen to supervise the cleaning up. The rest of the meal proceeded in pleasant silence as the mystery dish and the hot bread and butter vanished away like snow and sunshine. Even Kethry, who normally wasn't all that hearty an eater, found herself unusually hungry after her work in the still room and was absorbed completely in the meal. It wasn't until she had eaten the last bite that she could possibly hold and looked up that she realized not everyone had come to lunch, or, apparently, were expected to.
Estrelle and Justin and Aiken went down to the village to meet the new healer priestess, and they took Jadrek Minor with them,
Jadri said, as Kethry noticed that the other 3 places weren't set.
Estrelle put the babies down for their naps before she left, and Worrell is watching them. Cook said he'd save them lunch. They expected to be back by the time the babies' naps were over.
Then I'd better supervise the nursery until they get back and give Worrell a break,
Tarma said, not only willing, but eager.
Jadri, will you and the twins?
Just at that moment, Kethry felt the room drop away from under her. A wash of anger threatened to overwhelm her, and a surge of nameless emotions hit her with a force that made her gasp. Unconsciously, she braced herself on the table, as her family turned to stare at her with varying degrees of surprise and concern. And for a moment, she didn't recognize what had hit her. It had been so long.
"Need,"
she gasped when she got her breath back.
"It's Need. Something's wrong. Something horrible has happened."
To whom?
Tarma demanded.
Can you tell?
Her face paled.
Dear God, surely not Estrelle.
Kethry shook her head, both in negation and to clear the tears of shock from her eyes.
"Not Estrelle. It's not in the direction of the village,"
she managed to reply. At least in all the time she'd been soul-bonded to the blade, she'd learned to pick out which direction that trouble was coming from.
"But it can't be too far away. Not more than a day's ride at most, or it wouldn't be this strong."
Jadri and the twins stared at her with alarm and dismay.
"Of course, they've never seen me like this before. Need hasn't grabbed me like this in years."
"Should we send out a hunter or something?"
Jadrek began, and Tarma snapped her fingers.
Of course,
she said, then frowned in concentration.
Keth, what direction?
North and a little east,
she replied, as sure of it as if she was the needle of a compass pointing to the source that was wrenching at her skull and heart. A door slammed somewhere, as Tarma said,
Worrell's on it. He's faster in this weather than anyone, and he'll find out exactly where the trouble is. Can you hold out until he calls me or comes back himself?
I'll have to, won't I?
She replied grimly, for now the pull that the sword exerted on her had settled to a painful headache echoed by wire-tight muscles in her neck, shoulders, and stomach.
This isn't something we can delegate. We'd better get ready to ride. Jadrek, how do I tell my beloved that he'll only be in the way?
I won't be of much use to you, dearest,
he admitted without rancor, a fact that brought tears of gratitude to her eyes.
Or rather, I will be of more use to you here with the children. What can I do to help prepare?
Travel packs. You know what I need,
she said immediately. The mere thought that she wouldn't have to try and think through this pain to select what she would require came as a profound relief.
I'm on it, love.
Jadrek pushed away from the table and left the room as quickly as he could. Tarma took over, as the 3 children stared, dismayed and frightened.
Children, you 3 get Hellsbane and Ironheart ready. Jadri, you've had lessons in provisioning. You make up the packs for the horses. I'm depending on you to get it right. Boys, saddle and harness the mares, and when Jadri's put the packs together, bring them to the riding arena. Go!
The children scrambled to their feet and sped out of the room like 3 hornets from a roused nest. Tarma turned to Kethry, who was taking slow, even breaths and trying to get a little magical shielding between herself and the pain.
Keth, get to your rooms and get changed. I'll tell Cook what's going on, and he can handle the servants until Jadrek has time to deal with them. I'll get changed and collect the medical kit and traveling cash, and I'll meet you at the riding arena. Good?
She nodded. In a moment or 2 she would be able to walk.
Right,
she replied. And as Tarma left her alone in the room, she began a silent colloquy with the sword hanging on the wall of her sitting room, trying to persuade it that nothing was going to happen unless it gave her not freedom, but a long enough leash to act. Old warriors never let their fighting gear get out of condition. That is how they become old warriors in the first place. Tarma's armor and weapons were always kept oiled, polished, and in a place of honor on the proper stands in her room. When the family made its annual summer pilgrimage to the plains, she wore it religiously, even though in all the years she had done so, they had never once been set upon.
And I always keep a traveling pack 3/4 complete, just in case. You never know.
So, in her case, it wasn't at all difficult to assemble the proper pack and get herself properly arrayed. In fact, the pack was complete, and she had just about finished lacing herself into her armor when she heard Worrell's call in the back of her head, as if he was shouting from a long distance away. The Kethry had awesome speed when he needed it, and was not limited to using roads. He could cover in a candle mark what would take a horse and rider half a day to traverse if it was necessary. He'd pay for it afterward and be useless for the rest of the day, but if there was ever the perfect scout to send off looking for trouble, it was Worrell. Between his speed and his nose, he required only a simple direction to find the source of whatever had set need off. That violent a reaction had to have its cause in further violence, and Worrell could scent blood on the wind a league away. Tarma would have been astonished if he hadn't found the source of their alarm. And she had a horrible feeling as well that she already knew who it was that had caused the alarm. North was the direction that Kira and Mary had gone, and Need knew them, by virtue of being within the same walls for the past 4 moons. Worrell was so far away that he was barely at the limit of his range, and his mental voice was faint and thin. But it was clear enough, and it was exactly what she had dreaded hearing.
Kira and Mary. Escort all dead, girls gone. On my way back.
Scant information, but enough. He was probably saving his energy for the run. He'd be exhausted when he reached the manor, but that was all right. He could ride pillion on Hellsbane and recover while he guided them.
Worry about them in the back of your mind, Tarma. Concentrate on getting on their track now.
She raised her voice and called out the open door of her room, knowing that Jadric and Kethry would hear her, reporting exactly what Worrell had told her, and forced her fingers to work faster in the lacings of her armor. When the last piece was fastened, she grabbed her thick quilted wool Shinaeen coat and her pack and ran as fast as the weight of the armor would permit, heading for the still room. Once there, she made up a medical kit of anything that might be useful, from silk thread and needles to poppy gum. Ordinarily, this would be Kethry's job, but Tarma had seen her do it often enough to know what went into such a kit, and there were special padded leather roll pouches, each with the appropriate pockets, just waiting for anyone who needed to make up such a kit. That went into her pack, well cushioned by the bedroll, and she headed for her next destination, Justin's office, where the strongbox was kept. Old habits die hard for former mercenaries. As she had half hoped, there was a full money belt coiled inside the strongbox, along with the rest of the school's treasure. Justin wouldn't have felt easy unless he knew there was a full money belt ready in case of an emergency trip. She hefted it, judged it to be sufficient by the weight, and buckled it on over her armor. Later she could put it on under the armor, but she didn't think she had the time to right now. Whoever had kidnapped the girls already had half a day's head start on them, for they must have gotten at least that far from the school before they were attacked. It could snow at any time, and if the kidnappers were intelligent, they would take to the trade roads and trust to the inevitable traffic that moved even in winter to confuse or even obliterate their trail.
Thank the gods Jadric didn't ask why we're doing this,
she thought, heading for the stables. There had never been any doubt in her mind that they would do something from the moment that Need woke from her years-long sleep. But strictly speaking, she and Keth didn't have to go after the girls. They weren't at fault. Their escort was. They had already relinquished control of the children the moment the escort took them off the property. All they were obligated to do would be to send words to the girl's father of the disaster.
Right, And how do I look Tilden in the face again if all I do is that? Hellfires, how do I look at myself in the mirror? No way am I going to abandon them, and neither is Keth, and with need to guide us, we're the best chance those girls have got.
She beat Keth to the riding arena by a few moments, but no more, just long enough to see with relief that Jadri and the boys had gotten things exactly right, and that Jadri and her brothers were sitting on their own horses, with packs tied on behind that were identical in every way to the packs she and Keth were taking. Her mind hadn't quite grasped that when Jadrik and Kethry reached the door of the arena. Jadrik was the first to react in any kind of sensible fashion.
"Just what do you children think you're doing?"
he thundered, in his best wrath of the gods voice. The boys winced a little, but Jadri was unimpressed.
"We're going with you," she stated flatly. "You need us."
Tarma covered the distance between herself and Jadri in a mere blink of an eye, grabbing Jadri's ankle and looking into her eyes with a glare that full-grown men could not face.
"Jadri!" she said, her harsh voice made even harsher with anger. "This is not a game, and it's no time for playing stupid tricks."
To her surprise, Jadri did not back down, though tears of anger and frustration started from her eyes. Anger at being misjudged, and frustration at being thought a mere child with no understanding.
"Don't you think I know that?" she cried. "Don't you think Lion and Laren do? They heard you telling Mummy and Dad what went wrong, and they came to tell me. It's Kira and Mary who are in trouble, and I swore to help them. Clanmother, I swore it, sword and hand."
The words hit Tarma like a blow to the heart, and she cursed under her breath.
"She swore the oath. Damn her! She's of the blood, and she swore the oath to her friends. It's sacred. She knows it, and I know it, and the Starlight knows it."
That was the only thing that could have persuaded her to allow Jadri to come within 1,000 leagues of this rescue mission. And how had this infuriating little clanswoman known it? And why did she swear the oath of sword and hand to a couple of outclan children? Kethry and Jadrik had been among the Shinaeen long enough to know how serious the oath was. And what were they supposed to do? Tell Jadri that she was too young to know what she was doing, when she plainly had? Tell her that oaths sworn by not-so-little girls didn't count? What kind of an idiot would do that to a child?
What kind of idiot would make a child into an oath-breaker?
Tarma turned and saw the same conflicts warring within Jadrik and Kethry. Finally, it was Kethry who spoke.
"You're her teacher,"
Kethry said flatly.
"Can she help?"
Tarma closed her eyes and tried to forget that the youngster before her was the firstborn of her best friends, the firstborn of Talisadrine. Jadri was no younger than many Shinaeen children on patrol now at the edge of the plains, or guarding herds from predators, or performing any one of a number of adult tasks. She was as well trained, or better, than all of them.
"Yes," she said finally, flatly. "She has the skills to be very useful."
She opened her eyes and saw fear and pride warring in her friends' faces, and it was Jadrik who looked up at Jadri and said,
"Very well. Because you swore an oath, you can go."
Jadri had the good manners not to cheer, but the twins didn't, and Jadrik cut them off.
"But you two didn't swear any oaths, and you are staying here," he barked.
"That's an order,"
Kethry added in a voice of steel.
"And if you dare try and follow, you lose the use of your horses for the rest of the year."
That was more than enough threat to keep them safely behind, as their stricken looks proved. Crestfallen, the boys slid off their horses and meekly led them back into the stable. Kethry turned to her daughter, and still using that same cold voice, addressed her in a way that made her turn a little pale.
"I am not pleased with this," she told the girl. "I am not particularly pleased that you decided to use an oath that serious without thinking of the consequences. You have a chance to redeem yourself if you follow every order we give you to the letter. with no argument and no hesitation. If you cannot keep up, you will return home on your own. We won't have time to take you back. This is going to be the hardest thing you have ever done, and there will be no room for thoughtless acts. I am not your mother on this trip. Tarma is not your foster mother. We are your commanders, and if you make a mistake, it could be fatal, not just for you, but for all of us. If there is fighting, you will stay clear, unless otherwise ordered. If you bring danger on us, we will save you if we can, but it is not only possible, but likely that we cannot. Is that understood? Clearly, this was a side of her mother that Kethry had never seen before. She was as pale as a spirit, but her chin was set firmly, and she replied in a voice that was as steady as Tarma could have wished. "Perfectly, Commander." Now Kethry looked at Tarma. "Let's get in the saddle and get moving. We'll meet Worrell on the way and save him a little running. We need all the daylight we can get." "Right!" Tarma heaved herself up into Hellsbane's saddle, and Kethry got herself in place on Ironheart, leaning down to kiss her husband when she was secure.
"Go," he urged. "I'll take care of things here. As soon as the rest get back, I'll send Aiken up to Tilden. Better this comes from a friend than a strange messenger."
She needed no more urging than that, and neither did Tarma. Lifting the reins, the two battle steeds loped out into the grey light of afternoon, followed by a much subdued Kethry on her mare. Kira had created plenty of daydreams about bandit raids and kidnappers, and had imagined herself being heroic and triumphant in all of them. But when attackers really struck, it wasn't anything like her daydreams. It was all so sudden she barely had time to react, much less act in a heroic fashion. The guards were all calm, talking and joking, and no one was at all wary and watchful. She had the impression that this had been considered a soft job, and the men with her were very much envied by their peers. There was no indication that there was anything to be worried about. The very first sign that something was wrong was when one of the more nervous horses stopped, snorted, and twitched his ears forward. There was no other warning. Before even the horse's rider had a chance to do anything, a guard at the front of the escort suddenly screamed and fell off his horse. For all of her reading, this was the first time that Kira had ever seen a man die, and this one was dying right in front of her. At first it didn't seem real. Before she could do more than stare stupidly at the arrow in his back and the spreading scarlet stain in the snow as he writhed there, two more of the guards made horrid gurgling sounds and fell off too, with arrows sticking out of their throats. She sat there, on her fat little pony, paralyzed with a mixture of fear and horror, wanting to throw up and run away at the same time. The only thing that came into her mind was that there was never any blood in her daydreams. Mary screamed, startling her out of her shock at about the same time as chaos erupted all around them. Their ponies were shoved aside by more of their guards, as the men made a wall of themselves around their charges. But that wall didn't last long. Ignoring armored men, the attackers cut down the horses with their arrows, sending screaming animals to drop under their riders. Behind the volley of arrows came a charge. Then there were frantically running men and horses, screaming and shouting, and swords cutting everywhere. Confused and frightened, the pony only thought to flee. He bolted between two screeching, bleeding horses into the first open space he saw. Suddenly, she was sitting on her pony in the middle of the open road, and there wasn't anybody standing protectively between her and a rough-clad man who was riding straight for her. She thought belatedly of her knife at her belt. Her pony tried to bolt as she gave him confused signals. Then the stranger was right on top of her. He snatched her out of her saddle with an impact that drove all the breath out of her and made her see stars. He paused just long enough to rob her of her knife, then dumped her across the front of his saddle, face down. As the horse galloped off, she thought she was going to be sick. The pommel of his saddle jolted into her stomach, and she had a terrible time just getting a full breath between jolts.
The whole world was reduced to lashing hair and snow-covered ground and the pain of an ever-increasing number of bruises. The next thing she knew, he'd stopped as abruptly as he'd started. He grabbed her under the arms before she got a breath and threw her toward a wagon, whatever. She was flying through the air, straight for it. Before she had time to brace herself, she landed inside a darkened, box-like structure and hit her head against the wooden floor. Mary landed on top of her in the next moment. Then something bulky and heavy flew in after them. The door they'd been tossed through slammed shut. There was the sound of a bar dropping in place over the door. Before either of them could move, the box began jolting around, bouncing and bruising them both unmercifully to the sound of wheels and galloping hooves.
"We're in a wagon, a prison wagon or a treasure wagon, they're about the same."
That was all the tiny, still sane part of her could think, as she and Mary clung to each other and screamed and cried until they were hoarse, sore of eye and of throat, as well as battered and bruised. Eventually they managed to brace themselves so that they weren't bouncing around quite so badly, and long after they'd cried themselves out, the wagon finally slowed to a reasonable pace.
"What happened?"
Mary asked tearfully, in a hoarse whisper.
"I think we've been kidnapped,"
Kira stammered back.
"But why?"
Mary wailed.
"Who would want to kidnap us?"
Kira ignored that question. Obviously their father was under the impression that someone would want to, or he wouldn't have sent guards to escort them home for the holidays. She knew, beneath her own fright and nausea, that somehow she would have to come up with better questions than that. You had to have questions before you could have answers, and oh, she needed answers now. A voice out of memory interrupted her chaotic, fear-filled rambling. "Think things through," she started. For a moment the memory of Tarma's voice was so clear that it seemed as if she'd really heard the words.
"We have to think, Mary," she whispered fiercely. "Like Tarma always says."
She screwed up her face in concentration and tried to dredge up other memories that might help.
Start with what you know, and go on to what your resources are. Don't waste the first few moments on speculation.
She licked her lips. What she knew. Well, they'd been kidnapped. They were in a wagon, being hauled rapidly away from where they'd been taken, and she knew that sooner or later someone would come looking for them. How soon? No, that's a speculation. There was nothing to tell her who it was that held them captive, but at the very least she should begin by examining their prison. There wasn't much to examine. There was enough room on the floor for both girls to stretch out at full length, but not much more than that. The walls were straight and unadorned and would permit an adult to stand erect. There were no windows, no benches to sit on, but light did leak in through a couple of chinks and knotholes. No help there. She examined the bulky objects that had been tossed in after them by touch and discovered to her joy that it was their packs, but it was obvious that they'd been opened, and a quick feel through both proved that nothing in the way of a weapon had been left to them, not even a pair of Mary's scissors. She still had the tiny knife in her boot, but it wouldn't be of much use.
"Resources, clothing, Mary's embroidery, beads and jewelry they didn't steal, and my journal. I suppose we could use drawstrings to strangle someone, provided he held still and cooperated." She stifled a hysterical laugh. "Concentrate. What came next?" "Father will send someone to find us, won't he?" Mary asked, her voice trembling just a little. "Once he knows we're gone, if he can find us." There didn't seem any point in telling her twin less than the truth. "That could be hard. I don't know where they're taking us, but it's probably far away, and they've got us locked up in this wagon, I bet, so we don't attract attention. If they get onto a trade road, it's going to be awfully hard to track us."
Mary took a shuddering breath, but kept herself under control.
"Couldn't we leave a trail of something, like the goose girl and her pocket of pebbles?"
Kira almost dismissed that as desperate babbling, but something in her seized on the idea. A trail. Maybe that wasn't such a bad idea. There was a chink in the floor, and they could drop something small out of it without much trouble, but what? And how could they keep what they dropped from being seen by their captors? Almost anything they dropped would stand out in the snow. Snow, white silk, silver beads. Mary, I need the white silk you got from Jadri, and the silver beads, Kira said urgently. Can you find it in here? She shoved Mary's pack over to her and hoped that the silks hadn't been looted. I think so. Mary rummaged around in her pack in the semi-darkness and finally came up with a handful of skeins of thread that shone pale as moonlight in her hand and a little box that rattled. Here, what are you going to do? Leave a trail for people to follow, Kira replied, carefully finding the end of one of the skeins, then snipping off a short piece with her tiny knife. They should have dogs. They might have Worrell. When they find this silk, they'll know it's us. Carefully, she fed the silk through the chink, doing her best to keep it from snagging on a splinter. It took 3 tries and 3 pieces before she hit on the idea of making a funnel with a piece of paper from her journal, but at last she got one to drop all the way through. Meanwhile, she kept thinking. We've got to figure out a way to slow everything down, she said, as she continued to thread bits of silk through the wooden floor, alternating the silk with silver beads. Think, Mary, what can we do to make it hard for these people? Should we try to run away when they take us out? Mary asked doubtfully. They're a lot bigger than we are, and there's more of them, Kira reminded her, and I don't think they care if we get hurt a little, or even a lot. Besides, she continued, if we try to run away, they won't ever let us out again. Could we do something to the horses? Only if they let us get near them. Kira thought about it a moment, pondering the possibilities of burrs under saddles or crystal beads lodged in hooves, then shook her head regretfully. I don't think we're going to do that. If we were bigger, we could probably loosen the wheels on the wagon or something. If we had wine, we could get them all drunk. Mary thought for a while longer, then said reluctantly, What if we got sick? Wouldn't they have to stop so we wouldn't die? They'll know if we aren't really sick, and anyway, they could just leave us in the wagon. Not... Mary bit her lip, and Kira could tell her twin was blushing by the tone of her voice. Not if it's stomach troubles, and lower. Stomach grip? What are you thinking of? Kira asked sharply. Remember my black beads, the ones Kethry told me never to let the baby play with because they'd make him sick? They took my good jewels, but not those. Mary rummaged in her pack again and came up with 3 long ropes of small dark beads. They're not really beads, they're seeds, and Jadrek helped me to find out what they were. They don't taste like anything, and if we eat 3 or 4, we'll get sick. Then they'll have to stop to let us be sick, won't they? Kira looked at her twin with sudden admiration. I would be willing to get sick to slow everything up, but I wouldn't have thought Mary would. I think so, she said, with another thought coming into her mind, but one she would save until she had a better idea of what their situation was. It's worth a try.
Blood everywhere. I thought I would never have to deal with a situation like this one again.
Tarma surveyed the carnage impassively, but with a sinking feeling in her heart. The bodies of the 10 guards that had lately left the school with Mary and Kira now sprawled in ungainly poses over about 1/4 of an acre of trampled snow. 3 were down on the road itself. 4 lay in a ragged line under their dead and fallen horses and had clearly never gotten the chance to struggle free before they too were killed, and the remaining 3 were in a line behind them where they had made a final stand afoot. Blood stained the white snow red everywhere, and liberal trails of more blood heading off to the south and west showed that the kidnappers had not gotten away completely unscathed. But there were no dead that were not of the guards in Tilden's livery, so if any of the attackers had died, their bodies had been carted away. A bad sign.
Whoever planned this was well-organized, well-armed, and with a lot of men, and it wasn't a simple bandit raid.
Not one guard had been left alive to send word of the massacre. Those horses that weren't dead were grouped together, heads down, exhausted, not carried off with the bandits. The 2 ponies that Mary and Kira had ridden out on stood under a tree beside the road, sadly nosing through the snow and biting at the withered grass they found there.
Nobody actually stopped to loot either, not even the gear on the dead and living horses. All the arms and armor, all the packs that belonged to the dead men, it's all still here. Just the girls and their pack horse. That's all that were taken. And I have to wonder if the pack horse wasn't grabbed just because they didn't want to take the time to unload the girl's stuff off him. If we hadn't had need, nobody would have known this happened until some trader or farmer stumbled over the bodies, and even then no one would know that the girls were missing. Until Tilden came looking for them, that is. "Where now?"
she asked Kethry. "South and west," she replied immediately. "More west than south." Well, that certainly corresponded with those telltale blood trails. Tarma sucked on her lower lip and glanced up at the sky to the west. Behind the gray pall of clouds, the sun shone feebly, no more than a finger's breadth above the horizon. The air was sharply cold, too cold for snow at this point. So for a while they could follow the clear trail left by the kidnappers. It would be dark soon, and no time to act on her hunch that the kidnappers were about to drive straight south, at least not in time to cut them off.
"Stay on the pillion, furball,"
she told a weary Worrell behind her.
"I'll track them as long as I can see. Then you take over until we can't ride anymore."
But just as twilight faded, that became easier to do, for the tracks of the running horses in the unbroken snow were joined by the tracks of wheels. Worrell raised his nose for a quick investigation as Tarma read the churned-up snow. The blood trails ended where the wheel marks began, so the kidnappers had paused long enough to rough bandage their wounds.
"New men here. They waited for some time while the others created their ambush and sprung it."
"So they had a wagon ready and waiting, and that's where they put the girls."
She gritted her teeth.
"Smart. You keep them completely under control and you don't have to worry about someone accidentally seeing them. Hard to explain a little girl trussed up like a chicken for the pot, but no one is likely to be curious about a prison wagon. I wish to hell I knew who these people were. It would tell me a lot about why they've done this and what they want."
"Surely ransom," Kethry ventured, but Tarma shook her head.
"Not necessarily, Shianandra. This could be political. An attempt to force Tilden into a position he wouldn't otherwise take by holding his girls."
She used a little mental discipline to keep herself calm so that she could think properly, as her battle mare responded to her unease by shifting her weight and looking around for the danger.
"It could be political in another way. To make an example out of the girls, to show how ruthless these people can be. Hellfires, if there are still any of Char's old allies around, I'd count on them to be that ruthless. It could be religious. The triune goddess priests have been getting their noses out of joint since there isn't an official state religion anymore."
"It doesn't even have to have anything to do with Rethwellen," came the small, uncertain voice from behind her. As she turned to peer at Jadri through the gloom, the girl swallowed, but looked straight into Tarma's eyes and bravely continued her thought. "Merrily is supposed to marry the Prince of Jocatha, and the kidnappers are going south. Maybe someone wants to force Queen Saoirse to do something to get Mary back safe. You know she'd have to do something, especially if it's Jocathans that took Mary and Kira."
"Damn! Out of the mouths of babes. Good thinking, kitten. And maybe I ought to be grateful that she's along."
Tarma shook her head, then tried to visualize where they were on a map. With a sinking feeling, she realized that if the kidnappers continued southward, they would quickly strike a major trade route, and the odds were high that they would be able to muddle or hide their trail there in the tracks of ongoing traffic, which meant that the odds were high that they would strike straight south soon. Going across country to try at least to catch up was a better plan than it had seemed a few moments ago.
Plots on plots. What if someone wants the boy to marry his girl? Getting Tilden to forbid the marriage in order to get the girls back would do that, and Saoirse doesn't even have to enter into it. What if they want to make a political incident out of this between Jocatha and Rethwellan? Making it look as if Saoirse is behind it could easily do that. The trouble is, a lot of these plots end in murders. Worrell, we need you now, she told the Kyrie, and with a groan, he jumped down off the pillion pad behind her into the ankle-deep snow. We'll keep going as long as we can. Then we'll stop for a rest and start as soon as there's light.
Footing, Jadri said hesitantly. For the horses. Shouldn't we have some light? Tarma followed in Worrell's wake before she answered, but this was practical knowledge for Jadri.
If we didn't have Worrell, or if he was fresh, or if we were on anything but Shineen horses, I would agree. Worrell is too tired to make more than a walk, she pointed out. At that pace, we let the horses feel their own way. I don't want to advertise our presence with a light. In conditions like this, you could see a light for leagues. Plus, if the kidnappers have a mage, he might be able to sense a mage light.
There was no more comment from Jadri, so Tarma put the child out of her mind and let Worrell lead them all onward as the horses placed their hooves with deliberate care. At this point, she wasn't anything more than a passenger. She folded her arms and tucked her hands into her belt, let her head sag, and dozed. If the damned sword wasn't making life too difficult for Kethry, she knew her partner was doing the same. Catch sleep whenever you can. The mares and Worrell would warn of danger long before it was visible, and they were too far behind the kidnappers for there to be any likelihood of stumbling into their camp. Of course, Jadri wasn't going to nap and shouldn't, because she didn't have a battle mare, only a Shina'een-bred saddle mare. But Jadri also had two advantages over her elders. The first, that she wasn't expected to fight or track later and didn't need the extra sleep, and the second, that she was decades younger than either Tarma or her mother and could go longer on less rest. The horses plodded on into the thick darkness, as Tarma roused herself roughly every candle mark or so to check their bearings by Kethry and Need. As she had expected, sometime within the first candle mark after darkness fell, the kidnappers turned south, and were probably on the trade road into Jocatha right at that moment.
Probably camped. I hope the girls are all right, at least for now.
It was some comfort to know that they were in a wagon, probably locked in there, and that the people who'd taken them were trained and disciplined. If all they were was terrified, well, they could get over simple terror. There were other things that could happen to little girls that were harder to get over.
Including being murdered.
It was just after midnight that Worrell stumbled over a snow-covered branch and admitted,
I'm done in, mine mate. We have to rest now. The track still says nothing has happened to the girls, and I can't go any further.
Both mares stopped when Worrell did, and Jadri's horse only went another pace or two further than that.
Right. We're stopping, Keth,
Tarma called. Kethry grunted a vague reply and shook herself awake. As she and Tarma slid stiffly out of their saddles, Kethry kindled a very dim mage light, and Tarma looked around for a suitable campsite. There wasn't much, out here in an area of rolling hills mostly covered with scrub and very rough grasses, but a half-circle of snow-covered bushes gave a certain amount of protection from wind and watchers. She got Jadri to help set up the tiny tent, and Kethry got out grain for the horses and took over the 3 packs and extinguished the light. Then, while Kethry laid blankets down on the floor and tucked their packs inside for safekeeping, Jadri and Tarma unsaddled the horses, rubbed them down, and gave them their rations. She didn't need to hobble the battle mares, for they wouldn't wander, and to keep Jadri's mare from strolling off, she simply fastened her halter to Ironheart's. The tent was very small, but big enough for all 3 of them to lie down together, with a little room to spare for luggage. As Tarma had known she would, Kethry had set up a spell to keep it warm all night long, without a fire. She'd also done something to make the tent poles glow faintly,
a glow that couldn't be seen from outside through the canvas, so that they could see to keep feet out of faces. Their blankets were to pad the tent floor beneath them, and to keep the cold from seeping into their bodies from below, not for warmth. It was possible that a mage could sense all this, but these were very minor magics, and well within the scope of just about any earth witch or hedge wizard. Without being asked, Kethry brought in a leather pail full of snow, and tucked it into the corner to thaw, then took one of the outside positions. Tarma took the other, putting Kethry into the protected position between them. But then Worrell wriggled into the tent, somehow getting into the available space, what there was of it, and put himself between Kethry and the tent wall. Kethry gave each of them a strip of dried meat and a piece of hard journey bread. They ate in silence and warmth, and passed the waterskin back and forth until the thirst, roused by salt-dried meat and brick-like bread, was gone. Kethry extinguished the glow of the tent poles, and the silence seemed even deeper. Then Kethry took a deep breath, and Tarma knew she was going to say something. "You've been quiet. You've kept up. You've obeyed orders. And when you've said something, it's been sensible," the mage said softly into the darkness, and all of them knew which you was meant. "You've been a help instead of a hindrance." "Thank you," Kethry said in a small voice. "I'm not glad you're here, kitten. And all you have to do is think back on the ambush to know why." Her voice broke a little. "The idea that something like that could happen to you has me in knots. You're only a child. You aren't supposed to be seeing things like that." Tarma heard Kethry swallow. Then she said, "But I already have. How can we be sheltered when we're your children?"
"She's got you there, Green Eyes,"
Tarma said dryly. I promise that unless you tell me to do otherwise, when we find these people, I'm going to stay far enough behind that I can run if I have to." Kethry paused, and then said in a new and tearful voice, "But you have to promise that you won't let anything like that happen to you." It was almost a wail, and Kethry caught her daughter up in her arms as Tarma grabbed a free hand and squeezed it. "I can promise we'll try, kitten," Kethry said, in a voice nearly as hoarse as Tarma's. And with that, they all sought uneasy sleep and were exhausted enough to find it. "When you're sick, riding in a wagon is really a bad idea." By the time darkness fell, the seeds they'd eaten had taken full effect, and Kira really did feel sick. Her stomach churned, there was a fat lump in her throat that kept making her gag, and her mouth felt sour and dry. In fact, she wasn't sure now that she could manage to keep her nausea under control much longer, which could make things really nasty in there. When the wagon stopped, she pounded on the door and put desperation into her voice. "Please," she wailed, and fought back the nausea. "Let us out! We're sick!" Footsteps creaked on snow just outside the door.
"What do you mean, sick?"
asked a suspicious voice from the other side.
"Please, I'm going to throw up,"
she gulped, beginning to retch a little in spite of herself, and the door opened immediately.
"If you're faking—"
the man began, but had no further chance to say anything, for Kira couldn't control her heaving stomach any more and threw up at his feet. He jumped back just in time to avoid being splattered, cursing.
"I'm sorry."
She clapped her hand over her mouth as tears rolled down her face from the pain of her bruised stomach muscles. He kicked snow over the mess and lifted her and Mary out with surprising care, seeing as she'd almost thrown up on him. Maybe he just didn't want to have to dodge the mess again.
"I don't think he's angry, though. Please."
Mary gasped.
"Where?"
He pointed, and they ran for the bushes at the side of the camp, where they rid themselves of the dreadful little seeds and everything else that was in their stomachs. Both of them were chilled, shaking, and weak when they finished. Kira filled her mouth over and over with snow, spitting it out again to rid herself of that awful taste, and Mary did the same. Her hands shook, her head ached, and her stomach muscles were so sore she wanted to just lie down in the snow and never get up again. But she did, even though her knees threatened to collapse as she helped her twin to her feet. No one asked if they were all right or came to help them. But no one kept them from going to the fire instead of the wagon either, and they huddled together as close to the warmth as they could, eyes half closed, holding hands. Surely, the way they looked now would keep anyone from thinking they had it in them to try and escape. But now that the seeds were gone, every passing moment brought a little more relief and strength. In spite of the now ebbing nausea, Kira saw quite a bit behind her eyelashes. They were on a road, or rather in a camp just off of a road, so it was a good thing that she'd been dropping silk and beads all along, and there were about 20 men in this group, which seemed like an awful lot to kidnap 2 little girls. The man who'd let them out came over and poked Kira with his toe.
"Hey, why are you sick?"
he asked gruffly. He didn't seem unkind. In fact, there was some concern on his unshaven face. Although he wasn't anyone she would have picked for a friend, she sensed they might have a reluctant ally. It was Mary who answered.
"A lot of the students were sick before we left," she replied in a thin and weak-sounding voice. "I didn't think we'd get it, but I guess we did." She shivered and said in a half-moan, "I feel awful. I want to go home."
"I told you there was nothing to worry about. It's just some childish ailment, and it will pass off in a day or so."
The irritated voice out of the dark beyond the fire was a new one, and had an odd accent. Kira didn't place it, but Mary did. She put her head down on Kira's shoulder and pressed her mouth up near Kira's ear, as if she couldn't hold her head up any longer. "Jacathan," she whispered, a mere thread of sound. The man who'd helped them seemed to feel a little sorry for them now. He hovered over them both for a moment, then went a few paces off and returned with a huge fur rug, a bit moth-eaten and bare in patches, but warm. He wrapped it around both of them and actually tucked it in awkwardly.
"I don't suppose you want anything to eat?" he asked. "Beans ain't done, but they're cooking in broth. You could have a bowl of that and bread."
Kira's gorge rose at the mere thought of eating, and she shook her head as violently as she dared. Right now, though, she'd have traded every valuable she had ever owned for a mug of willow tea for her aching head.
"Just sit there and get warm, and when you want to sleep, take the rug into the wagon with you. I don't need it,"
he said gruffly, and left them alone. There was a pot on the fire in front of them, which Kira's nose told her was the one that held the broth and some simmering beans. Next to the fire was a stack of journey bread, and a stack of bowls beside it. Good. The little seeds wouldn't stand out in a pot of beans. Hopefully, before they got chased into the wagon, her stomach would settle and she could slip the seeds into the pot under cover of getting bowls of broth for herself and Mary. If this was a camp like any other, the beans were for breakfast, as it would take that long for them to soften in the cooking enough to eat. Meanwhile, she and Mary pretended to doze as sick children do, and she watched as much of the camp as she could see without moving her head. Slowly, her stomach settled. Slowly, her headache went away. The cold air helped, and so did the fact that they weren't moving anymore. Although these men were dressed roughly, they didn't act like anything other than a well-trained group, accustomed to working together. So the shabby clothing they had over their armor must have been a disguise. 3 of them quickly put up a small but luxurious tent, got coals from the fire for a brazier to heat it, and brought in a generous amount of bedding, before arranging their own bedding beside the fire. Kira got a brief look at the tent's owner before he went inside and laced the door shut. He wasn't shabbily dressed, and she thought he was the owner of the Jacathan accent. The rest of the men seemed to relax a little when he went inside his own little quarters, though they studiously ignored the girls' presence. Some of them had been hurt in the fight, and they took this opportunity to get each other bandaged properly. Kira was obscurely grateful that she hadn't known any of her own guards. It would have been horrible to sit there watching these people patch themselves up while wondering which of them had been the murderer of someone she knew. Some of the men went out of the camp and didn't come back. They had gone out on guard duty, Kira was fairly certain, which made it less likely that she and Mary could slip away under cover of darkness.
And even if we did, where would we go? I don't know where we are, and neither does Mary. You've got to know your territory before you can hide easily or find help.
Some of the men dipped out bowls full of broth to soak their bread in and sat down on their bedding to alternate broth-dipped bread with bites of dried meat. They didn't seem inclined to talk much, not even with their fellows. As soon as they finished their abbreviated meals, they crawled into their bedrolls and were soon snoring. Kira wondered how they could sleep so easily after the awful fight, after killing and being wounded. Shouldn't they be staring up at the sky, sleepless or haunted by nightmares?
Maybe they don't care anymore.
The thought was too horrible, and she resolutely put it away. Feeling bad wasn't going to fix anything right now. What she and Mary needed to do was to get their own plan in motion, to slow their captors down. Maybe in the process, they'd find an opportunity to escape.
"Want to go back to the wagon?" Kira whispered. "I'm feeling better." "I could eat broth and bread, if you were thinking of that."
Mary squeezed her hand to show that she remembered the plan for Kira to doctor their kidnapper's food.
"I'll take the road back to the wagon if you can bring food for both of us."
One of the men roused from sleep and watched them as they got up, but lost interest when they crept about with all the symptoms of still being ill and weak. Mary dragged the heavy robe back to the wagon and climbed inside. Kira feigned equal weakness and wobbled toward the fire. She was afraid that the helpful fellow would show up and dip out the broth for her, but evidently he was on guard duty, and the only men still awake looked pointedly away from her. Maybe their consciences were bothering them. Here were these two poor little girls, obviously sick, who should have been at home in bed, not dragged about in a prison wagon. That only made her subterfuge easier, and she whispered a little prayer of thanks as she made the most of her opportunity. The seeds were in a drawstring bag that matched one of Mary's dresses and had been meant to hang on her belt. The bag was up her sleeve, and she'd already unfastened the mouth of it. As she dipped out the second bowl of broth, a steady stream of seeds poured out of her sleeve into the pot, the splashing they made covered neatly by the noises she made dipping out the broth. She made sure to take enough bread to hide in the wagon for breakfast. They would not want to share those beans, and could easily feign an attack of nausea to cover their disinterest in food. Once the caravan got back underway, they could eat the bread without fear of discovery. She handed the food to Mary and climbed into the wagon herself, pleased to discover that Mary had taken the clothing in their packs and made a kind of nest out of it.
"Hide most of that bread,"
she whispered as she got in beside her sister and took back her bowl.
"We'll need it for tomorrow."
She tasted her broth and wished for David Cook. It wasn't horrible, but it was very flat, unseasoned, probably made by boiling unsalted dried meat. The journey bread wasn't any better, but when the bread was soaked in the broth, it made a palatable mush that was warm, and it was probably better for their tender stomachs than real food would have been. After that, there didn't seem anything more to do but sleep, so they curled up around each other to share the warmth of their bodies, and somehow, in spite of all the horrible things that had happened to them, they fell quickly and dreamlessly into sleep. It wasn't even dawn when the camp roused and the men began packing things up, and not at all quietly either. There was a lot of cursing, groaning. Wounds had probably stiffened in the night, and so had muscles. Horses stamped and complained. Harness jingled, but all of the sounds were very brisk and businesslike. They probably aren't taking any chances that someone might follow, Kira thought muzzily. They want to get as far away from the ambush as possible. The farther they are, the less likely that anyone will connect them to it. Their helper poked his face into the wagon door just at that moment.
"Need the bushes?"
he asked. He looked friendlier today, and Kira found herself hoping he hadn't been part of the ambush. She didn't want to hate him. They nodded, and he helped them out of the wagon again, then took them over to the side of the camp and pointed to some very thick evergreen bushes a little shorter than they were.
"Keep your heads in sight. One of you, anyway,"
was all he said. They took the hint, went to the other side, and relieved themselves quickly. At least he hadn't made them take care of it while he watched. They continued to feign weakness and sickness as he escorted them back to the wagon.
"Want breakfast? You won't get another chance till we stop, and that won't be until dark,"
he told them, and both of them shook their heads violently.
"Right then, in you go."
Rather than wait for them to climb into the wagon, he picked up each of them in turn and left them on the floor.
"Here."
He dropped in a water skin beside them.
"Got stomach troubles, you can't let yourself get all dried out. Drink that, a bit at a time. Try and sleep, the less noise you make, the better off you'll be. He doesn't want any trouble, and he's not one to cross."
Then he closed the door, and once again closed in the cold darkness. They heard the bar drop across it outside. "Well, this time at least we have food and water, that nice fur robe, and we've padded the floor." She didn't want to risk making any conversation that might be overheard, so she curled back up in the still warm fur robe, and after a moment of hesitation, Mary curled up beside her. She shoved their padding aside until she found the chink in the floor by the thin, weak light that came up through it, and got the knife, the paper cone, the bits of white silk, and the silver beads out of hiding. Then they waited, listening to the sounds of the men moving around the camp outside. Some of them were speaking a language Kira didn't know, but Mary nodded when she looked askance at her sister. "Jacathan, then. So why have Jacathans kidnapped us?" It was all a frustrating puzzle. Finally, there were the sounds of jingling harness and horses' hooves, and the wagon moved as at least 2 horses were hitched up to it. There hadn't been a driver's seat on the front of what was essentially a plain box, so Kira decided that the kidnappers must be controlling the horses with one man riding on the near side beast. That was the way that prison wagons were often harnessed, so that the prisoners inside would not get a chance to kill the driver. It would make sense for their kidnappers to use a prison wagon to hold them. There was no chance they would be able to break out of it, and nothing for them to use as a weapon inside. As for getting attention or help from strangers, most people avoided prison wagons like a curse, and if anyone did hear screaming and calling from one, they'd ignore it, even if it sounded like children were doing the screaming. There were plenty of ways a child could end up in a prison wagon, all of them perfectly good reasons to lock up such a child. Madness, for one, which would make it highly unlikely that anything they shouted would be heeded or believed. Well, she didn't need to make any trouble for their captors in here. She'd already made enough out there. If everyone ate at least some of the beans, in a couple of candle marks, they'd start to feel the effects. "We only ate 2 seeds each, and there must have been dozens, maybe hundreds in that bag, but they were cooking all night, and that might have weakened the brew. Or would it have concentrated? I wish I knew more about these things." Finally, the wagon lurched forward and bumped onto the frozen surface of the road. Mary got the journey bread out of hiding and offered her some. They shared the water skin between them, but drank sparingly. Neither of them doubted that their captor had been telling the truth, and that there would be no stops until nightfall. Well, no planned stops. When she'd finished her tasteless chunk of bread, she laid the patch of floor bare, and under cover of the fur, began dropping beads and bits of silk to the road below. If the seeds affected their kidnappers at the same rate she and Mary had been affected, right about noontime, things would start to get interesting. In the uncertain light of false dawn, they woke and packed up everything hastily. Worrell had recovered his strength completely and was ready to go before they were, so he took the opportunity to run down a bunny for his breakfast. They were back on the trail before true dawn. As Tarma had bleakly expected, the trail dead-ended on the trade road, which had thawed and refrozen, leaving an unreadable, hard, rutted surface. There was no trace of the wagon or the horses they'd been following. Even Worrell couldn't get a scent on a surface like that. That would have been all right, since with need to guide them, they knew which direction to go. But they hadn't gone a league before the road split into 3, all of them going south. Pick the wrong one and their quarry would get so far ahead they'd never catch up. She sat and swore, silently, staring at the damned triple fork, as Worrell scouted ahead on the frozen surface, hoping for a trace of scent or some other miracle to give them a clue. Then, beyond expectation, the miracle occurred.
"Mind mate,"
the Kethry called excitedly.
"Here, the middle road. I have a patch of Kira and Mary's scent."
Now Tarma swore happily.
"Worrell has a scent,"
she called to the other 2, and sent her mare loping down the uneven surface as they followed the Kethry. Worrell went on ahead, reporting tiny patches of scent at uneven intervals, confirming that the first patch wasn't a fluke. "What is he picking up?" Kethry asked wonderingly. "What could he possibly be picking up?"
"I don't know,"
Tarma began.
"Maybe one of them managed to rub a hand on a wheel, but you'd think he'd have picked that up before this."
"I think I know,"
Jadri suddenly said, and urged her horse ahead of theirs. She dangled down from the saddle in a trick Tarma had taught her and snatched something tiny off the top of a rut without pausing, then turned her horse and came back to them.
"Look,"
she said in triumph, holding up a tiny thread of white. It didn't look like anything.
"What in—"
Tarma went cross-eyed, trying to look at it. Jadri grinned.
"It's the white silk embroidery thread I gave Mary for midwinter. Remember? You've trained Kira, and she knows she has to leave us something to follow. I bet they're cutting it up and dropping it out of the wagon."
"I bet you're right."
She turned her attention to the Kethry and thought at him.
"Worrell, if you lose the trail, check to either side of the road. You're following bits of silk, and they might blow off the road itself."
"Clever girls,"
was his comment. And with that sure guide, they were able to increase their pace to the ground-eating lope that best suited the Kethry, even when the road branched and branched again. By mid-morning, they came upon the kidnappers' camp, with the scent of the girls all around it. The ashes of the fire were cold, but Tarma knew the kidnappers couldn't have increased their lead by much, if anything. Worrell reported that the girls had been sick, which didn't surprise Tarma at all and didn't worry her too much. That was a natural reaction to what had happened to them, and it was encouraging to know that Worrell reported no signs that the children had been mistreated in any way. No blood, no torn-out hair, the scent of fear, but only what he would have expected. He would be able to scent a drop of blood too small to see. Even bruised flesh would leave a different odor to his keen senses. And as for other kinds of abuse, well, those would have left clear scents as well, and Worrell found nothing of the sort. They didn't spend too much time at the campsite. There wasn't much it could tell them that they didn't already know. The snow was too trampled to tell how many men they were facing, though Worrell's guess was around 20. There was one place where a small tent had clearly been set up, and that meant these kidnappers had a leader, someone who considered himself too superior to the others to sleep beside the fire with the rest of them. There was no scent of the girls at that spot, and it wasn't likely they'd be allowed out of their prison, especially at night, so the tent had to belong to the leader. They set off in much less than a candle mark, and when the road forked again, Worrell ranged up both forks until he found another bit of silk, giving them the right direction. But it wasn't until they came across a horse dropping that was still faintly warm that Tarma knew for certain that they would be able to catch up to the kidnappers.
20 men against the 2 of us. Well, I'm sure Leslack would assume it was no contest, but I'm not that sanguine.
Still, if they'd camped last night, they would probably do the same tonight. They could stay out of spotting range with Worrell to scout and creep up on the camp tonight.
We're catching up. Which means we'd better think of something. Kath, I don't suppose you could cast some sort of magic that would put them all to sleep, could you?
She asked a little doubtfully. After all, she'd never seen Kethry do anything of the kind, but it was worth asking about. Beside her, the sorceress tucked her hair under her hood as she replied, moving easily with her horse. "That only happens in children's tales and bad melodrama," Kethry said, then shrugged an apology. "Sorry, but that's how it is. Even if I could, it would be a sure bet that men as organized as these would have a countering magic in effect. I see your point. It would be convenient if we could put the whole encampment to sleep and just pluck the girls out of it." She chewed her lower lip. "Let me think about it, and I'll tell you what I can do, other than call lightning down on them or something equally spectacular and dangerous."
"Spectacular would be a bad idea,"
Tarma agreed, and Jadri nodded. So she added, for Jadri's benefit, "Because—" "We don't know who these people are or where they're going. We don't know who is watching for them or coming to meet them. Doing something spectacular could bring down more trouble than we can deal with." Jadri had that lesson by heart at least. The ideal thing would be to draw them out of the camp one at a time and pick them off that way, Kethry mused. But we'd have to do it quickly enough that they wouldn't notice until we'd whittled their numbers down to a manageable size.
"We'd need something to draw them out,"
Tarma pointed out.
"As fast as they're trying to go, I doubt that they're going to stop to hunt, no matter how tempting the game looks. I just can't think of anything likely to bring them out one at a time."
"Maybe something will occur to us." Kethry dismissed all speculations and glanced up at the overcast sky. "Maybe I can do something with the weather. Or maybe I could cast a glamour to make them think they are under attack by a large force."
"Mind, mate."
Worrell's voice was attenuated by distance.
"I believe you had better stop now and come in carefully. They've been forced to camp."
There was a savage good humor in his thoughts.
"Evidently whatever made the children ill is contagious, or it has been made to seem so. I'll come back and meet you halfway."
When the effect of the seed struck, it was fortunately quite gradual, so it didn't look quite like the mass poisoning it really was. Just about noontime, the men who had eaten the most began to sicken. Although the girls couldn't make out exactly what was happening, Kira heard voices strained and distressed, then sounds she thought meant that the riders were dropping back for a moment, then returning, and each time that happened, the wagon slowed a little more. The leader was annoyed at first, then angry, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. The men weren't in control of their stomachs anymore. Their stomachs were in control of them. Kira and Mary exchanged grins in the semi-darkness of the wagon. After all, only one of the men out there had offered to help even a little when they were sick, and it seemed fitting revenge that no one wanted to help the kidnappers now. "They probably don't even have any herbs or anything to make them feel better," Mary whispered, in ill-concealed glee. "Probably not, or I bet they'd have drugged us to keep us quiet," Kira agreed. Finally, the wagon stopped altogether, and Kira definitely heard a rider slide off the near-side horse and make a stumbling run for the bushes. At that point, the leader roared some angry commands, and when the wagon moved again, it was only a short distance. Someone unbarred the door, but didn't open it. When Kira pushed on it tentatively, it moved, and she cautiously stuck her head out. From the look of things, virtually every man in the group was suffering, but not all of them were hit as badly as the others. The healthiest three were guarding the wagon, looking pale and unhappy. The worst off could not be seen at all, but from the sounds of it, they were off in the bushes, throwing up everything including their toenails. A couple, including their lone ally, had collapsed on hastily spread blankets beside a small fire. They looked absolutely green, and Kira didn't think that a single gut-wrenching purge was going to help them get over the effects of the seeds. No, they were going to be visiting the bushes quite frequently, until every bit of the poison worked itself out of their systems. The only man totally unaffected was the leader, probably because he had his own private stock of food, and now Kira got a good look at him. There wasn't much that was memorable about him. Of average height, weight, and coloring, brown hair and brown eyes, and only his air of authority and the fine cut and fabric of his otherwise plain garments marked him as different. Even so, there was no way to tell that he wasn't what he seemed, either a prosperous merchant or some other well-off professional, such as a sheriff or an alderman. At the moment, he scowled so furiously that Kira was very glad she wasn't under his command. He was taking the illness of his men very personally, as if they were doing it to make trouble just for him. She looked around, making certain that she didn't attract attention to herself by moving too much. But there wasn't much that was memorable about this place. Just like the last spot, they had stopped in a cleared place at the side of the road, this time in a little depression between two hills. She had no idea where they were, and there was no sign of any habitation, not even a thin stream of smoke rising from some far-off farmhouse chimney. There were low, scrubby trees and thick bushes, a thin cover of ankle-deep snow, and not much else. The hills themselves were bare of significant cover, which would give anyone atop one a good view of the countryside. She wondered if any of the men would have the strength to climb up there to stand sentry, and privately doubted it.
"If I just had some idea where to go, we might be able to get away tonight," she thought with rising hope. "Maybe if we just stuck to the road, we'd be able to find an inn or a farm or something." A hint of movement atop the hill to their rear caught Kira's eye, and she withdrew a little into the wagon so the leader of their kidnappers wouldn't see her interest. She waited to see if something appeared again. She tried to tell herself that it was only a far-off animal, perhaps a wild cow or donkey, tried not to get her hopes up too much, but she thought there had been something familiar in that half-seen shape and the way it had moved. Would it appear again? Or was it just a trick of her eyes and the hope that someone would come to save them? As she watched, holding her breath, that half-familiar silhouette did appear just for a moment, leaping up onto the top of the hill and back down again. Her heart jumped into her throat, and when it happened a third time and she was sure of what she'd seen, she stuffed her fist into her mouth to stifle an inadvertent cry of joy that would surely have betrayed them. No sound escaped, but Mary grabbed her shoulder, seeing her excitement. She motioned for silence, curled up into the fur, and Mary cuddled up with her. Then she pulled the fur over their heads to muffle her whispers. She didn't dare take a chance that there might be someone near enough to the wagon to overhear them. "Worrell's out there," she hissed. "I saw him."
That was all Mary had to hear. She knew what it meant. Worrell meant Tarma, and Tarma meant Kethry. If anyone could get them out of this, it would be their teachers. Mary hugged her hard in a fit of repressed excitement.
"Let's see if they'll let us use the bushes,"
Mary hissed.
"That way we'll see us and know we're all right, and they'll know we're in the wagon. If we get locked in tonight, they'll know where we are."
Now that was a good thought, and after a moment or two to make sure she wasn't going to betray herself by looking healthy and excited, Kira went to the door of the wagon and slowly lowered herself to the ground. Actually, her stomach muscles still ached, and she was so stiff from being cramped up on the floor of the wagon that she didn't have to feign that much. No one said anything, and Mary followed her. Holding on to each other, like a pair of feeble old women, keeping their eyes on the ground and avoiding looking at anyone or anything, they moved cautiously toward a stand of the thick evergreens they'd used this morning. They stayed there just long enough to seem convincing, then, with their heads still down, plodded wearily back to the wagon.
"We're such meek, obedient little things, and sick, very sick. We're no threat, will be no trouble, we're harmless, absolutely harmless."
Suddenly, there was a pair of shiny, expensive black boots between them and the wagon. Kira raised her eyes slowly. In the boot were legs, clad in fine woolen trews of charcoal gray. The legs merged into a torso wrapped in a handsome fur-lined cape of matching wool. Her eyes traveled slowly up the chest to the face, a face with angry eyes and a bitter mouth, wearing a scowl that froze the blood in her veins. The man who was responsible for their current predicament had taken an interest in them, and it wasn't out of concern for their health. She felt blood draining out of her face, and had the irrelevant thought that at least she wouldn't have to try and feign being pale and ill. Her knees shook so hard that she was afraid they might go to jelly at any moment. What did he want? Why was he looking at them like that? Surely he didn't suspect that she had poisoned the food. After all, she and Mary had been the very first to be ill, and their symptoms were the same as the men's. She felt herself starting to shake as those eyes, so full of anger, looked her over as if she was a particularly shabby bit of merchandise that he might keep or might discard. She didn't want to move, didn't want to do anything that would cause him to focus on her. Nevertheless, she had a duty. She interposed herself between the man and Mary and met his cold, cold eyes. He spat something that could only have been a curse, though it was not in a language that Kira knew. She stood her ground, still looking up at him, but doing her best to look fragile and pathetic rather than combative. Fragile and pathetic wasn't her strong suit, but she leaned heavily on remembering times when Mary had managed to get out of trouble by doing just that. How had she looked? What had her expression been? Mary was better at this than she was. She opened her eyes as wide as they would go, let her lower lip pout out a little and tremble, and thought desperately sad thoughts, that they might never see home again, or the school, the horrible fight, how afraid she was. The last wasn't very hard to do, with that awful man glaring at them as if he held them personally responsible for everything that was going wrong. Of course they were, but that was beside the point. I need to cry, but not blubber. A runny nose and red face is just going to disgust him. Tears, but artistic ones. She wasn't sure how she knew that, but she was certain of it. By widening her eyes and tilting her head so that the dry breeze hit them, she managed to get them to water, which would pass very nicely for tears. One huge fat drop rolled down her right cheek. 2 more followed, one on the left and another on the right. He was unmoved. She sniffed delicately, and another couple of tears coursed in the paths of the others. He was never going to feel sorry for them, but maybe, she might awaken a tiny twinge of shame for picking on 2 little girls and making them miserable. She let the tears flow, keeping her eyes glued to his the entire time. It seemed to work. He cursed again and looked away, then angrily turned and stalked toward one of his men that was still standing. For a moment, Kira couldn't move and shook all over. In his anger at being delayed, he was looking for some ready target to discharge that anger on, and she sensed that he might be rethinking his plans to match the current conditions. He was thinking about doing something awful to us. Oh, goddess, that was too close. From the way her twin sister was shivering, Mary also knew how close it had been. Finally, when she figured she could make her legs move without collapsing, she led Mary back into the wagon, and they climbed slowly in, to hide in their fur robe. Maybe if they stayed out of sight and completely quiet, he'd forget about them for now. The view from the top of the hill was excellent, and it was even possible to hear a certain amount of sound from the camp below. Scrubby brush made fine cover to a pair of experienced, if out-of-practice, scouts.
"They aren't going anywhere,"
Tarma said at last, as she watched the leader pitch his own damn tent.
"Whatever's made them sick, it's keeping them here until tomorrow at best, and their commander is furious. And look at those 3.
She pointed her chin at 3 recumbent forms wrapped in sleeping rolls.
"They haven't moved at all since their last bout. I think they're going to need to sleep until noon tomorrow at the earliest."
Kethry agreed, watching the activity below. For 2 former scouts of their experience, this surveillance was routine. Although a civilian would have said that these hilltops were barren, there was more than enough cover for them to hide in. Everything was going exceptionally well, all things considered. The twins had seen Worrell, as Tarma had hoped they would when the door of the wagon eased open. Smart of them to go out as if they needed to relieve themselves but do nothing. That was as clear a sign that they knew help was out here as if they'd shouted and waved. Now, how to separate out the kidnappers? Worrell's estimate appeared to be correct, and 20 was far too many for 2 women and a Kethry to take on. No matter how sick they appeared to be, most of them were not as depleted as the 3 comatose beside the fire. If they thought they were under attack, it would be amazing how quickly they would recover.
If this was anywhere near a city, I'd be tempted to send you down there to shake your hips at them and lure them into the bushes one at a time, Keth,
she murmured. Kethry snorted. At my age, I'd need a hell of a glamour to pull that off, she retorted. You'd better think of something else to lure them off. Even at my youthful best, I was never so stunning that men would chase after me with all the blood gone from their brains into their... She stopped, and something in the silence made Tarma turn her head the little it took to see her face. It was dead white.
What would turn her that white? There's nothing going on down in the camp. It must be what we were talking about. How to lure the men out one at a time and... Oh, you know what will get them to hair off,
Tarma said instantly, as she saw the thought, too.
We'd have to wait until after dark, though.
Kethry closed her eyes and clenched her jaw. This had to seem like one of her worst nightmares come true, but Tarma didn't see that they had any better options.
Worrell will be with her,
Tarma reminded her.
You don't think I'd send her down there without him, do you? And she won't be that far from you. And she's not only female, she's your daughter. If need won't fight for her, I'll eat her scabbard without sauce.
By now Kethry must have known something was up, but she hadn't translated it for herself. It was a wonder she wasn't fidgeting right out of her clothes. And that's the only reason I'd let her. Kethry let out the breath she'd been holding in a long hiss and opened her eyes again. She looked at Tarma, doing her best to mask her fear and failing completely. You tell her. You're her teacher and her commander.
Tell me what?
Kethry whispered, a whisper as tense and electric as a shout.
You have a task, and it isn't to go back up the road and wait,
Tarma said evenly, without removing her eyes from Kethry's.
We're going to need you to do something only you can do. We have to lure the men down there out one at a time, and for that, we'll need bait. You're the bait.
Me?
Kethry squeaked, her eyes huge and round.
What about an illusion? Can't...
I think the man leading this group is a mage, Kethry said evenly. And we don't want to give our presence away by using magic unless we absolutely have to. Tarma nodded.
You're going to make them think that either Kira or Mary is trying to run away. In the dark, none of those men will realize that you're bigger and older than the twins. All they'll see is a child trying to sneak through the underbrush.
She saw the reasonable doubt in her pupil's eyes and was pleased with it.
I'll explain later in detail why we think that the men will just chase after you instead of shouting for help. Just trust that we're sure enough to bet our lives on it. It has to be you. Neither of us is small enough to pull off a convincing imitation of a child.
There was a long silence. Then Kethry nodded.
All right, she whispered. Tell me what I'll be doing.
Kira and Mary stayed hidden in the wagon as their kidnappers slowly recovered. By nightfall, the worst of their sickness was over, and although they probably felt weak as kittens and wanted to sleep for days, they weren't losing everything they put into their stomachs. The leader stopped cursing, and someone managed to get a pot of broth started. Both girls sighed and relaxed a little. Kira had been afraid that their plan was going badly awry. After that single encounter in the snow, she had known beyond a shadow of doubt that if the kidnappers' plot looked in danger of falling apart, the leader would never hesitate to kill both of them. But now it was getting increasingly urgent that they actually do what they'd pretended to earlier. Finally, A long, weary time after full darkness fell, they couldn't wait any longer. No one stopped them. No one said anything to them. In fact, as they crossed the snow hand in hand, the camp seemed far too quiet. It made Kira, at least, very nervous, and if she hadn't had to go so badly, she'd have turned around and scuttled back to the dubious safety of the wagon. When they'd finished, they moved off a little deeper into the bushes, reluctant to traverse the dangerously open ground of the camp again. The darkness and the concealing brush were very tempting, as was the knowledge that there was help waiting out there.
"Twin," whispered Mary, "I wonder if we could get away while they're so sick."
"That," said a Jacathan-accented voice, "would be a very bad idea, little child."
They whirled as one, and a shadow separated itself from the darker shadows behind them, taking on man shape until it moved to where light shone on its face. Kira's face burned at the notion that he had been watching them all this time.
"Then again," the leader continued, "if I were to rid myself of you troublesome little creatures right here, no one would ever know what I had done until spring, and by then, of course, it would be too late. I would be well away, and at least part of my plans would have been salvaged."
Once again Kira interposed herself between the man and her twin, although this time she made no effort whatsoever to look frail and pathetic. She felt detached from herself, and she watched everything he did as well as what he said, trying to predict what he was going to do in the next moment. What could she say or do that would make him leave them alone? She knew that all she needed was to buy enough time.
"You won't get a ransom without us alive,"
Kira said, trying to keep her voice from shaking.
"Father isn't stupid, and he isn't going to send ransom money without seeing us alive. You know that if you get rid of us, your men will know that too, and they'll figure there's nothing to get a share of. They won't like that, and there's 20 of them and only one of you, and you've been awful mean to them."
"Threatening me with the revolt of my own men?"
The man sounded surprised, and his voice lost that faint trace of cruel amusement.
"You're more dangerous than I thought."
His tone hardened and took on an edge Kira would only recognize later, much later, when she encountered another man the world called fanatic.
"As it happens, ransom is the least of my interests. My intention is to prevent your filthy outland sister from sullying the purity of the blood royal by wedding the prince of our land. Ransom is secondary, and always has been, a mere convenience to offset certain expenses. If I need to change my plans to exclude the ability to ransom you, I would not hesitate to do so."
"You can't—"
Mary began, then clapped her own hand over her mouth. He leveled his gaze on her, and she shrank to hide behind Kira.
"I can, foreign child of a foreign whore," he said conversationally, "and although I would prefer to do so without taking your lives on my soul, I am beginning to think you are too dangerous to leave on this side of eternal judgment."
Jadri moved in past the man relieving himself, creeping along on her belly like a rabbit under cover of the brush, freezing every time she heard a twig snap or thought she might have disturbed a branch. The hiss of liquid on snow covered her little mistakes, though, and it probably didn't hurt this man was still thinking more about the state of his stomach than about possible enemies. Now she was grateful for all of the hours spent learning to do this very thing, grateful that Tarma had taught her so well she could creep up on a dozing deer without waking it. Only when she was past the kidnapper and between him and the camp did she stand up. Then she began sneaking through the scrub the way a common child would, moving slowly but not slowly enough and disturbing plenty of twigs and branches on the way. Sure enough, the man saw her movement, then saw only a child trying to escape and cursed, leaping to exactly the conclusion they wanted.
"Get back here, you brat!"
he spat, but not so loudly that he would alert anyone else. Jadri knew why. Another lesson in reading the state of an enemy camp. The leader of these men tolerated very little in the way of weakness and nothing in the way of failure. This man and his fellows were already in disgrace because of their illness, and the leader's temper was in no fit state to be disturbed. The men were afraid of incurring further wrath, sick and not thinking very clearly. This man, confronted by a harmless child running off, would not admit that he could not catch her himself. He would not raise a hue and cry, because that would cause the leader to punish all of them for allowing the child to escape in the first place. He would not want to waste time going back quietly for help, time in which the child could escape. He was like a coursing hound with a rabbit starting up just under his nose, all of him focused on pursuit to the exclusion of everything else. And that was what made this whole plan possible. Tarma and Worrell had already taken care of the sentries, but there was a camp full of men to be eliminated before the partners could effect a rescue. Kethry had already played this ruse twice. This was the third time, and it continued to work. At the first word, she looked back over her shoulder and broke into a run. Reacting just like a hunting hound, the man remembered only that if the leader discovered the girl had slipped past him, he would be in horrible trouble and sped after her. She led him on a path she had already scouted, and to a destination of her own choosing, over the hill and into the valley on the other side. She looked back over her shoulder from time to time, but he wasn't putting on any unexpected bursts of speed. "Even if he does," she thought, panting, "there's always Worrell." Worrell, who was running alongside him, invisible in the darkness. Worrell, who could make a single leap and tear out his throat before he could shout, but that wasn't where she was leading him. Worrell was only her backup. When he was far enough from the camp that no sound he would make could alert the other kidnappers, he learned that it isn't wise to run into unknown territory after even the most tempting of targets. It was a lesson he would never profit by, however, though perhaps his ghost would be comforted by the fact that his teacher was the famous Need. While her mother cleaned Need's blade, Kethry went back in search of another victim, glad that it had been too dark for her to really see the endgame of each stalk. She wasn't quite ready for that. Better not to think about it for now. Better concentrate on narrowing their odds. At some point, soon, the odds would be with them. She went back into the scrub and headed for the welcome yellow eye that was the campfire. As she slipped through the brush, Worrell appeared beside her. She didn't start, perhaps because she had attuned herself so closely to these scrubby woods and her erstwhile partner that she had anticipated him before he actually arrived.
"Another," he said in her mind. "This way."
She followed him, as she had done the last 2 times. She suspected he might be fiddling with the minds of their enemies, too subtly for detection. They certainly were drinking an awful lot of water, with the attendant requirement to go rid themselves of it. And they weren't thinking either, or they would have noticed that 3 of their number had gone out and not come back yet. But maybe Worrell wasn't doing anything. After being so sick, the men were surely very thirsty. Maybe it was just sheer luck. Maybe she wasn't going to argue the point. This time she lured her quarry to Tarma. That was her choice when she had one. Tarma was only braining the men with a stout log. It was her mother, under the influence of Need, who was wreaking sheer havoc on the hapless enemy. Now Kethry really understood some of the comments that Tarma had made in the past about the sword, and she was altogether glad that she wasn't going to inherit such a troublesome treasure. Granted, Need's abilities could come in handy, but the idea of an inanimate object that was so downright bloodthirsty made her feel more than a little sick herself. The man looked up as she deliberately broke a twig and sighed instead of cursed. "Little one, don't run," he said with weary patience as she looked back at him. "There is nowhere to go, not even a shepherd hut for leagues and leagues. You are sick, you will die of cold. Come back to the wagon." She ran, glancing back. He shook his head and lumbered after her, still calling to her. "I will catch you sooner or later," he promised.
Then I will have to carry you back and lock you in. Do you truly wish to be locked in?"
She was a little ashamed at leading this fellow to an ambush, even if he was an enemy. He seemed to be the only one who was treating her friends with any sort of kindness. "At least it'll be Tarma, and the worst he'll have is a horrible headache." Her thoughts were interrupted by a dull thud and the sound of someone crumpling into the brush and hitting the ground.
"Hated to do that, but better me than Keth,"
Tarma whispered.
"At least we know we saved the one decent one. Now go get me another kitten. You're doing fine."
Kira swiftly drew her tiny knife from her boot and stared at the leader, menacing him as best she could. He looked down at the slender blade in mild surprise. "Stay away from us," she told him. "I don't want to hurt you."
"What a pity I need to kill you, child," he said. "You prove more entertaining by the moment."
He regarded her as he would have examined a particularly interesting insect, and she felt very much like a poor little bug that was about to be squashed. "I can't kill him. Maybe if I hurt him, Mary can get away." But she knew with a sudden sick feeling that she couldn't even manage that. Maybe if she'd been older, bigger, maybe if she'd seen and done more, but not now. Not when she was too small to take him barehanded, not when it wasn't a daydream, not when she knew what human blood looked like. Her hand started to shake. "I'll just keep him occupied long enough for Mary to run." That was all she could manage. He stepped toward her a pace, with his hands spread wide. He wasn't holding his own knife. He wasn't even trying to grab her. What did he think he was doing? His next words told her.
"So, let me see what you are made of. Let me see if a foreign child has half the courage of a Jacathan child."
His sardonic smile told her that he really didn't expect her to show even an ounce of courage.
"Come at me. Do what you will. I will not even stop you. A child of my people would be at my throat like a mad dog by now."
His eyes taunted her.
"What? Have you no stomach to make good on your threats?"
She brandished her knife at him, backing up into the brush, which crackled beneath her feet. Mary backed up with her, crazily staying behind her, even as Kira screamed silently at her to run while she had the chance. He advanced, another slow step, then another. He laughed.
"Use that little blade, girl,"
he taunted. She tried. She tried to force herself to stab at him, and she couldn't. She just couldn't. Why is he doing this? To get me to come within reach so he can just break my neck? She continued to back up, as he loomed between her and the camp, dark and menacing against the glow of the distant fire. Why is he playing with us like this? It struck her that he was enjoying himself. He liked seeing the terror on her face, liked feeling so completely in control of the situation.
"You're nothing but a big bully!"
she shouted angrily at him.
"You just want people to be afraid of you so you can feel important."
"Little girls should not taunt their elders," he admonished her. "And there are plenty of people who will fear me in the days to come. Think how privileged you are to be the first to taste that terror."
In answer, she made an abortive rush at him, slashing her knife toward his face, but darted back when he reached out to seize her, as she had expected he would. At this point, she really wasn't thinking anymore. She was observing and reacting, at a level of analysis that was almost instinct, knowing that if she did this, he would respond with that. As long as she could keep this game going, they would live a little longer. As long as she could observe and react, she wouldn't crumble under the weight of her fear. But it seemed that he was getting impatient, tired of the game, wanting to bring it to its conclusion.
"What? You dare not strike, even when you know I will kill you, even when I swear not to defend myself?"
A cruel chuckle emerged from his lips.
"What a pity. I had even come to like you a little.
Oh, it would not have saved you, but I would see that you were properly buried and not left for scavengers. But since you haven't the courage of a jackal, it is fitting that you go to feed them. It is too bad that you have no stomach to use a weapon against another." He broke off his sentence to stare stupidly at the length of shining, pointed steel protruding through his chest. "Fortunately," Kethry snarled, "we don't have that problem." And as he fell, Mary and Kira ran to Tarma's outstretched arms.
"Come on, kittens,"
she said as she gathered them up.
"Let's go home."
Children, kittens, and puppies tumbled over one another in a shrieking, joyful mass in the middle of the nursery, a large room lined with shelves upon which resided the battered but beloved toys of a house full of children. It was just as well that the toys had all been put away, for no doll or wooden horse could ever survive the melee of bodies in the middle of the room. At the moment, it was difficult to count how many there were of each species, but there was no doubt of how happy they all were. Worrell reclined at the sidelines, an indulgent and benevolent presence standing in for adult authority. "Well, I don't think they're going to kill each other, and I do think your midwinter present is a success, Tilden," Kethry laughed, as 3 of the mastiff pups together broke from the mass and attacked Worrell's tail. Worrell ignored them, and after a few futile attempts to make the tail do something, the pups galloped back to the larger pile. Even the Archduke's eldest girl, the quiet scholar who considered herself an adult at 13, had joined in the romp.
"I was afraid you might be annoyed when I descended on you with more livestock,"
their old friend replied, eyes twinkling.
"But I could hardly have given the girls their pets and not have brought identical offerings for your brood."
Tarma laughed and slapped him on the back.
"You show a fine grasp of diplomacy in your old age," she told him. "And since the manners and morals of the nobility often resemble those of children, I predict you are going to go far in your political career. Let's go off to somewhere where we can talk without having to scream at each other. We can leave Worrell in charge of maintaining a pretense of order and let them sort out which animal belongs to who by themselves."
Tilden's chief midwinter presents to all of the children consisted of 1 brindle mastiff puppy and 1 Arburn hunting cat kitten for each child old enough to appreciate and care for their pets. With sound judgment, he had left the animals in the nursery and brought in the children, but had not parceled out particular animals for each. Hunting cats and mastiffs were about the same size and strength, were often kennelled and trained together, and would be perfectly happy paired up together.
"Good idea,"
seconded Jadrek, who winced as a particularly piercing shriek split the air. The adults returned to Kethry's solar, which was just large enough to seat all of them without anyone feeling crowded rather than cozy. The furniture was of good quality, but with the touch of shabby comfort about it that furnishings often acquire in a house where there are many well-loved children. Tilden looked around and nodded, with satisfaction, Tarma thought.
"You know,"
said the Archduke when they were all settled, and in some cases sprawled comfortably in front of the fire,
"this has been such a pleasant midwinter, I'm tempted to ask you to invite us again next year." "In spite of the circumstances?"
Tarma asked, arching an eyebrow at him.
"Absolutely."
Tilden nodded his handsome head, and his wife gave silent agreement.
"The twins have no real friends at home, and to be brutally frank, I dread midwinter court. It's when every social climber and bore in the kingdom shows up to rub elbows with the great and the pretenders, then goes home to drop names to impress his provincial friends. I'd be just as happy to have an excuse to come here instead of bringing the twins home for the holidays every year. It wouldn't be any more difficult to get up a caravan for us to come here. Easier in some ways. My guards would only be making 1 round trip instead of 2.
Unspoken was the clear and obvious fact that no one in his right mind, however bold and fanatic, would attack the Archduke and his retinue. Not with Tilden's reputation as a warrior. "Tilden," His wife laughed. "How can you say that about our worthy peers?"
Our worthy peers are so preoccupied with sucking up to the king that he could set them on fire and they'd thank him for the honor," Tilden replied brutally. "And I'm glad to be among friends with whom I can speak my mind for a change, instead of mouthing polite idiocy and trying not to feel as if I ought to be scraping them off my boots."
He turned to Tarma, and she shrugged.
"Don't look at me," she declared. "I'm just a barbarian nomad with no sense of rank or decorum, remember? You can keep your courts. I don't want any part of them."
"You're well out of it, and I wish I'd had your sense and declined the damned title,"
Tilden grumbled, yet with a smile.
"You have no idea what those of us who actually do some work have to put up with from the drones. Listen to this, will you?"
She sat back and enjoyed Tilden's witty, acerbic commentary on the current crop of Rethwellan nobility, as his wife added sweetly pointed asides and Jadric commented on the lineage, or lack of it, where each was concerned. It was wonderful to have Tilden and his family here. She'd forgotten how much she enjoyed his sharp tongue and razor wit. And of course Jadri was thrilled, for she not only had her best friends here for the holiday, but she had a new friend in the shape of Tilden's eldest daughter, Arboli. However scholarly Arboli might be, she was also the daughter of a bodyguard and a horsemaster. She rode like a Shinaeen and could hold her own in rough games and contests. She couldn't match even Kira in sword work, but she was wickedly accurate with a snowball and was endlessly inventive in coming up with new amusements to act out. As for Kethry's twins, they were overjoyed at having a whole new set of playmates, even if those playmates were girls. Even the two youngest played happily together, insofar as any two strange toddlers could play together. At least it was with a minimum of squabbles. There was never any question of Kira and Mary going back to their father after their ordeal. They were still sick from the effects of cold, fear, and the seeds they'd eaten, and the new healer in the village insisted they remain in bed at the school so that she could make certain there would be no lasting effects from their experience. They ate as if they were hollow, and slept when they weren't eating for 3 days straight. Meanwhile, Kethry had gotten messages to their father telling him what had happened. While the twins were recovering, Tilden had made his excuses to the king, packed up the entire family, and headed at top speed for the school, with the baggage train following at an easier pace. And when he and his retinue appeared on the doorstep, Tarma wasn't at all surprised to see them. She'd expected him to do exactly that, and if he had been hesitant, his wife Diona would have overcome that hesitation. The first day was spent with Tilden and Diona closeted with the twins, not even coming out for meals. The other children circled each other like wary dogs for half a day, then made up their minds to be friends and went out for snow fights. When Tilden and Diona emerged, they didn't say anything but spent part of the second day closeted with Kethry, then joined the rest of the company and acted as if they had come here only for the pure pleasure of the trip. Today was Midwinter Day, and with it the start of 3 days of gift-giving and feasting, which, thus far, had managed to keep everyone off of serious subjects. The one surprise Tilden had managed to pull off was the magical production of the litter of kittens and puppies. Tarma still had no idea how he'd managed to keep their existence a secret.
"Then again, in a baggage train the size an Archduke has, I suppose you could probably keep just about anything secret for a few days."
Still, the one subject that had not been broached was the kidnapping, and Tarma was waiting. They were just about due for it now. The same thing seemed to occur to everyone else in the room at about the same time, for an awkward silence fell, and Tilden cleared his throat carefully.
"I want to thank you,"
he began a bit stiffly, as if he wasn't quite sure what to say.
"Although thanks is inadequate."
"Tilden," Kethry began, but he hushed her rather fiercely.
"I made mistakes. I knew about the fanatics, and I didn't take them seriously. I certainly never thought they would dare to strike inside the borders of Rethwellan. I sent green, untrained men instead of experienced men, and I gave them the impression that this would be more of an excursion than a serious duty."
He shook his head.
"Those were all my mistakes, and if it hadn't been for your quick thinking and quick action, well, I don't know what would have happened, but I can't imagine anything good coming out of this disaster."
"The twins are as much responsible for their rescue as we are,"
Tarma pointed out.
"They were the ones who thought of slowing down their kidnappers, and they were the ones who laid a clear trail for us to follow."
"Because they were well taught,"
Tilden insisted.
"Because of that, they didn't panic, and they didn't assume they were helpless because they were children in the hands of adults. You taught them to think that way."
"You can't teach that," Kethry replied. "That's something a child learns from the way she is treated, and it begins in infancy. No, Tilden, be as grateful to your own sense in raising and teaching your girls as you are to us."
"Have you informed Saoirse about this yet?" Jadrek asked shrewdly. "I know Kethry has sent off a report to the king, and I expect that you have as well." "I was waiting to talk to the girls and get Kethry's description of the leader before I sent word to Saoirse,"
Tilden replied grimly.
"I think now that this should be delivered by someone I can trust completely, but I don't quite know who." "How about me?" Aiken offered. "I know my way around down there. I could go and be back again before spring thaw. Sooner with a change of horses. Justin and Tarma can handle the boys without me for that long."
Tarma laughed.
"I might accuse you of trying to get out of some hard work if I didn't already know how miserable winter is in Jacatha. You're going to be in for a cold, soppy ride. Of course we can spare you. This is too important to be left to an ordinary messenger."
Tilden sighed with relief.
"Thank you. And now I'm further in your debt. I suppose I'll have to put up the money to build a dormitory for the school or something of the like."
"Actually," Kethry got a thoughtful look on her face, "why don't you hunt up some mage-gifted children from impoverished families and sponsor them here? There's a limit to the number of charity students a school can afford, even ours." Diona's eyes brightened, and Tilden nodded decisively.
"Good plan. I'll see to it."
His face clouded a little.
"I have a real concern, though, about these fanatics. Are there more of them? Would they consider coming here, do you think?"
Tarma looked to Kethry, who shook her head. "Not as far as my sources have been able to discover," she told him, "and believe me, I have been very, very thorough. I intend to fortify the warning systems I've put in place as well. Right now, nothing larger than a sheep can get onto our property without my knowing it, and when I'm done, nothing larger than a rabbit will." Tilden relaxed, and his wife patted his hand. "I told you," she said in a whisper that was audible to Tarma at least. Tarma repressed a smile.
"I have to admit that I've learned a lesson or two from this myself,"
Tarma said slowly, and traded glances with Kethry and Jadrek.
"And maybe not the ones you're thinking."
"Oh?" Diona said, her tone inviting further elaboration.
"It was a given that Keth and I would go after the kidnappers. There was never any question of that,"
Tarma told them.
"But the only reason we brought Jadri along was because she'd sworn a sisterhood oath with your two. It's a Shineen thing, a serious oath, and it meant that if she didn't help she'd be forsworn. Keth and I were both fit to be tied."
"I can imagine," Diona said with sympathy. "There was never any question of you forcing her to that, of course." She made it a statement, and Tarma felt her own bit of relief that the lady understood what was involved. She'd known Tilden would, but not necessarily his wife.
"Not a chance. Mind you, we were initially afraid that all she thought was that it would be a big adventure and hadn't any notion how serious a situation it was. And I think there was some of that there, at least until we got to the place where the ambush was sprung. But she didn't have to tell us about the oath. All she would have had to do was keep quiet about it and no one would have known. Certainly your girls had no idea how serious it was."
Tarma paused and rubbed her eyebrow with a knuckle.
But it's occurred to me that the first thing I've learned from her is that we're bringing the younglings up right. They take their responsibilities as seriously as we could want.
Kethry nodded emphatically. I'll admit I was furious that she'd sworn that kind of an oath without asking permission. I thought that she had no right to do so without asking me first, and that if she'd asked, I would have told her that she was too young to do so, too young to know what she was doing. And there might very well have been a grain of truth to that, but the point is that when she did know what she was in for, she didn't try to back out. And as for being too young, well, Tarma and I weren't that much older when we swore oaths that were just as serious, mine to White Winds as a novice and hers to her clan. She sighed. I think I've just had a mother's hardest lesson brought home. No matter how young I think they are, they're older than I believe, and they aren't going to do anything except keep getting older, and sooner than I think they're ready, they're going to need to make their own lives. Diona winced. I learned that one when Mary announced that she was going to marry her prince and that it was a life bond and no one was going to stop her. Granted, that all might very well have been a children's fantasy, but it wasn't. There are times when they deserve to be taken seriously.
When they themselves are serious. Yes, they do,
Tarma agreed.
And that's what we all have to watch for. And not just dismiss it out of hand because we don't think they're old enough to understand a serious situation.
And when they make a serious decision and want to stand by it, it is our duty to them to help them do so.
Jadrek added softly, a gentle smile on his lips.
I must tell you that I am very proud of my firstborn. I don't care if no one ever writes a song about her or tells a tale about her, but I do care that she is already honorable and responsible, and I have no fear that she will ever be less so.
Tarma picked up her mug of mulled ale and raised it in a salute.
Here's to them, and to us then. And may we as parents remember this the next time somebody breaks a window and needs a tanning.
Hear, hear,
Tilden seconded, as they all joined her in the toast and the laughter. This concludes Oathblood by Mercedes Lackey, narrated by Christa Lewis. Copyright 1998 by Mercedes R. Lackey. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Daw Books Incorporated and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.